Kim Hyun-woo is trapped in the hellish tutorial tower, but while fresh recruits flee from the final boss in terror, he is simply onward. He has crushed this beast, the mighty Brog, hundreds of times already. Now, he just wants to toy with his food. In mere seconds, he pins the monster to the floor. With a single foot, he mocks the beast, asking who the real boss of this floor truly is. Yet, victory tastes like ash, because the moment the fight ends, the nightmare resets, dragging him back to the very first floor. It all began the day the world changed forever, and monsters descended upon humanity. A colossal tutorial tower appeared, offering humans a chance to awaken as hunters. But power comes at a price. Survive and conquer all 100 floors. Survival rates plummeted below 10%. Kim Hyun-woo was among the pioneer wave, the very first players to step into the abyss. They fought with blood, sweat, and steel. Upon winning the final battle, the party received the message they had prayed for. The tutorial tower is cleared. Cheers erupted as the promise of returning home finally seemed real. After an eternity in darkness, Kim Hyun-woo longed for nothing more than the sight of a clear blue sky. But fate is a cruel mistress. Instead of freedom, he was teleported back to the start. Shock paralyzed him. Why is he the only one left behind? A system window answers with a chilling truth. He's been cursed by the tower and cannot leave. Rage and denial consumed him, but eventually gave way to resolve. Hyun-woo began his endless crusade, clearing the tower again and again. Desperate for freedom, he explored every glitch and secret. He slaughtered his way from the bottom to the top, completely alone. 10 consecutive clears, pushing his physical limits to godlike tears, yet the cursed iron doors refused to open. He remained a prisoner. Still, Hyun-woo refused to break, repeating the cycle in the desperate hope of shattering the curse. Time lost its meaning. Years bled into decades as he cleared the dungeon thousands of times over. Where rookies needed months to survive, our protagonist could annihilate the entire tower in a single day, or mere hours. Boredom became the new enemy. He roleplayed as an NPC, coached newbies, and even invented twisted games to torture the final boss. But even that grew stale. Hyun-woo returned to the grind, polishing his skills until he reached the realm of absolute perfection. His power defied logic. A single stomp on the first floor sent shockwaves devastating enough to blast through 10 floors above. After 12 agonizing years, the miracle happened. A system alert flashed. The loop is broken. Escape is finally possible. With the laughter of a madman, he launched himself forward to conquer this hell one last time. He ascended like a human missile, pulverizing floors in his wake. He was no longer a player. He was the tower's true nightmare. On the final floor, Hyun-woo obliterated the boss and the very roof of the tower. Without hesitation, he stepped into the portal to the outside world. Pure ecstasy surged through him. He screamed at the heavens, savoring the sweet taste of freedom. Meanwhile, monitoring authorities were left trembling. A player from the vanished group of 2006 had returned after 12 years. Weeks later, our boy received an invitation to the hunter evaluation test for the newly awakened. Watching from the VIP seats were the guild leaders, the very legends who, had cleared the tower alongside him in the distant past. They held their breath, eager to witness the monster Hyun-woo had become. In the waiting room, tension was high as candidates prepped their gear. Meanwhile, our protagonist was busy stuffing his face with snacks. Only after filling his belly did he notice the issue. He had zero equipment. He had slept right through the distribution phase. Suddenly, the speakers blared, ordering the hunter candidates to proceed to the testing site. It was time to leave the waiting room and step into the arena. At the Seoul Tutorial Center's maze, David, an elitist A-rank hunter, greeted the juniors with a superior smirk. He reminded them that the eyes of the entire world were fixed upon this broadcast. With a grin, he assured them that, compared to the hell of the tutorial tower, this little exam would be a walk in the park. While David rambled on about potential and sacrifice, Kim Hyun-woo was literally yawning, tuning out every single word. The supervisor declared the start of the first exam. With a tap on his phone, the trap was sprung. Instantly, the earth beneath them began to shudder violently. David's voice boomed, explaining that hunters must face many dangers, and today's nightmare would be the maze. Massive metal pillars crashed down from the sky. They slammed into the concrete, instantly forming a labyrinth of steel. David warned them that the maze was alive with traps. It was time for them to unleash everything they had if they wanted to survive. Suddenly, the system interface blazes to life. A 30-second countdown begins, signaling the start of the trial. The mission is lethal but simple. Hunters must utilize their abilities to navigate the labyrinth and reach the exit. As the timer hits 0, the hunters explode into motion, charging toward the maze entrance like unleashed beasts. Watching from above, the supervisor, David, smirks with satisfaction. Their discipline reminds him of his own glorious first-grade exam. In his mind, the key to survival is maintaining that burning initial resolve. However, one anomaly remains. While the others scramble, the protagonist stands completely motionless at the starting line. With total nonchalance, he calls out, addressing the supervisor as simply Uncle. He asks if reaching the exit is truly the only requirement. David's brow furrows in irritation. He scans the boy's pathetic attire and complete lack of equipment with disdain. Seeing Hyun-woo let out a massive yawn, David is stunned. Is this really the attitude of a rookie hunter? Skepticism washes over him. The supervisor demands to know if the protagonist thinks this hunter exam is some kind of joke. A cocky smirk spreads across Hyun-woo's face. He emphasizes the word uncle again, mocking the supervisor's intensity. He suggests David save the lecture for the desperate ones running for their lives. David turns livid, but the hero simply grins and proposes a wager. He claims he will clear the entire trial in under 20 seconds. If he succeeds, he demands 100,000 won. David is blindsided by the audacity, but his ego takes the wheel. He counters, revealing his daily pay and overtime totals 1 million won. Without hesitation, the hero dashes toward the entrance, warning David not to go back on his word. Stopping abruptly in front of the outer wall, Hyun-woo places his hand against the stone, shocked by the supervisor's high salary. Channeling that envy into power, he gathers a terrifying amount of energy into his right arm. From the observation deck, David and the elite guild leaders of South Korea watch in confusion. Why is he standing at a dead end? Before anyone can process the scene, the protagonist drives his fist forward. The impact is cataclysmic. The force punches a straight tunnel through the entire maze, burying the area in a cloud of dust. Seconds later, the dust settles. Standing casually at the exit on the far side is our hero. He created his own path, but technically, he fulfilled the condition of reaching the exit. The spectators lose their minds. The readings on the grade measurement device are off the charts. The top guild leaders are awestruck, yet annoyed by his destructive stubbornness. Meanwhile, Hyun-woo is in absolute ecstasy, thinking only about his easy 1 million won prize. But his joy turns to horror as he looks back at the ruin. A cold sweat drops. Will the association demand compensation for the damage? Rewind to 24 hours prior. At the Hunter Association's administrative office, Jun reviews the contestant list. Her colleague sighs, wondering if this batch of rookies holds any promise at all. Sun instantly catches the drift. They are talking about the rumors of a certain advanced hunter. Information on him is scarce. Aside from our mysterious protagonist, a traditional martial arts heir is also on the roster. With the advanced hunter's attendance unconfirmed, all eyes turn to the martial artist, Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun is a prodigy, boasting an arsenal of high-ranking skills and abilities. Fortune favors him. With his blade, he slices through deadly monsters as if they were butter. He has lived a life of constant praise and success, or at least, he did, until he crossed paths with Hyun-woo. Their first encounter was in the tutorial tower, during the desperate struggle to escape that hellish dimension. Although Kang returned alive, he was forced to confront his own weakness. The protagonist was a force of nature, shoving aside anyone in his path, including Kang, in his frantic desire to escape. Back in the present, Kang has cleared the first exam. The candidates are ordered to hold in the waiting room for the next phase. Meanwhile, in the observation room, curiosity reaches a boiling point. Everyone demands to see the replay of the destruction. They need to witness exactly how that rookie pulverized the maze wall. The officials are frustrated. Every time they try to get a clear shot of the destruction, the feed focuses on Lee Kang instead. The waiting area buzzes with whispers. Rumors are flying that an advanced player has infiltrated the exam. Kang Hyun sits amidst the chatter, fully aware that the true trial has barely begun. He burns with the desire to see Hyun-woo's power, vowing not to lose to a guy who looks like he's high on drugs and half asleep. Suddenly, a system announcement pierces the air. Attention all candidates. The schedule for the ranking competition has been abruptly altered. The announcement blares, 15 minutes remain until the bloodshed resumes, and every participant must prepare for the next round of hell. The next trial is no child's play. It is a relentless monster wave. These are not mere holograms, but mana-infused nightmares born from spirit stones and cutting-edge technology. The objective is simple yet brutal: slaughter as many beasts as possible before the clock strikes 0. First up is Kang. His eyes burn with intensity, a predator locking onto his prey, determined to prove his dominance. Lightning crackles around his blade. He channels high-voltage mana into his weapon, carving through the opposition like butter. The spectators gasp in disbelief. To see such refined magical control from a rookie is unheard of. They realize a true genius walks among them. He becomes a conduit of destruction. Arcs of blue lightning incinerate every monster daring to cross his path without a moment's pause. As the buzzer sounds, the results are displayed on the giant screen. Kang has annihilated 78 monsters. A new record. He has completely shattered the highest score achieved by any examinee in history. Kang smirks, basking in the glory. The crowd roars, convinced he is the top prospect, a rising star worthy of his fearsome reputation. Whispers fill the arena. Many believe the top spot is already secured, doubting the rumors of the so-called advanced player. But now, the main event begins. It is time for our protagonist to step into the ring and face the horde. Hyun-woo stifles a yawn. His expression screams boredom, treating this life or death trial like a mundane chore he wants to finish quickly. High above, guild leader Seo Han signals the others. He is desperate to witness the evolution of the advanced player's combat style with his own eyes. Hyun-woo steps into the arena, 120 seconds on the clock. The countdown drops, 10 seconds to chaos. The moment the barrier falls, a colossus materializes, swinging a massive warhammer directly at our hero's skull. He doesn't even flinch. With a casual motion, he delivers a single, devastating punch that shatters the beast instantly. Silence falls over the arena as jaws hit the floor. The officials scramble to check the replay, because that was a scene straight out of an action blockbuster. Sensing the threat, the horde enrages. They swarm him, a tsunami of claws and fangs, roaring for his blood. But they are striking at a ghost. He remains untouched, obliterating them one by one with the same terrifying efficiency. 56 seconds remain. Hyun-woo vanishes from sight, and suddenly, the monsters' heads begin exploding in a gruesome symphony of destruction. Confusion sweeps the VIP booth. Is this high-tier magic, or invisible blades cutting them down? Seo Han narrows his eyes, his instincts screaming the truth. No, he mutters, that is not magic. Look closely. He is moving faster than the eye can follow. That is not a spell. It is sheer, godlike speed. Approach, impact, death. Hyun-woo closes the distance, pulverizes a target, and moves to the next before the body even hits the floor. No fancy skills, no mana wasted. Just raw physical power so overwhelming that the monsters seem to self-destruct in his presence. Seo Yan-lee is trembling in his seat, questioning if such movement is physically possible for a human without system buffs. Soo Hyun Kim is baffled. He dismissed the rumors about the tower survivor, but the reality is far more terrifying than the stories. Witnessing this massacre, they finally understand. Hyun-woo isn't just a hunter. He is a monster in human skin. Time is up, the announcer stammers, his voice shaking as he reads the tally. 248 kills. The internet explodes. The footage spreads like wildfire. Skeptics claim it is fake, while fans worship the display of power. Envy runs deep in the comments, but the chaos is undeniable. A legend has been born in real time. Elsewhere, Kang stares at the screen. Snap. He crushes his phone in sheer grip strength. Rage consumes him, and he smashes his fist into the concrete wall. I trained until I bled, he screams internally. I pushed past my limits while the weak slept. He ruthlessly stole kills, played dirty, and clawed his way to the top using every underhanded trick in the book. And yet, this nobody goes viral instantly. His pride shatters into 1,000 pieces, unable to accept Hyun-woo's dominance. Oblivious to the drama, Hyun-woo is approached by Alice, the sharp-eyed chief of the association's information division. She hands him a dossier thick with guild offers. "Welcome back," she says. "It has been 12 long years since you entered the tower." She begins her briefing, explaining how the world has transformed into a hunter-dominated society in his absence. The dungeons are deadlier now, she warns. The beasts are evolving, but the rewards, they are fit for kings. Top guilds will pay a fortune for a talent like yours. Wealth, fame, and power are within your grasp. But Hyun-woo, he is staring blankly. The only thing on his mind is whether to have steak or kimchi stew for his next meal. Seeing his blank stare, Alice mistakes his apathy for confusion about the complex system. He finally interrupts, cutting through her speech. "Is giving me a history lesson part of your paycheck?" Alice smiles. a glint of dangerous curiosity in her eyes. Not exactly, she admits. I just had to see the legendary advanced player with my own eyes. She slid the revised documents across the table, presenting the golden ticket, the updated rights and duties for the Ares Guild. Her manicured finger tapped the paper, urging our protagonist to focus on the most crucial clause, the signing bonus. Confused, Hyun-woo scanned the text, but his eyes nearly popped out of his skull when he saw the astronomical numbers awaiting him. Cold sweat raced down his spine. He looked up at Alice, his composure cracking under the sheer weight of those zeros. With a knowing smile, she asked the question that would break anyone's resolve. How does it feel to hold a contract worth 10 billion won? Hyun-woo stared at her in disbelief. Had the currency crashed? Did South Korea suffer hyperinflation like Zimbabwe while he was trapped in the tower? Alice shook her head. The economy hadn't collapsed, but the emergence of monsters had sent real estate prices skyrocketing into the stratosphere. In fact, she revealed that even the humble abode he used to call home wasn't worth what he remembered. She handed him the property report. Hyun-woo's jaw dropped. His old shack had jumped from a meager 3 million won, summed to a staggering 1.3 billion. The sheer absurdity of the inflation made him look physically ill. Alice misread his nausea for financial anxiety. She chuckled, assuring him that 10 billion won was merely the appetizer, the signing bonus alone. She sweetened the pot further. The Ares Guild promised to double that amount if he renewed his loyalty after the contract ended. The protagonist's face went pale. The numbers were defying all logic, sounding more like a fantasy than reality. But there was more. Alice explained he would also earn a generous cut of all spoils and artifacts recovered from the labyrinth. It wasn't just a standard cut, either. The distribution ratio was heavily skewed in his favor, a privilege reserved for kings. A smirk tugged at Hyun-woo's lips. He asked if peddling guild contracts was standard procedure for a neutral information officer. Alice shrugged elegantly. She admitted she had connections, and the Ares recruiter had practically begged her to deliver this offer personally. However, Hyun-woo's eyes narrowed. He knew the law scouting hunter still under association protection was strictly illegal. Alice opened her mouth, ready to give him the standard, take your time to think about it speech. But Hyun-woo cut her off cold. His mind was made up. He had zero intention of becoming a guild dog. She laughed, thinking he was jesting, but his gaze remained steel hard. He refused to be shackled by guild politics or strict schedules. He wasn't a fool. 10 billion won wasn't charity. In this cruel world, every coin came with chains attached. Accepting that money meant selling his freedom, forcing him to dance to their tune whenever they pulled the strings. Later, lounging on his bed surrounded by empty snack wrappers, Hyun-woo chuckled. This freedom, living by his own absolute rules, was priceless. His mind drifted back to the cafe, recalling Alice's confused expression when she asked if he truly had no interest in being a hunter. He had simply replied that he intended to walk the path of the solitary predator, a solo freelancer. Realization had dawned on her face. Mercenaries existed, yes, but they were veterans who had already cut their teeth within the safety of guilds. For a rookie to dive into the labyrinth alone, in her eyes, that was nothing short of a suicide mission. Hyun-woo had walked away with his head held high. Alice called it arrogance, shouting for him to call her when reality finally crushed his ego. Back in the present, Hyun-woo sighed. The meeting had been a complete waste of precious time. He could have been sleeping. The sheer irritation of the wasted hours buzzed in his head, banishing any hope of rest. Since sleep was impossible, he grabbed the list of guilds desperate for an audience with him. He expected trash, but his eyes widened. The list contained the personal names of the top 3 guild masters in all of South Korea. 5 days later, just as the rookie protection period expired, our boy arrived at a quiet Japanese restaurant to face his past. It had been an eternity. He froze, stunned to see the children he once knew standing before him as full-grown adults. Seok-won radiated the aura of a hardened warrior, while the once scrawny nerd Si-hyun had transformed into a certified heartthrob. And Seo-yeon, she had shed her innocence, evolving into a woman of striking presence. Hyun-woo couldn't help but smirk. He remembered Si-hyun trembling behind his back on the 50th floor and Seo-yeon wetting herself at the sight of a banshee. Suddenly, a murderous aura flared. Seo-yeon sensed his thoughts and growled, warning him to bury those memories or face her wrath. Hyun-woo laughed, stuffing his face with premium sushi. It was good to see them, but the taste of real food was even better. Si-hyun reminisced about the brutal battle against the merman on the 17th floor, recalling how Hyun-woo had screamed about craving sushi while slaughtering the beast. The memory clicked. Ah yes, that was the day the protagonist went absolutely berserk, turning the dungeon into a slaughterhouse. The trio confessed that for years, whenever urban legends of a tower ghost surfaced, they held on to hope, praying it meant he was still alive. Hyun-woo blinked, completely oblivious. He had no idea his survival struggles had become folklore. They dropped the bomb. He wasn't just a hunter, he was a national celebrity. His feats in the tower had been broadcasted across every channel on TV. Cold sweat drips down Hyun-woo's face as the humiliation sets in. His secret role-playing history has been exposed to the entire world. His mind races with one terrifying question. Which specific moment was broadcast on national television? He prays to every god. It wasn't the time he cleared a dungeon completely naked. Or worse, the time he crawled around hissing like a goblin. The guild leaders dropped the bomb. It was his bizarre victory dance while hunting bosses. In the legendary moment he smashed through 10 floors with a single kick, Hyun-woo breathes a sigh of relief, but his friend Soo-hyun leans in. He is dying to know what kind of madness Hyun-woo was actually up to inside that tower. Memories flood back. There he was, busting moves right in front of a terrifying boss monster. Even the beast froze in sheer confusion. But our boy wasn't crazy, he was desperate. He was willing to try anything to escape that hellish dimension. And that 10th-floor breakthrough, that wasn't skill, it was pure rage. He jumped with such frustration that he accidentally shattered the ceiling and ascended in an instant. Sean admits the truth. Watching that footage at the assessment wasn't funny, it was terrifying. It proved just how monstrous Hyun-woo's power has become. Hearing the story firsthand seals the deal. His strength is undeniable. Hyun-woo shrugs it off. In his eyes, desperation makes anyone a monster. But then, a realization strikes him like lightning. If he escaped, his disciples must be out there too. The problem is, time flows differently in there. He has no clue which generation they belong to. He thinks back to the floors between 50 and 60, a lonely limbo. He sensed a faint presence, searched the shadows, and found a terrified child left behind. His master instincts kicked in. He decided to roleplay the wise sage and guide this lost soul. Back then, Hyun-woo was obsessed with wuxia novels. He took the kid under his wing, acting like a legendary martial arts grandmaster. Seo-kwan looks puzzled, so our protagonist explains. It is the classic trope trapped in a cave. Achieve enlightenment and ascend to the heavens. Hyun-woo's logic was simple. If the kid achieved enlightenment, maybe the tower would let him go. So, he didn't just teach him, he broke him. He pushed the boy past every human limit imaginable. He forced him into endless workouts, mocking him whenever he slowed down. He screamed at the boy to focus, Kai into his lower abdomen to awaken his inner core. But here's the kicker. Hyun-woo didn't know martial arts, he just had brute strength. Looking back, he realizes he put that poor kid through hell for nothing. He keeps a poker face, but deep down he knows. Back then, he wasn't a master, he was a tyrant. Thank God for that mask. He prays he never crosses paths with that disciple again, or things could get ugly. The mood shifts. The hero asks the 3 guild leaders a heavy question. What happened to the world in the 12 years I was gone? Silence falls over the room. Later, alone in his room, Hyun-woo opens his status window, age 24, not 36. The reality hits him hard. He has completely lost 12 years of his existence. But what is done is done. No amount of regret can turn back the clock. He resolves to make a fortune and live the easy life, but suddenly his eyes lock onto a floating message, endless loop removed. Compelled by curiosity, Hyun-woo taps the option. A new quest appears, defeat 3 dungeon bosses to unlock the next level. The system isn't done with him yet. The targets are set Adorb's laboratory, the woodland village, and the treacherous swamp view. Before he can even process this new nightmare, a heavy knock echoes from his door. He opens it to find the security guard looking nervous. Recruiters from the Ares Guild are downstairs, and they demand an audience. The hero instantly refuses, but the guard looks terrified, practically begging him to go. These aren't people you say no to. It is clear the recruiters threaten the poor staff. They won't leave until Hyun-woo faces them himself. Annoyed, he descends to the first-floor lounge. There, waiting with a shark-like grin, is Byung-ho Kong, the HR manager of the Ares Guild. Hyun-woo doesn't waste time with pleasantries. He cuts straight to the point, I have zero intention of joining your guild. The manager's smile doesn't falter, but his eyes grow cold. He challenges Hyun-woo directly. Do you honestly believe a hunter can survive in this city without the backing of Ares? He lists the luxuries and power awaiting him, veiling his threats with sweet words. Unimpressed, our hero warns him, watch your tone. The bodyguard behind Byung-ho bristles with rage. How dare this nobody speak to them like that? Byung-ho raises a hand to stop him. He leans in, voice dripping with menace, warning Hyun-woo not to be reckless. You have no idea who we really are. Our boy just smirks. Oh, I know exactly who you are. You are the parasites that swallowed half of Korea. His mind flashes back to the briefing with the top 3 guild leaders. They warned him. The Ares Guild holds a ruthless monopoly over 66% of the nation's dungeons. From lucrative A-rank farming spots to beginner D-rank zones, they own it all, and they are backed by endless foreign capital. The system is rigged. If you want to hunt, you either pay an exorbitant entry fee, or you sell your soul to Ares. The Ares Guild wasn't just asking for cooperation, they were demanding submission. They preyed on the weak, knowing their victims had nowhere to run. Suddenly, a massive hand slams onto the table, shattering the silence and interrupting Hyun-woo's thoughts. The sheer force of the impact unleashes a wave of raw energy, filling the room with a suffocating pressure. Bong-ho sneers, warning Hyun-woo to watch his tongue inside the association's territory. He advises him to weigh his options very carefully or face the consequences. To emphasize the threat, the ball giant shifts his aggression, driving his fist into the reinforced wall with a deafening crash. The manager smirks, ensuring Hyun-woo grasps the reality of the situation. This bodyguard isn't just a thug. His stats rival those of an elite A-rank hunter. It is a clear ultimatum: accept the offer, or be crushed like an insect before he can even blink. But Hyun-woo just sighs. A lazy grin spreads across his face as he slowly rises from his seat. He casually lifts his slipper, mocking the brute. He beckons the ball giant forward, ready to beat some manners into that shiny skull. Enraged by the disrespect, the giant charges like a raging bull, but in a split second, the tables turn. He is slammed against the wall, pinned by an overwhelming force before he can even react. Bong-ho freezes in terror. This was supposed to be a simple intimidation tactic, a scripted power play to force a signature, but the script has been torn to shreds. His mind races, unable to comprehend the scene. Hyun-woo radiates no mana, yet his physical strength is absolute and defies all logic. With a devilish smirk, Hyun-woo steps over the defeated guard and corners the trembling manager. With a swift motion, he smacks Bong-ho across the face with his worn-out slipper, declaring his hatred for cowards who rely on threats. Later that night, at Si-hyun's residence, Hyun-woo reveals the entire chaotic encounter. While the guild leader is impressed by his friend's boldness, fear lingers in his eyes. The Ares Guild is ruthless, and crossing them is usually a death sentence. Si-hyun explains their dirty tactics. Ares uses intimidation to blacklist talented hunters, ensuring they cannot join rival guilds. And if a hunter refuses to bend the knee, they are quietly silenced within the depths of the dungeons. Munching on strawberries, Hyun-woo asks what silenced implies. When Si-hyun clarifies that it means assassination, the hero scoffs at the brutality of this new world. Concerned for his safety, Si-hyun urges him to join his own guild for protection, yet, even now, Hyun-woo refuses to be tied down. He wants freedom, not obligations. Besides, there is a pressing matter he must attend to first. Putting the guild talk on hold, his expression sharpens. He asks Si-hyun a specific question. Have you heard of Aderon's laboratory? For 12 long years, Hyun-woo was trapped in the tutorial tower. The mystery of why he was left behind has haunted him every single day. Who created that hellish place? Who sealed the exit? And why was he the only one chosen to suffer? He vows to uncover the tower's secrets and find the architect of his misery. And when he does, he will make them pay 1,000 times over. Si-hyun is perplexed. Why would Hyun-woo be interested in such a specific location so suddenly? He reveals that Aderon's laboratory is a high-ranking dungeon, estimated at rank A or A-, located in the Uijeongbu district. It is known as a prime hunting ground, a perfect spot for rising hunters to accumulate experience and power. Si-hyun presses for answers, but the hero keeps his true motives hidden. He simply states that he has personal business to settle inside. Si-hyun sighs, delivering bad news. Gaining entry will be nearly impossible. The Ares Guild claims exclusive rights to that dungeon, blocking all outsiders. Hearing this, Hyun-woo's eyes narrow. The audacity of these thugs knows no bounds. Rage bubbles within him. How can a single guild monopolize a dungeon? Where are the laws? Where is the justice? Si-hyun explains the grim reality. Hunters are a minority with no political sway. Since only a handful survive the tutorial tower, the government ignores their internal squabbles. Inside the dungeons, the laws of man do not apply. Even the police cannot investigate crimes there, conveniently writing off murders as unfortunate accidents. Hyun-woo is disgusted by the corruption, but the truth is darker still. Ares is an economic powerhouse, contributing massive taxes to the state. They are untouchable, and the authorities turn a blind eye to their tyranny. None of that matters to Hyun-woo. He decides then and there he will sneak into the laboratory. And if they try to stop him, he will crush them. Si-hyun warns him frantically such an act would mean declaring total war on the Ares Guild. But the die is already cast. Hyun-woo has already humiliated their manager, sealing his fate as their enemy. Meanwhile, in the executive office of the Ares Guild, Seon-woo Hook, the S-rank branch manager, plots his next move for global domination. Expansion into China will require at least 5 months of preparation. Russia will take 8, and Japan 7. Seon-woo is unconcerned with the timeline. His only goal is to remain the apex predator, always one step ahead of the competition. It is the law of the jungle. When fleeing a monster, you don't need to outrun the beast, you only need to outrun the victim standing next to you. His strategy session is interrupted as his subordinates present a file and analysis of Hyun-woo's potential. Using combat footage from the tutorial zone, they have run a simulation through their analytical devices to estimate his power level. Bong-ho, the HR head, voices his hesitation. But the data is clear. The margin of error is minimal. They believe they have measured the depth of Hyun-woo's power, but they have no idea what is truly coming for them. With a cold calculation in his eyes, Seon-woo addresses the room. He asks if the recruitment succeeded, but the trembling fear on his subordinates' faces gives him the answer before they even speak. In a flash, his demeanor shifts. He declares that they never needed such a loose cannon anyway. He admits the target possesses terrifying potential that could bring massive profits. But a tiger like that would eventually bite the hand that feeds it. So, the plan is changed. Forget recruitment. It is time to teach that arrogant brat a lesson he will never forget. Just then, a frantic messenger bursts in, gasping for air as he rushes toward Byung-koo with an urgent report from the Aderon laboratory. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the C-rank dungeon in Uijeongbu, a desperate beauty pleads with the guards, using every ounce of her charm to gain entry. But these gatekeepers are merely low-level thugs. They sneer, telling her to go play in the beginner's labyrinth if she wants to live. At first, they hide behind the guise of following rules, but their gazes soon turn predatory as they inch closer to her. At that critical second, a shadow falls over them. Our protagonist steps forward. The thugs sneer, warning him that this is a slaughterhouse, not a playground for tourists. Undeterred, our boy stares them down, calmly replying that a slaughterhouse is exactly what he's looking for. He has business inside. The Ares Guild thug mocks him, calling him insane for daring to speak back to the ruling guild. Hyun-woo doesn't draw a sword. Instead, he silently slips off his worn-out slipper. It is time for some discipline. With a terrifying smile, he closes the distance. The thug roars in fury, shouting the Ares Guild's name like a shield. But our hero cares nothing for names. The rubber slipper slaps across the thug's face with the force of a cannonball, sending him flying into the concrete wall. Witnessing his comrade get knocked out cold by a house shoe, the remaining fighter freezes in sheer terror. Our protagonist points at the man's feet. "Give me your shoes." When the thug hesitates, Hyun-woo threatens to open his eyes to a world of pain. Trembling like a leaf, the man obeys. As Hyun-woo slips on the stolen gear, he marvels at the feather-light weight of the enchanted metal. The Ares Guild member wails in despair, watching his expensive, magic-imbued boots vanish onto another man's feet. However, our hero is not heartless seeing the man's bare feet. He graciously tosses him the dirty old slippers before strolling away. Hyun-woo disappears through the dungeon gate, leaving the humiliated Ares thug sobbing in his wake. Elsewhere, Seo-yeon is furious. She screams at Si-hyun for letting the protagonist wander off, but Si-hyun explains there was simply no stopping him. Her panic rises. The Ares Guild is known for their ruthlessness. Si-hyun sighs, admitting he warned the hero, but the man walked into the fire without a second thought. Seo-yeon is stunned into silence. She asks, has he truly declared war on the entire Aries Guild? Based on the hero's own words, Si-hyun confirms it. The rivalry is set in stone. Hyun-woo isn't one to seek trouble, but he never runs from it. Once you become his enemy, his twisted, ruthless side awakens to devour you. Si-hyun shakes his head, wondering how the situation spiraled so quickly. But he reassures Seo-yeon there is no need to fear for him. When the topic of the Aries Guild arose, Hyun-woo revealed his true ranking. And when she hears that number, Seo-yeon's jaw drops. The truth of his power is beyond her comprehension. Back in the dungeon depths, danger lurks. A monstrous entity scours the area, hungry for fresh test subjects. It is the C-rank dungeon boss, Aderon. The mad scientist continues his hunt for biological samples. From the shadows, a party of fighters watches. They whisper about the rumors Aderon drops poor loot, which is why the elite guilds ignore this beast. Doubt creeps into their minds. They only entered by bribing the guards, and now they question if they are ready for a boss fight. One suggests attacking, but the female healer hesitates. Can a ragtag group really match a dungeon boss without guild support? Another member analyzes the enemy. Look at his stats, high defense, but his attack power is surprisingly low. He proposes a battle of attrition. Convinced by the strategy, the group steals their resolve. They agree to strike as one, but silently. They all agree on a backup plan run away the moment things go south. But before they can move, a lone figure strides into the boss room. Hyun-woo stands before the monstrosity, utterly fearless. Aderon cackles, his eyes gleaming with madness. He wonders aloud which part of this new specimen he should dissect first. This moment triggers the memory. 12 years ago, a young Hyun-woo was told to be obedient, to never cause trouble. After his parents died in a tragic accident, his own cousin stole his inheritance and dumped the boy at an orphanage like trash. Perhaps that betrayal shattered his trust in humanity. Hyun-woo stays dormant until someone tries to pull his strings. But once a line is crossed, he holds a grudge that burns for eternity. Aderon toys with a syringe, laughing about where to insert the needle. He asks our hero where he should begin the surgery. Hyun-woo's voice cuts through the air like ice. Stop! The boss is stunned, a mere human giving orders. But in a split second, Hyun-woo's fist connects. A thunderous impact sends the monster reeling, leaving the onlookers paralyzed with shock. The behemoth crashes to the ground, defeated amidst the dust. Our protagonist, Hyun-woo, emerges with the swagger of a true conqueror. With Aderon's lab cleared, his eyes are already set on the next hunting ground, the forest village. The high-ranking hunter group watching from the shadows instantly recognizes him. That is the advanced player everyone is whispering about. Seeing his overwhelming presence in the flesh, it sends shivers straight down their spines. Meanwhile, the atmosphere is heavy at the Aries Guild's Korean branch. The HR manager steps into the office of Woo Chunong, the manager of the Korea Management Department. He slides a file across the desk, carrying orders from the branch manager, Hoo Sun-woo. Chunong scans the documents, his eyes narrowing at the rookie hunter's data. 2 stats at A rank already. He questions if these numbers are even real. The HR admits the analysis isn't perfect, just a preliminary scan. Even so, Chunong can't hide his awe. These aren't human stats, they're the stats of a monster. The HR manager conveys the cold command, teach Hyun-woo a lesson. Hurt him moderately, but if things get messy, doing more damage won't be a problem. Chunong knows this grudge is personal for the HR department. After all, our hero dared to invade their exclusive dungeon and thrash the hunters guarding it. Chunong smirks, assuring his colleague that this rookie won't leave a single scratch on their guild's reputation. However, this needs to be a silent operation. The branch manager is already drowning in stress due to their chaotic expansion into China. On top of that, the management supports these aggressive tactics because of the threat posed by the Tyrant Guild. The situation in China is critical. In just 2 years, the new Tyrant Guild has ruthlessly monopolized 52% of all Chinese dungeons. 4 years after exiting the tower, their leader built an empire from nothing. Every single executive in that guild is a monster in human skin. But the most terrifying detail, the Tyrant Guild's leader is ranked 5th in the world, yet their true identity remains a complete mystery to the public. Chunong assures the HR manager to relax regarding Hyun-woo. Since their main forces are tied up with the Tyrant Guild, they can't waste an army. Instead, they will dispatch elite experts to inflict just the right amount of agony. Oblivious to the plotting, Hyun-woo is marveling at modern technology. He checks out the smartphone camera, stunned by how much the world has evolved. He snaps a photo of his friend, grinning like a child with a new toy. Si-hoon looks annoyed, watching the legendary hero play games on the phone he bought for emergency contact, but trying to get him back on track. Si-hoon mentions that the forest village is territory managed by the Soul Guild. Our hero is too busy tapping away to care. That is, until Si-hoon drops a bomb. There are no monsters in the forest village right now. Si-hoon explains the harsh reality they defeated the boss there a while ago. The rules here are different from the tutorial tower. Inside the tower, the boss and normal monsters would respawn daily like clockwork. In these dungeons, the minions swarm endlessly, no matter the slaughter. But the boss, once it dies, it stays dead for a long time. Hyun-woo is devastated to learn the forest village boss takes a whole month to return. However, Si-hoon offers a glimmer of hope. It has been 4 weeks already, so the beast should rise again in 2 or 3 days. Hyun-woo then asks about the other dungeon, the visible swamp. Si-hoon shakes his head. That territory is under the iron grip of the Ares Guild. Our hero groans in frustration. Why is killing a simple monster so complicated in the outside world? Si-hoon then changes the subject. When are you registering with the Hunter Association? At first, Hyun-woo waves it off until he jumps in excitement when Si-hoon explains the perks, specifically the money. His eyes light up. I can get paid just for existing on a list. Si-hoon nods but explains the catch he has to be active every 2 to 3 months. But the pay. B ranks get over 1 million won. A ranks get 2.5 million. And the gap between A and S rank, it's astronomical. Hearing that Si-hoon pulls in 7 million every month, Hyun-woo doesn't hesitate. He sprints off to register immediately. The next morning, our hero marches into the Hunter Association Ability Evaluation Center to make it official. When he states his name, the receptionist freezes. It's him. The guy stuck in the tower for 12 years. He recalls the endless stream of people coming in to ask about this survivor. But looking at him now, the receptionist scoffs internally. He looks ordinary. The public is just hyping up a nobody. After the paperwork, he points Hyun-woo toward the testing device, the Eye of the Seeker. A hologram will project his true status. Hyun-woo places his hand on the eye. The receptionist smirks, betting on a B+ at best. But then, the results flash on the screen. The receptionist's jaw hits the floor, seeing the man's pale face. Our hero turns to look and is stunned by his own numbers. A scream tears through the silence of the entire building. Within hours, the news explodes. The world is in shock over the unbelievable assessment results. Gossip spreads like wildfire about his stats scores so high, they shouldn't exist in this world. Hyun-woo checks his phone, his eyes widening in disbelief. In just a few hours, the news of his evaluation results has spread like wildfire across the internet. Si-hoon grimly explains the situation. Advanced players are the hottest topic right now, especially after you turn the Ares Guild dungeon upside down. The entire world is watching them now. Si-hoon knows his friend couldn't care less about fame, but the Ares Guild is a different beast. They have already gathered intel and will not forgive the humiliation on their territory. He warns our hero to watch his back. He begs him to be careful, knowing the enemy is relentless, but the protagonist simply turns a deaf ear to the danger. Suddenly, Hyun-woo bursts into uncontrollable laughter. He points at a loading screen on his phone, mocking the hunter's ridiculous pose and the over-the-top aura effects. The laughter dies instantly. Si-hoon replies with a deadpan expression. That hunter in the photo is me. An awkward silence suffocates the room. Hyun-woo finally asks, "Why do you always hang out with me when the others are too busy?" Si-hoon sighs. He is busy too, but for Hyun-woo, he deliberately carves out time from his brutal schedule just to stand by his friend. Meanwhile, deep in the basement of the Ares Guild, the HR manager's face turns pale as a ghost upon seeing the protagonist's assessment data. Manager Chung smiles wickedly. Now, do you understand why the branch manager wants him eliminated? Seeing the fear in the HR's eyes, he offers a chilling reassurance. Don't worry, Hyun-woo will be handled personally by the Shinchun gang. The HR manager's face lights up with relief. Hearing that a hunter nearing S rank in China will take care of the target, confidence returns, knowing his problem is as good as dead. Back at the village forest, our hero looks around in confusion. Where are the guards? Si-hoon smirks. This dungeon belongs to my guild. The clock strikes 12. The boss is spawning. As they step into the abyss, A shadowy figure watches them from the darkness, lurking like a predator. Inside the dungeon, a new face joins the party, Park Gamoon. Ji-hoon explains Park's role. He is the looter, here to harvest the spoils of war for cold, hard cash. Hyun-woo is stunned. You sell this junk, but shock turns to greed when he hears the numbers. 20 to 35 million. Our hero is baffled. He cannot fathom what use these scraps could possibly have. Ji-hoon knows he wouldn't understand, explaining they are materials for high-grade armor and weapons. Park raises his camera and asks, "Do you mind if I record this legend?" Hyun-woo shrugs, unbothered. Sure, but what's the point? When he learns these videos print money through ad revenue, his eyes turn into dollar signs. He immediately demands a partnership split 8 to 22. The hunters venture deeper, and Ji-hoon hands his friend a piece of paper. He explains the danger. This dungeon is a labyrinth. Finding the exit is the real challenge. Hyun-woo glances at the complex map and tosses it aside like trash. Ji-hoon is left standing there, completely confused. The protagonist walks up to a massive, ancient tree. "Hey Park, get a good shot of this." He winds up. Ji-hoon swings. Boom. A single punch obliterates the obstacles, leaving the party in shock. The impact clears the entire path instantly, revealing the dungeon boss, the terrifying twin-headed ogre. Park freezes, his camera shaking in his hands. He cannot believe his eyes. The hero just created his own road in one shot. Adrenaline pumping. He chases after Hyun-woo. The hero sprints toward the giant beast and leaps into the air, landing perfectly on the monster's shoulder. One swing. He punches the ogre in the face, sending the behemoth crashing to the ground in an instant KO. As the protagonist stands triumphantly atop the fallen boss, Park cries tears of joy. This video is going to break the internet. However, lurking in the shadows, the Shinchun gang is still watching every move. Later, at the Ares Guild office, the assassin visits manager Chung to make his report. He describes the hero's terrifying strength, overwhelming physical power, without a single drop of mana or skill usage. Shinchun gang admits he was impressed. However, with just one glance, he's already figured out how to crush him. Chung reveals the next location, the visible swamp. Shinchun gang grins. It is the perfect killing ground to prepare for the hero's arrival. Meanwhile, our hero stands before the entrance of the visible swamp. A chill runs down his spine. Something feels off. Is he overthinking it? Just then, his phone buzzes. So-yeon is texting him a frantic warning about the Ares Guild. But our OP protagonist simply sighs. Why is everyone so worried? To him, the Ares Guild is nothing more than an annoyance. So-yeon's voice is filled with panic. Why are you going to their exclusive dungeon? He replies vaguely. Just some business. She presses for details, but he refuses to show his hand just yet. So-yeon asks the real question. Are you trying to mess with the Ares Guild on purpose? Hyun-woo answers with a grin. Yes. Frustrated. So-yeon bites her lip. She knows she is worrying for no reason. She has seen his stats. She has seen the video of him decimating the dungeon. One thing is certain. Hyun-woo is a monster who doesn't need protection. Even then, So-yeon warned our hero with a grave expression stay far away from the Ares Guild and finish his business with lightning speed. The visible swamp was a perilous A-rank dungeon, and So-yeon predicted that the Ares vultures would descend upon it the very moment the boss monster spawned. Our hero appreciated the concern, offering a confident assurance that his friend had absolutely nothing to worry about. However, fate had a cruel sense of humor. The moment he stood before the visible swamp's entrance, the Ares thugs blocked his path, threatening to crush Hyun-woo if he dared to make an enemy of their guild. So-yeon's desperate warning flashed through our protagonist's mind like a premonition. But with these pests constantly buzzing in his ears, avoiding them was no longer an option. He scoffed, calling them out for being exactly the same as every other low-life bully. They always looked down on him with arrogant sneers, only to get beaten into the dirt, and the moment they realized they were outmatched, they would scream their guild's name like a magic shield. Rage twisted the hunter's face as he charged with his blade, but our hero didn't even flinch. He swatted the man down like a fly and strolled through the entrance without looking back. Hyun-woo stepped through the shimmering gate, and deep within the abyss, a monstrous presence awakened. As he ventured deeper into the darkness, the dungeon's master stirred, finally. Our protagonist stood face to face with the boss, the colossal mega alligator. Our hero recalled So-yeon's lecture about the beast's magic-resistant hide and the astronomical value of its teeth, and a greedy grin stretched across his face. Hyun-woo unleashed an instant, devastating blow. The impact knocked the mega alligator senseless, and just as he prepared to dismantle the beast, the terrified monster scrambled to flee. But our hero wasn't about to let his payday escape. His hand shot out, clamping onto the massive tail like an iron vice. Deciding to teach the boss monster a lesson in physics, he spun the behemoth around and hurled it into the cavern wall with a bone-shattering crash, reigniting the alligator's fury. Watching from the shadows, Shin Chun Gang observed the chaos. As the alligator leaped for a kill, magical chains suddenly erupted from the ground, binding our hero's legs tight. With Hyun-woo immobilized, the alligator's maw opened wide to swallow him whole, and Shin Chun Gang watched with a cruel smile, waiting for the inevitable crunch. However, milliseconds before the jaws snapped shut, Hyun-woo dropped low, and the beast sailed harmlessly over him, splashing into the swamp waters. Our hero stared at the glowing shackles in confusion until Shin Chun Gang emerged, boasting that these magic chains were the perfect tool to end his life. Hyun-woo looked up, utterly baffled by the sudden appearance of this random stranger. The assassin descended with silent grace, introducing himself as the Reaper sent by the Ares Guild to collect a debt of blood. Now, our hero understood he was facing a professional killer. Shin Chun Gang even praised the raw power Hyun-woo displayed when he tossed the alligator and one-shot the ogre. Yet, the assassin couldn't comprehend why his target remained so dangerously relaxed despite being trapped in the binding spell. Hyun-woo was genuinely confused, not understanding the chain's purpose, until he realized his body refused to obey his commands. Shin Chun Gang explained with a sneer that these were high-level magic chains, and only those with immense mana could hope to shatter them. Specifically, one would need magical power far surpassing a standard ranker to break free from such a curse. But since our protagonist had only recently emerged from the tower, he possessed zero magic power, yet even now, Hyun-woo just looked puzzled. Unable to see the danger, Shin Chun Gang grew frustrated, convinced that this arrogant brat was merely acting tough to fool him. He believed that, like everyone else, Hyun-woo was trembling inside, desperately planning a counterattack behind a mask of calm, but our protagonist was simply wondering what the fuss was about. The assassin drew his blade, the cold steel thirsting for blood as he prepared to execute his target. The sword descended in a lethal arc, but our hero simply raised his arm, blocking the strike with flesh and bone, forcing Shin Chun Gang to trigger the venom explosion. A massive blast shook the dungeon, burying the area in toxic smoke. The assassin smirked, certain of his victory, until the dust cleared to reveal Hyun-woo sitting there without a single scratch. Our hero looked unimpressed by the light show, while the assassin froze, his mind unable to process why his ultimate attack had failed. In that split second of hesitation, our hero moved, and the assassin's face was met with a fist that hit like a freight train. Shin Chun Gang was launched backward, slamming into a massive tree. Hyun-woo approached him casually, noting that he should have wrapped the chains physically tight if he wanted to stop raw muscle. The assassin gasped for air, his worldview shattering as he failed to comprehend the monster standing before him. Our hero realized Shin Chun Gang was confused and helpfully explained that the chains had simply snapped under the pressure of his movement. With a terrifying casualness, he kicked the tree, uprooting it entirely, and hoisted the massive timber into the air with the assassin still pinned to it. Our hero declared that those who come to kill must be prepared to die. Below them, the mega alligator floated peacefully, unaware that death was falling from the sky. Hyun-woo hurled the colossal tree into the swamp like a javelin, crushing both the assassin and the boss monster in one devastating impact. As he stood silently by the blood-red swamp, a blue system window materialized. He had proven his worth, and the lowest tier of forbidden information was now unlocked. Meanwhile, deep within the headquarters of the Ares Guild Management Department, Chongyong received the shocking report that his elite assassin had been neutralized. The assistant trembled as he explained that the tree Shin Chun Gang was pinned to had sunk into the swamp, and though unconfirmed, survival was statistically impossible. Chongyong theorized that the boss monster must have devoured him, but he couldn't wrap his head around how a man with 2 S-rank stats and 7 skills could simply vanish. The shame of seeing his elite assassin swatting down like a fly gnaws at Chungmong's pride. Meanwhile, Hyun-woo collapses onto his bed, desperate for a moment of peace. But rest is denied. His eyes snap open as a memory strikes him. A holographic blue screen materializes, displaying a destiny-altering invitation. You have been selected as a temporary guardian of the system. As confusion washes over him, the air feels heavier, charged with energy, yet the arcane symbols on the interface remain a total mystery. He had hoped this window would reveal the secrets of the tower. Instead, he is handed a riddle. Unsure what this guardian title truly entails, he glances at the clock. It is 9:30 at night. Yet the timestamp shows the invitation arrived hours ago, at 2 in the afternoon. Suddenly, the door creaks open. Shi-hyun steps in, but Hyun-woo halts him with a sharp command. It is the perfect moment to test his new observer skill. He focuses his will, and Shi-hyun's status window flickers into existence, but it is blank. Authority level too low. The system mocks him with hidden stats. Useless piece of junk. Hyun-woo roars, cursing the heavens. Poor Shi-hyun stands frozen, utterly bewildered by his master's sudden outburst. Quickly, our hero masks his fury. Just talking to myself, he mutters, waving it off. His eyes lock onto his phone screen, watching the seconds tick away toward midnight. As the digits shift to 1200, he senses it. Even this garbage skill has triggered a shift in the fabric of reality. Determination sets in. Surely, after receiving a direct invitation, the system will finally reveal the truth behind this accursed tower. Click. Midnight strikes. Darkness swallows the room instantly. In the blink of an eye, the apartment vanishes, replaced by a void. Before him, a solitary desk emerges from the shadows. A girl sits there, radiating an otherworldly aura. "Welcome, Guardian," she intones. "I am Eve, your personal assistant." Her voice is smooth as silk. She introduces herself, vowing to remain by his side, binding her existence to his for as long as he draws breath. A spark of joy ignites in Hyun-woo's chest. Finally, a companion, but more importantly, a source of answers about his 12 years of hellish imprisonment. Silence stretches between them like a taut wire. Hyun-woo breaks it first. "So," he demands, "are you going to explain everything now?" Eve tilts her head. Her expression is a mask of pure confusion. "Explain? Explain what?" His temper snaps. "Did you invite me here to play games?" he bellows. Eve remains unfazed. "I do not volunteer information," she states calmly. "I only answer what is asked." The realization hits him like a physical blow. She's a passive database, useless unless he asks the exact right questions. Fine. He leans in, eyes burning with the rage of a decade lost. "Who locked me in that tutorial tower?" "Access denied," Eve replies robotically. "Your authority level is insufficient. Raise your rank, and perhaps I can answer." A vein pops on Hyun-woo's forehead. It is the same useless loop, the same cryptic garbage the system window gave him. Gritting his teeth, he presses on. "If I raise my rank, will you actually tell me the culprit?" "I cannot confirm that," she chirps, "because your current authority level is too low to know what you can know." He switches tactics. "What is the tower exactly?" "Insufficient authority." "Why was it built?" "Insufficient authority." "Where did the monsters come from?" "Insufficient authority." That tears it. His patience evaporates. With a swift motion, he delivers a sharp knuckle sandwich to the top of her head. "Are you mocking me?" he screams, laughing like a madman. "Is this some kind of cosmic prank? Did you drag me here just to watch me suffer?" Rubbing her head, Eve pouts. "I told you. Your clearance is trashed here." Hyun-woo raises his fist for round 2, but Eve quickly interjects. "Wait, there is one thing I can disclose." He freezes. "You are a guardian," she explains. "And a guardian is one who defends." His eye twitches. "I know what the word means," he roars. "Give me something I can actually use." Eve flinches. "I can explain your duties," she offers quickly. "Your mission objectives starting now." Hyun-woo groans in frustration, but then the golden ticket appears. "Currently, you are merely a temporary guardian." Eve reveals, "Become an official guardian, and the secrets of the universe will be yours." His ears perk up, and the bait has been taken. "And just how," he asks, narrowing his eyes, "do I do that?" Eve summons a holographic map. 5 days from now," she intones, "a dimensional crevasse will rip open in your sector. You must descend into its abyss. At the deepest point lies a key. That key is the catalyst to evolve your authority. Seize it, and you become the true master." With a wave of her hand, energy envelops him, skill proficiencies skyrocket, and the world dissolves around him once more. The sensation of vertigo fades. He's back in his room. The system window glows ominously. Main quest: acquire the key. A grin spreads across his face. There is no hesitation. He will crush this dungeon, claim his throne, and rip the truth from the system's throat. The next day, the atmosphere is tense. A crevasse. His teammates exchange nervous glances. Why bring up such a nightmare now, Hyun-woo? Hyun-woo blinks, oblivious to the fear he has caused. Shi-hyun's face is pale. Brother, he whispers, a crevasse isn't just a dungeon, it is a calamity. Meanwhile, shadows gather at the Ares Guild. Guildmaster Hyun-woo trembles with suppressed rage. His elite hunter, humiliated by a nobody. Chun-young stands before him, head bowed low, the weight of his failure crushing his spirit. But Hyun-woo's voice drops to a lethal whisper. I do not blame you. He lies smoothly. Gather the entire force. If he breathes, and crush him until nothing remains. Sun-woo tosses a heavy stack of cash at you. His demand is cold and absolute. Bring me mercenaries deadlier than the last batch. I want the best. The message to the HR manager is crystal clear. Yu nods, understanding the assignment perfectly. Now, Sun-woo shifts his predatory gaze toward his next target, the Tyrant Guild. Meanwhile, in a separate building, the brutality continues. The Tyrant Guild of China is ruthlessly pulverizing the members of Ares. But as plans begin to derail, Sun-woo's patience snaps. Rage boils beneath his skin, piling up like a ticking time bomb. Elsewhere, greed takes over. Our protagonist's eyes practically turn into dollar signs seeing the 2 billion won ring. Wan Hyung explains that treasures like this are common loot within the labyrinth. Hyun-woo is puzzled. Labyrinth dungeon. To him, they sound like the same dangerous playground. His friends drop some lore. Dungeons give you raw materials, but labyrinths, that's where the ancient artifacts hide. And this ring is definitely an artifact. In dungeons, you scavenge spirit stones from monster corpses, but a labyrinth's treasure trove holds items with game-breaking abilities. Wan Hyung reveals the kicker the ring is enchanted. Our hero is awestruck. It's just like an RPG. And these items are leagues above standard hunter gear. He inspects the ring closer. Ding. The familiar blue system window materializes in midair. The system mocks him with a notification. You may read the item description if your skill allows it. He activates his special appraisal skill. The info board flickers to life, but it's useless. Every vital detail is redacted with question marks because his authority tier is rock bottom. Garbage skill, he scoffs at the useless ability. Frustrated, he decides to storm the labyrinth himself after wrapping up his main quest. He hands the ring back to Wan Hyung after double-checking that sweet price tag and turns his attention to something more important, the food menu. Our protagonist scans the list. A wicked grin spreads across his face. I'll take everything. The table goes silent in shock, but Wan Hyung, the rich mood maker, laughs it off. Order whatever you want. Suddenly, Hyun-woo drops a serious question. What exactly is a crevasse? The atmosphere shifts. He learns the terrifying truth. A crevasse isn't just a crack in the ground, it's when the earth splits open and hell itself vomits countless monsters onto the surface. Si-eun grimly explains, China, Germany, they have all suffered it. They call it the Hell Gate for a reason. Hyun-woo frowns, because Eve mentioned it so casually before. He thought it was just another Tuesday in the hunter world, but now, the reality sinks in. A chill runs down his spine. What happens if a Hell Gate opens right here in Korea? A heavy silence falls over the group. Soo-hyun breaks the tension with a dark fact. Even a lowly C-rank crevasse. It turns the land into a barren wasteland where nothing can grow. The major guilds would step in, sure. But the Ares Guild, they just send a few sacrificial pawns to save face and pretend to help. Our protagonist leans back, breaking the mood. Eat up, guys. We rest for 4 days. 4 days, why? He offers only a mysterious smile. You'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile, chaos strikes Gimpo International Airport. The floor beneath the travelers begins to tremble. People scream, earthquake, and scramble for the exits. But then, the ground tears apart. Deep in the shadows, a robed subordinate approaches his master. My lord, the 9th floor has awakened. The master's voice is smooth like velvet. And what of our protagonist? He remains dormant. For now. But not for long, the subordinate adds. He will soon awaken and claim his official title. The master smiles. The timing is exquisite. He can't wait to see the chaos unfold. Back at the airport, panic reigns. The earth groans and shakes violently. Thousands of civilians trample each other to escape the crumbling terminal. Infernos erupt, devouring the infrastructure. Breaking news flashes across the country. Immediate evacuation. All citizens within 5 kilometers. Run. Emergency lockdown initiated. Hunters from the association flood the scene, desperate to hold the line. It's a nightmare scenario. Monsters pour out of the crevasse like a tidal wave of death. Trapped within the lockdown. The hunters draw their weapons for a last stand. The rookies are trembling. A colossal, ferocious beast circles them, drooling for fresh meat. Stand your ground, the squad leader roars. Fear means death. He dives in, flash. He activates his bind skill, shielding his teammate, and cleaves the monster in two with a single strike. The rookie freezes, mind racing. Focus, the leader barks. Think later, fight now. The hunters regroup, but the situation is grim. Damn it, the numbers are overwhelming. For every beast they kill, 2 more take its place. The leader hacks and slashes through the horde, but deep down, he knows. They are slowly being surrounded by a wall of claws and teeth. The airport has become a slaughterhouse. If they don't do something drastic, everyone dies here. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over them. The hunters turn, and their blood runs cold. A giant skeleton, an A+ rank catastrophe, rises from the smoke. Weapons drop to the floor. Hope is extinguished. Against a monster of that caliber, resistance is suicide. The skeleton raises a club the size of a truck. A tanker raises his shield in a desperate attempt to block. Crash. It's useless. The impact sends him flying like a ragdoll. Smashing into a parked car, the skeletal giant stalks toward the fallen prey. The leader screams, "Get up, move." But the soldier lies still, unconscious. Boom. Suddenly, the skeleton's skull explodes into dust. A figure bursts through the monster's bones and lands perfectly amidst the chaos. The hunters gasp, eyes wide with shock. That coat, that presence. It's him, the advanced player Kim Hyun-woo has arrived. As the dust settles, a system notification rings in our hero's ears. To prove his worth, he has a new mission. Retrieve the key hidden deep within the Gimpo airport crevasse. The clock is ticking down mercilessly. Only 22 minutes and 32 seconds remain. Hyun-woo must ascend into the abyss of the airport immediately. The bystanders freeze in stunned silence. Witnessing the impossible, he just shattered that skeleton warlord in a single breath. But there is no time to pose. He barks a sharp warning to the civilians about the shadows looming behind them. A massive horde approaches. Since the sheer number of monsters is overwhelming, he decides to clear the path himself. With godlike strength, he hoists the giant bone hammer. He hurls it like a missile, crushing the monster wave into absolute paste. The survivors stare, their eyes wide with disbelief at this display of raw, absolute power. Hope ignites in their chests. With this high-level player holding the line, they might just survive until the reinforcements arrive. However, reality hits hard. Hyun-woo sprints away immediately. He has his own mission to complete and cannot linger. Their jaws hit the floor as their savior vanishes into the distance. Forced into a corner, they prepare for a desperate last stand. "Why is he leaving us?" one cries out in despair. The endless tide of beasts is closing in, and their stamina is hitting rock bottom. They have been fighting for what feels like an eternity. Every muscle screams in agony against the overwhelming odds. Only the fear of losing the innocent people inside fuels their broken bodies. They must hold the line until help comes. Suddenly, a blade flashes. Kim Sa-yeon of the Soul Guild descends from above, slicing through the enemy lines. Reinforcements have arrived. Lee Seo-an of the Aura Guild and Han Seo-an of the Goguryeo Guild join the fray. The tide has finally turned. "Where is that man?" Seo-an demands. A survivor points toward the abyss. He went straight for the Karavas core. The command is given, advance. The hunters launch a counteroffensive with renewed fury under Seo-kwan's orders. The winged beasts dive-bomb the formation, but they are no match for these elite warriors. Si-hyun dances through the battlefield, slaughtering foes, while Seo-yeon incinerates them with devastating lightning strikes. Steel meets flesh in a symphony of destruction. The hunters are reclaiming the airport with everything they have. Meanwhile, Hyun-woo carves a bloody path to the entrance of the Karavas core. A deep, dark cavern awaits him. It seems this is the tunnel the monsters use to invade the surface world. He needs a way down, fast. His eyes lock onto a wrecked car door. Perfect. He rips it off to use as both a shield and a sled. He surfs down the tunnel, crashing through obstacles and monsters alike. He plummets toward the dungeon's heart. He sticks the landing, touching down atop a gruesome mountain of corpses he created during his descent. From the shadows, a menacing aura emerges, A towering crimson giant steps forward, the dungeon key hanging from its neck. "That is my ticket," Hyun-woo smirks. He charges in with confidence, but the monster is faster than it looks. Wham! Pain explodes in his side. Before he can process the shock, a second heavy blow sends him reeling. He barely dodges the next attack and counters with a slam, but the beast shrugs it off, cursing him in a demonic tongue. It blocks Hyun-woo's strikes effortlessly and hurls him back like a ragdoll. This is not just a mob, it is a boss. Its strength is on a completely different level from the trash outside. Hyun-woo sighs. He didn't want to do this. It is time to unleash the martial arts skill he swore to seal away forever. Memories of the tutorial tower flood back. The days he lay broken, dreaming of the enlightenment needed to escape that hell. He threw himself at monsters with reckless abandon, slowly forging his body into a weapon. That was the birth of his style. It was the kind of training you only see in movies or read about in cheesy web novels. Logic didn't matter. Only one thought consumed him. If I become a master, I will be the greatest. At first, his movements were clumsy imitations, useless flailing in the face of death. But after clearing the hellish tower hundreds of times, those useless movements evolved. His stats turned fantasy into lethal reality. This is the dark history he wanted to bury. The cringeworthy techniques of his past. Instant killing punch. He roars the technique name and drives his fist into the crimson giant with earth-shattering force. The monster disintegrates. Hyun-woo looks around frantically. Thank God no one heard him shout that embarrassment of a skill name. A system window pops up, Crimson Demon Archer defeated. His stats are evolving once again. A new notification chimes, you have been invited to become a guardian. He has only one day to decide his fate. But he isn't as alone as he thinks. A drone buzzes overhead, broadcasting the entire fight to the world. In the Ares Guild control room, the branch manager watches the screen. That trash and A-rank impossible. Despite the evidence of raw power, the manager sneers. He's just a magicless loser in a tracksuit. Denial runs deep. He issued a cold command to Manager Yu, ordering him to release every scrap of data he had gathered the instant it was ready. The following day, the Korean Hunter Association buzzed with activity as a grand ceremony began to honor the brave souls who defended Kreese against the monster wave. Yet, amidst the applause, our hero stood with unshakable arrogance, ignoring the whispers and insults thrown at his attitude. The host presented the award to Kim Hyun-woo, sneering at his cheap tracksuit and suggesting he buy proper clothes, but the protagonist simply scoffed, advising the man not to concern himself with the lion's appearance. The crowd jeered at his unparalleled arrogance, leaving the host seething with rage. But in a flash, Hyun-woo snatched his rewards and walked off without a shred of hesitation, fueling their fury even further. Meanwhile, deep within the outskirts of Beijing, China, the dark silhouette of the Tyrant Guild's supreme ruler castle loomed over the land. Inside, a mysterious woman, marked by a sinister skull tattoo on her back, analyzed the combat footage of Hyun-woo with intense focus. Her eyes widened in shock the moment she saw his signature stance, and she immediately demanded his name from her trembling assistant. Hearing the name, she issued a chilling command to dig up everything. Every shadow and footstep from his past must be uncovered. Moments later, a subordinate reported on the YAWNED Guild subjugation, confirming they had successfully seized control of every major dungeon in the south. However, there was a complication. One of their executives had been abducted, and all signs pointed toward the Ares Guild, enemies they had clashed with before. Disgust filled the woman's gaze, for she had no patience for weakness at the hands of mere insects like Ares, and she declared coldly that if the executive could not escape on their own, there was no place left for them in her guild. Her patience wearing thin, she ordered them to accelerate the takeover, annoyed that they were struggling to conquer a single dungeon. Back in Korea, Hyun-woo's friends broke the news that he had become an overnight sensation. He scanned the terrible headlines, noting that the vultures of the press hadn't changed in 12 years, though his friends argued the reporters were justified given his rude exit and ridiculous tracksuit. But their words fell on deaf ears, as the hero mentioned an urgent appointment and turned to leave. Seo-yeon watched him go, her heart heavy with worry over the countless enemies he was making. They discussed the mounting conflict with Ares in the media storm, fearful because he had only just returned from the tower. Yet, one friend smirked, insisting there was no need for fear after all. Hyun-woo was a monster in human skin. Meanwhile, the hero accepted a summons from the system. In a blink, space warped, and he teleported into the void. His assistant, Eve, offered a polite greeting before taking her seat directly across from him. Hyun-woo wasted no time, demanding to know if his information authority had risen, only to learn it had merely shifted from the lowest tier to low tier. Rage flared in his eyes and he snapped at her, but Eve remained professional, simply delivering the information she was programmed to give. The silver-haired administrator calmed the storm, explaining that as an official guardian, he could obtain anything he desired simply by completing his missions. His mandate was simple yet brutal. He had been appointed to stop the climbers from ascending the tower. The hero mistook this for the tutorial tower, but Eve corrected him. This was the real deal, a structure of 12 floors, and Earth was one of them. His duty was absolute. He had to protect the 9th floor of the 12, which was Earth itself. Despair washed over him as he questioned his cursed existence, shouting that he was sick of endless fighting, while Eve warned that failure meant the destruction of his world. Eve shook her head, trying to de-escalate the situation, stammering that she never intended to silence him, only to explain the gravity of his role. Hyun-woo's face went pale as he stared up at the digital sky, demanding she speak clearly and tell him exactly what was required. Eve looked down, flustered, thinking that as the system administrator of the 9th floor, she should be intimidating, yet this human was overwhelming her. She anxiously called out his name, but froze when he repeated hers with such intensity. Gathering her courage, she pleaded with him not to be angry, explaining that he was chosen as the guardian for his own benefit, to help him grow stronger. She tried to entice him with power, revealing that every climber he stopped would count as a contribution, showering him with legendary rewards. Hyun-woo stared into her soul and asked a simple question to find the bastard who trapped him in the tutorial tower. What level of authority did he need? Eve hesitated before answering that it would require him to unlock high-tier information authority to access such forbidden knowledge. A cold light returned to Hyun-woo's eyes as he asked if slaughtering the invading climbers would raise his tier. After she nodded, he demanded a number, but Eve wavered, explaining it was difficult to calculate since climbers had their own rankings, and she estimated that roughly 5 high-ranked climbers would be enough to grant him the authority he sought. Hyun-woo needed a benchmark, so he asked for the rank of the Crimson Demon Archer he had recently butchered. Eve revealed the shocking truth that monster was merely a low-ranked climber, and Hyun-woo nodded slowly, finally understanding the bloody path that lay ahead. Hyun-woo sat in his apartment, glaring at the translucent blue status window floating before him. The system claimed the Earth was now a tower, and he was its savior. What absolute nonsense. He scoffed, deciding he wasn't going to waste a single brain cell trying to decipher these cosmic riddles. Instead, he focused on the only mission that mattered, hunting down the bastards who locked him in here. If he had to crush every high-ranking climber to get answers, so be it. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by his phone ringing. It was Seo-yeon. Her voice trembled with panic on the other end, screaming at him to turn on his television immediately. The screen flickered to life, and there it was, Hyun-woo's face plastered across every major news channel. The hero of the Crest Crisis was now being branded a cold-blooded murderer of an Ares Guild member. Public opinion had flipped in a heartbeat. A cold, dry laugh escaped Hyun-woo's lips as he watched the report. "What kind of third-rate drama script is this?" he muttered, lounging in his Mokdong apartment while his phone buzzed incessantly like a swarm of angry hornets. On the line, Seo-yeon let out a frustrated shriek, demanding an explanation for who could have orchestrated this catastrophe. She mocked him, calling him a superstar celebrity just because he had finally emerged from the tower after 12 long years of isolation. She listed his recent history only days ago. He was the godlike entity who cleared the Crest Crisis solo, monitored by every nation on Earth, and now he was public enemy number 1. Her anxiety was palpable. She admitted she had been terrified ever since he mentioned his friction with the powerful Ares Guild. Hyun-woo rolled his eyes, telling her to chill out. Of course, telling a panicked woman to relax only poured oil on the fire of Seo-yeon's rage. It felt strangely domestic, like getting nagged by a wife, which was absurd, considering he didn't remember ever having a girlfriend, let alone a spouse. A smirk tugged at this corner of his mouth as he teased her. "You care so much. Do you have a crush on me?" "If I am right," he continued, "you should just be honest and confess your undying love already." And silence followed. Then, the sound of a slow, terrifying breath. Her voice dropped an octave, promising to fry him to a crisp with high-voltage lightning if he ever cracked a joke like that again. Hyun-woo laughed awkwardly, sensing genuine danger. He wisely decided to change the subject before he actually got electrocuted over the phone. Just then, Si-hyun rushed into the room, shoving a phone in his face. It was overflowing with missed calls from the Hunter Association, a sight he had never witnessed before. I have never seen them this desperate. Si-hyun gasped, clearly rattled by the scale of the situation. He pointed to the holographic status board. Kim Hyun-woo was trending at first place on the search rankings again, but for all the wrong reasons. Si-hyun read aloud a trashy article claiming Hyun-woo and his 3 guild leaders were psychopaths with murder tendencies. His eyes turned red with sheer indignation. Hyun-woo gestured for him to calm down, but Si-hyun couldn't believe it. How could his leader be so nonchalant when their reputations were being dragged through the mud? Ignoring the panic, Hyun-woo turned to Seo-yeon. "Did you arrange the reporters like I asked?" Both his allies looked at him with trembling eyes, asking if he was actually prepared. Hyun-woo just looked amused that they thought he would walk into a lion's den without a weapon. Seo-yeon grabbed his arm, begging, "Please, do not beat up the reporters. And for the love of God, do not announce you are going to annihilate the Ares Guild on live TV." Hyun-woo looked at them with feigned hurt. "Is that really the kind of person you think I am?" Meanwhile, in the opulent office of the Ares Guild, the guild leader demanded an update on the situation. The HR manager bowed, reporting with a sinister grin that Hyun-woo's face was plastered everywhere as a villain. Public opinion had been successfully manipulated. It was checkmate. The leader narrowed his eyes. He needed to stay one step ahead to ensure this pest was crushed completely. He marveled at how Hyun-woo had achieved the impossible inside the tower. But in the end, that strength would be his undoing. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Back in Mokdong, the press conference was a zoo. Yet, Hyun-woo sat on the stage with the arrogance of a king, unfazed by the flashing cameras and aggressive questions about the attack. He tapped the microphone, letting out a heavy sigh. "This is my first press conference," he announced lazily, "so I'm just going to do this my way." He pointed a finger at the crowd. "You," asked the first question. The reporter stammered, asking how he was feeling. Hyun-woo didn't blink. "I feel like absolute crap." Another reporter cut to the chase. "Did you actually kill the Ares Guild member, yes or no?" Hyun-woo nodded slowly, silencing the room. "Judge me all you want, but before you write your headlines, listen to this." "I do not know why they targeted me," he said coolly. "Maybe it is because I rejected the Ares Guild's recruitment offer." He pressed play on his device. A scratchy voice filled the hall, the voice of the dead man confessing he was an assassin sent by Ares to eliminate Kim Hyun-woo. The audio captured the sounds of a fierce clash, then cut off abruptly right before the kill. The room went dead silent. The reporters were stunned. Hyun-woo leaned into the mic, his eyes cold. "I know Ares tipped you all off to come here today. I went to the swamp to hunt a boss monster. That man followed me to his death." "Fake you forged that recording," a reporter shouted. Hyun-woo reached into his pocket and slammed a second phone onto the table. "This belonged to the assassin I killed in the swamp. It is locked, so I have not seen what is inside," he said with a predator's grin. "But if we hand this over to the police right now, the truth will finally come out." Hyun-woo delivered his ultimatum with cold precision, claiming his hand was forced by the assassin seeking his life. As a rookie fresh from the tower's hell, he simply relied on his survival instincts to kill or be killed. Yet, fate played a cruel joke. The assassin entangled himself with the dungeon's calamity, the mega alligator, sealing his own doom. The press erupted into chaos, hurling accusations like daggers. They claimed it was a confession of murder. Hyun-woo remained ice cold. Countering that in the heat of battle, a single slip meant death. He subtly shifted the narrative, invoking the dark, looming reputation of the Ares Guild. That fear was why he remained silent, never expecting the situation to spiral into such madness. As the cameras flashed one last time, Hyun-woo stepped back, watching the web of lies and articles about Ares spread like wildfire. Within the Ares headquarters, the guild leader exploded in rage, smashing everything in sight over Hyun-woo's audacity. Then, manic laughter bubbled up from his throat. He mocked Hyun-woo as an ignorant fool, swearing to crush him beneath his heel. Once away from the spotlight, his loyal companions trailed behind Hyun-woo. Si-hyun couldn't hold back, demanding to know how Hyun-woo predicted the future enough to record everything perfectly. Seo-yeon admitted her heart nearly stopped when he produced the assassin's phone, wiping away all her fears in an instant. A sly smirk tugged at Hyun-woo's lips as he revealed the truth: he never had the assassin's phone. The group froze, staring at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sheer gamble he took on live television. He flashed the device casually. It wasn't evidence, but merely a spare phone belonging to Si-hyun. He explained that he heeded their warnings about the Ares Guild's treachery, recording everything just in case a weapon was needed. Seo-yeon's anxiety returned. her voice trembling as she asked what would have happened if the reporters demanded proof. Hyun-woo's gaze was steady. He knew exactly who they were dealing with. Before any authorities could touch it, Aries would have intervened. It was a calculated bluff to warn them to back off. Seo-yeon finally laughed, realizing that Hyun-woo's terrifying calculation made him look undeniably cool. The Aries Guild, a titan with roots in America, held the Korean peninsula in a chokehold with its monopoly on dungeons. Hyun-woo waited in the silence, calculating the guild's inevitable retaliation. Knowing the stakes were lethal, Hyun-woo sent Si-hun away, choosing to walk the path of danger alone under the night sky. His friend retreated, trusting that Hyun-woo was a predator who didn't need protection. It didn't take long. Shadows coalesced into form as cloaked assassins from Ares surrounded him. Hyun-woo didn't flinch, telling them he'd been expecting guests. The leader barked an order, "Come with us." Realizing the big fish were biting, Hyun-woo asked what the penalty for refusal was. The answer was simple brute force. A mocking smile was his only reply, igniting their fury as they rushed him all at once. He stood like an immovable mountain. Their blades danced, yet not a single scratch marred his skin. Terror began to replace their confidence as they realized their attacks were shattering against his overwhelming defense. Then, the counterattack began. With surgical precision, Hyun-woo dismantled them until only one man remained. Groveling in the dirt for mercy, Hyun-woo granted him a temporary reprieve, commanding the trembling soul to lead him straight to the lion's den. Meanwhile, in the desolate outskirts of Gwangju, guards chatted idly while protecting a secret underground fortress. One guard scoffed, complaining about the exorbitant fortune the guild wasted on such a hidden facility. His partner snapped back, reminding him that this very fortress was the only thing shielding their wretched lives from the law. Their gossip turned to the day's catch. A high-profile target named Hyun-woo was being dragged in. The first guard sneered, recalling the arrogant face he'd seen plastered across every news screen. He laughed, confident that all they needed to do was drag the boy in and teach him a painful lesson in respect. His partner grinned maliciously, eager to test out their newest torture instruments on fresh meat. A thunderous crash silenced them. Hyun-woo stood there, dragging the broken bodies of their comrades like trash. After decimating the outer guards with brutal efficiency, Hyun-woo finally grabbed the attention of the bunker's commander. The remaining elite guards scrambled, forming a defensive wall in front of the elevator, weapons drawn. Hyun-woo strolled in as if inspecting a new home, casually asking how much gold they burned to build this tomb. The suit-clad leader stepped forward, demanding his identity. Hyun-woo's eyes glowed with killing intent. "I am the Grim Reaper, here to collect your souls." Deep within the shadows of an unknown dungeon, a pink-haired girl sat broken and bruised, surrounded by a pack of wolves in human skin. The ruthless guildmaster of Ares loomed over Ari, sneering that she should value her life and start talking, especially since the guild had left her to rot. He pressed her again, desperate for weaknesses and inside intel, but she simply looked up and offered a defiant, bloody smile. His patience snapped, and the leader barked an order for his minions to drag her back and break her spirit with more torture. One of the thugs stepped forward, suggesting they just end her life right there, but the leader gave a cold, heartless shrug, declaring he didn't care if she lived or died. Suddenly, boom! The heavy steel door was ripped from its hinges as Hyun-woo stormed into the room. He scanned the area for the man who invited him. Then his eyes landed on the bound girl. With a mockingly sad expression, he apologized for interrupting their little party. The Ares leader froze, stunned by the intrusion, and demanded to know what happened to his security team. Hyun-woo smirked, replying that they were all taking a nice long nap outside. He then held up two fingers, offering a choice talk like civilized men, or get beaten into a bloody pulp. Panic seized the Ares leader. He scrambled out of the bunker, his eyes widening in horror as he saw his entire army lying unconscious on the ground. A masked assassin tried to ambush Hyun-woo from the shadows, but the hero caught him midair and sent him flying with a devastating kick. As the assassin groaned in agony, the leader looked around in disbelief. Hyun-woo stared him down, reminding him that he only came because he received an invitation. The atmosphere grew heavy. Hyun-woo's voice dropped an octave as he complained about their hostility, warning that his patience was wearing thin. The leader stared, his mind racing. His guards were all A-rank hunters, yet they had been dismantled instantly. Meanwhile, the killers sent for Hyun-woo were nearly A-rank themselves. The terrifying truth hit him like a lightning bolt. He realized he had severely underestimated Hyun-woo. When he heard about the solo rift clear, He assumed it was just beginner's luck against a weak boss, but he was dead wrong. Standing before him was a bona fide S-rank monster. And not just any S-rank, but a high-tier powerhouse. The leader frantically calculated his odds, realizing his mid-tier S-rank gear stood no chance in a real fight. Hyun-woo shattered his train of thought, barking at him to hurry up and choose between talking or dying. The leader's survival instinct kicked in. He lunged forward cursing, but stopped dead in his tracks, took a deep breath, and wisely decided that negotiation was the only way to survive. The air was thick with tension as the two predators sat opposite each other at a round table. The leader sweated, realizing he still needed intel on other guilds. Until he figured out the true depth of Hyun-woo's power, he had to tread carefully on thin ice. Hyun-woo didn't blink. He stared straight into the leader's soul and demanded compensation. The guildmaster looked at him, completely dumbfounded. Hyun-woo listed his grievances, demanding payment for every headache the Ares Guild caused, from sending assassins to trying to murder him, and even using the news channels to spread lies and fear about him. His eyes glowed with intensity as he added that he never forgets a grudge. The leader asked for the price. Hyun-woo smiled a devilish smile, demanding 10 million won and ownership of their low-level dungeons. The shock wore off, replaced by fury. The leader slammed his fist on the table, screaming that the demands were absolutely ridiculous. But Hyun-woo leaned back calmly, arguing it was a small price to pay considering they were the ones who started this war. The leader cursed internally. He could afford the 10 million won, but handing over the dungeons meant giving up their territory and their future recruits. Seeing the hesitation, Hyun-woo added another 5,000 won penalty for the slow reaction. The leader forced himself to calm down, trying a different tactic. He smoothed his voice, suggesting that if money was what Hyun-woo wanted, their contract could offer him a fortune far beyond his wildest dreams. He continued, practically begging, saying that if Hyun-woo joined the Ares Guild today, he would have the world at his feet. He promised every desire would be fulfilled, arguing it was better to share the profits than to make an enemy of a powerful guild. Hyun-woo laughed in his face. He mocked their attempt to change the subject, pointing out how the guild acted like royalty but indulged in filthy acts like torturing girls in basements. He ended with a cold declaration he didn't care about their trash proposal. The leader grit his teeth, secretly admiring the audacity. Hyun-woo stood up, his aura flaring. He gave the leader exactly 10 seconds to agree to the compensation, or he would slaughter him right there. Meanwhile, back at base, Si-hyun heard the door click. He assumed his partner was finally back and called out a welcome. He looked up from his phone and his jaw dropped. Hyun-woo had returned, carrying the pink-haired girl on his back. Si-hyun was startled and demanded an explanation. The girl, Kiyoma-moo, blinked open her eyes, realizing she was safe on the 9th floor. The scene shifts to the aftermath. Hyun-woo stood tall beside Si-hyun, the unconscious woman safe at their feet. Not only had he saved her, but he walked away with a massive reward, $11 million, rights to 4 dungeons, and a new ally. Si-hyun could only stare in wonder, asking himself how this hero managed to rob the legendary Hyun-woo blind and live to tell the tale. It is nothing but greed and a desperate thirst for control. However, Hyun-woo explains with chilling composure that Woo had no other option if he wished to survive this cruel world. Still skeptical, Si-hyun cast a sharp glance at the unconscious woman, wondering why on earth Hyun-woo would burden himself by bringing her along. Hyun-woo's answer is cold and pragmatic. She is a hostage, yes, but there is also a personal truth he needs to extract from her very soul. Si-hyun finds this reasoning strange, yet he senses the weight behind the words and wisely chooses to swallow his questions. A heavy silence hangs between them until Si-hyun recalls a critical detail. The dungeon bosses are scheduled to respawn this very day. Duty calls. He prepares to depart for the clearance, assuring the protagonist he can handle the slaughter. Hyun-woo simply nods, warning him to stay sharp. Left alone in the stillness, Hyun-woo's gaze drifts to the woman, locking onto a peculiar tattoo etched onto her skin. The pattern triggers a jarring memory. It eerily resembles a mask he once carved, a symbol carrying the heavy meaning of emptiness and total self-abandonment. This similarity unsettles him deep in his bones. Is this truly just a coincidence? He instantly pulls up her system status window name, Honglin, status, poisoned and unconscious. The data reveals nothing remarkable, yet his gut instinct screams that something is wrong. The invisible thread connecting them refuses to break. He decides to play the waiting game. He will watch over her until she wakes, and then he will drag the answers out into the light. Suddenly, Hyun-woo freezes. A bright crimson system alert materializes before his eyes. A new climber has begun their ascent on the 9th floor. Before he can even process the threat, a second notification flashes. It demands his presence as a guardian. Teleportation will commence in just 5 seconds. In a flash of light, our hero materializes before Eve, who summoned him in a panic. She warns him immediately someone significantly important is approaching rapidly. Hyun-woo demands to know the identity of this incoming climber, but Eve is bound by the system. She cannot reveal the details because his clearance level is pitifully low. Frustration boils over, bombarded by useless notifications and denied answers. Hyun-woo's patience snaps like a twig. He lunges at Eve with killing intent, but the fairy insists she is hiding nothing, pleading that she only summoned him to warn of a calamity far greater than he expects. Eve's voice trembles as she explains, "This new climber possesses power far exceeding anyone Hyun-woo has ever crossed blades with. He must prepare for war right now, or he will be crushed the moment the intruder arrives. The most critical step is to awaken his dormant magic skills immediately. Without them, death is certain." Hyun-woo narrows his eyes, asking if this foe is a high ranker. Eve shakes her head in terror. No. If a high ranker appeared here, it wouldn't just be a fight. It would mean the total annihilation of this world. She emphasizes the grim reality without magic. Hyun-woo would struggle to survive against even a middle-rank climber. He is currently outmatched. Gritting his teeth, the hero demands tactical intel. Where will the enemy spawn? Will another dimensional crevice tear open? Eve hesitates, biting her lip. She admits the system forbids her from speaking. The form and nature of a climber are dictated by their own strength and past legends. Seething with irritation, Hyun-woo realizes he is flying blind. He knows nothing, and he must face this encroaching darkness completely alone. In a fit of rage, he threatens Eve again. She protests, shrieking that he shouldn't bully the weak, and sarcastically questions how his parents raised him. But her angry outburst instantly morphs into cold guilt as the atmosphere in the room drops. The protagonist states flatly that his parents died in a car crash when he was just a child. Shaken to her core, Eve immediately stammers an apology, consumed by shame. Hyun-woo simply waves it off. He tells her it is ancient history, not worth a second thought. Watching his stoic reaction, Eve's gaze softens. Perhaps, beneath that ruthless temper and cold exterior, this human isn't such a monster after all. Meanwhile, at the Aron Guild's villa in Gwangjin-gu, chaos reigns. Kim Hyun-woo's voice thunders in frustration, shaking the very walls. He sits in the center of a glowing magic circle, veins popping with rage. The array meant to help him sense mana is useless. He starts to suspect this whole thing is a massive scam. Hearing his rampage, Hanarin panics. She screams at him not to break the circle. That formation cost a staggering 5 trillion won. Our guy freezes at the price tag, but doubt creeps in. He begins to wonder if he is simply one of the cursed few born completely without mana. But Hanarin, a master mage, insists that's impossible. She admits she has never seen a case like his where even with a concentration circle and her direct aid, the energy refuses to answer him. Just then, Shihan enters the room. He realizes that even after 4 agonizing days, the protagonist is still powerless. Hyun-woo glares, assuming his ally has come to mock his failure, but Shihan shakes his head, denying any ill intent. He explains that he only came to hand over a letter addressed specifically to Kim Hyun-woo. As he passes the envelope, he casually drops a bomb. It is from the Hunter Association's Guild Formation Council. He asks, intrigued, if our hero has finally founded his own guild. Hanarin's jaw drops. She stares in total shock, having no idea that Kim Hyun-woo had already established an organization. She excitedly demands to know when this happened. The hero explains that after conquering the dungeon, he decided he needed a platform to experiment with his grand ambitions. With a smirk, he proudly reveals the name Guardian, a title meaning the one who protects. Hanarin and Shihan exchange skeptical glances. They both agree silently a noble name like Guardian definitely does not fit his chaotic personality. Trying to dodge the subject, our hero shifts focus to the unconscious girl he rescued. Shihan reports that her condition remains unchanged stable, but deep in a coma. A shadow crosses the protagonist's face. He fears the worst. But Shihan quickly reassures him. The medical team confirmed it is merely severe shock, not life-threatening damage. However, Hyun-woo's frustration boils over again. Days spent meditating in the mana circle have yielded 0 results. I feel absolutely nothing, he roars, his patience wearing thin. Han Aaron ponders for a moment before offering a solution. Perhaps we should visit the specialist who can perform mana venting. Shiyun's eyes widen in realization. She is talking about the legendary Nakagawa Yasumi from Japan. Mana venting. The hero is baffled. Naren explains that the guild master of the Azanami Guild possesses a unique hidden art, a technique akin to magical acupuncture. It forcibly opens and stabilizes the spiritual circuits for hunters whose growth has stagnated. This technique is a miracle that allows them to ascend to the next rank. A spark of anticipation ignites in Hyun-woo's eyes. Finally, this could be the key to unlocking the dormant power he has been desperate to awaken. But his excitement crashes instantly when Naren mentions the location. Japan. The mere thought of international travel exhausts him. Ugh, I'm way too lazy to fly that far, he complains, his motivation vanishing. Meanwhile, chaos erupts in the Sugami district of Tokyo. An intermediate dungeon has turned into a slaughterhouse. Guildmaster Nakagawa Yasumi fights desperately, but the situation is critical. Her team screams for salvation as a monstrous enemy overwhelms their formation. Dodge now, she screams, as a cataclysmic shockwave tears through the battlefield. As the dust settles, a mysterious figure emerges from the destruction. The hunters freeze, paralyzed by absolute terror. Nakagawa trembles, staring into the abyss of his eyes. Who are you? The man smiles calmly. I go by many titles. The Climber, the Destroyer, the Devil. The atmosphere grows heavy as he reveals his true name, Chayanma. Suddenly, a system notification rings out. Ding. A new climber has breached the 9th floor through the Tokyo Passage. Oh. Hyun-woo freezes. The word climber strikes him like lightning. His lethargy evaporates instantly. Get the car, now, he commands, his voice dripping with urgency. He knows exactly what this means. Japan has just become a living hell. Reports begin to flood the news channels, massive casualties confirmed. Emergency evacuations are failing, and a mysterious entity is erasing the Sugami district from the map. As they speed towards the airport, a sliver of doubt creeps into Hyun-woo's heart. He still hasn't awakened his mana. Is he walking into his own grave? Behind the wheel, Shion is visibly confused by the sudden 180-degree turn in attitude. Just moments ago, his boss was too lazy to move, and now he is charging toward a war zone. Hyun-woo brushes it off. Plans changed. We're going. Shion pauses, sweat forming on his brow. Boss. Do you even have a passport? The hero freezes. He doesn't, but a fire burns in his eyes. Passport or not, nothing will stop him from reaching that climber. Inside the Japan Hunter Association, the atmosphere is suffocating. Officials gasp in shock as Nakagawa enters the room alive. Reports had already declared her dead at Chayanma's hands. She grimly explains that only a high-grade artifact saved her life, but the reality is bleak. Chayanma's power is absolute. Since the world believes the Guildmaster is dead, fear has taken root. No other hunters dare to step onto the battlefield. Even if the S-rank hunters united, they know the outcome would be total annihilation. Civilian death tolls are skyrocketing, and the association is helpless. But then, Nakagawa spots something on the surveillance monitor. A familiar figure walking calmly through the apocalypse. It is Hyun-woo. He stands alone, staring down the monster known as Chayanma. Hyun-woo attempts to scan the enemy, but the system glitches. Error. Skills cannot be used on a climber. He realizes this fight won't follow the laws of this world. This enemy radiates an ancient, blood-soaked aura unlike anything he has faced before. Without warning, Chayanma attacks. He swings his blade with earth-shattering force. Hyun-woo barely dodges, his eyes widening at the godlike speed of the strike. He steadies his breath, cursing the sudden assault, but before he can blink, the monster moves again. To the naked eye, it looks like a single, simple slash. But Hyun-woo's instincts scream the truth. That was dozens of layered strikes. A web of death designed to mince him in an instant. One mistake, one graze, and he will be torn into countless pieces. Adrenaline floods his veins. He analyzes Chayanma's rhythm, searching for a gap. I have to close the distance. If he hugs the enemy, that long blade becomes useless. Trusting his gut, Hyun-woo dives into the storm of steel. Hyun-woo charges in, forcefully closing the gap. Seeing the suicidal charge, Chanma pauses, a smirk playing on his lips, amused by this reckless audacity. Curiosity peaks within the absolute martial artist. On the lower floors, not a single soul dared to meet his gaze, let alone challenge him like this. Meanwhile, miles away from the chaos, the perspective shifts to the monitoring room where Nakagawa and Shihun watch with bated breath. Official reports confirm the dimensional crevasse manifested at exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Nakagawa explains, sweat beading on his brow, that the anomaly occurred too instantly. Their scanners are useless. They cannot measure the climber's skyrocketing power levels. Ji-hoon grips the console, recalling how Hyun-woo vanished from the airport the very second he touched down. As he stares at the screen showing Hyun-woo standing fearlessly near to the distortion, a chilling thought strikes him. Does this man possess a sixth sense for where the rifts will tear open? Back in the eye of the storm, our protagonist struggles to comprehend the sheer, crushing pressure radiating from his opponent. Is this even a skill? No. Chama declares with arrogant pride that his sword, his lightning, his very might, none of it comes from the artificial system used by weaklings. Every survival instinct in Hyun-woo's body screams at him to run, to dodge, to flee. Yet, his combat intellect overrides his fear. Retreating now would only widen the gap, giving the lightning god the range to annihilate him. So he digs his heels in, defying death. He grabs Chama by the collar, locking their bodies together in a desperate gambit. Hyun-woo unleashes the full weight of Overlord's might, but as the energy explodes, he questions if it even scratched this monster. Chama steadies his stance, and for a split second, his arrogant mask cracks, replaced by an expression of genuine respect. For the first time, he admits this ant isn't just amusing. He is truly remarkable. Hyun-woo's tenacity has forced him to draw out his true power, a feat no one has achieved since Chama first entered the tower. He bestows a title upon his foe. He calls Hyun-woo the Protector, acknowledging him as a warrior worthy of standing before the Absolute. But the pleasantries end now. Chama's aura flares like a supernova as he prepares the final execution. Hyun-woo reads the killing intent. He dashes forward, knowing that range equals death, determined to bridge the distance before the strike lands. Chama roars. He reveals why he is worshipped as the lightning god of the sky. His blade transforms into a blinding storm of pure electricity. The technique descends. Raijin's blade falls with the weight of the heavens. Ji-hoon watches in horror, his mind unable to process the destruction. The impact zone is utterly obliterated, erased from existence without a trace. The realization hits him cold. The entity fighting Hyun-woo isn't a climber. He is a calamity in human form. Dust settles. Chama's eyes widen. The rat is still standing. He admits that a godlike reaction speed saved the boy's life. In that fraction of a second, our hero gripped Chama's tunic and twisted his body, avoiding fatal damage by a hair's breadth. Suddenly, a foreign sensation floods Hyun-woo's veins. Blue arcs of lightning begin to crackle across his skin. Ding, the system activates. A legendary notification appears. Hyun-woo's mana has finally awakened. Violent external mana forces its way into his core, forcefully expanding his circuits. His power level skyrockets, leaving him reeling in confusion. Chama observes the transformation, eyes narrowing. He wonders if Heaven's luck will strike twice for this boy. In that moment of clarity, the puzzle pieces snap together for our protagonist. This fighting style, he has read about it in the ancient archives. This isn't a random climber. This is the legend, the heavenly demon. Chama, the one who reached the apex through pure martial might alone. Chama smiles, impressed that the boy still possesses the will to fight. Even after witnessing the Raijin's blade, the boy stands tall. Chama praises his courage, but warns him bravery without power is merely foolish pride. Hyun-woo grits his teeth and agrees. Against a monster of this caliber, victory is a statistical impossibility. However, the lightning that ravaged his body did more than burn him. It tore open his mana pathways, evolving his very foundation. Flashbacks flood his mind. The endless years trapped in the tower, where he simulated countless martial arts in solitary confinement. One technique always eluded him: the forbidden art of the heavenly demon. The divine art, the pinnacle of violence, said to crown its wielder as the strongest under the heavens. He realizes his mistake. Before, he was a blind man imitating a painting. He had no concept of mana flow or the internal engine required for the technique. He had merely aped the movements from books, a hollow shell mimicking the mythical Chanma without the soul of the art. But now Hyun-woo smiles. For 10 glorious seconds, Chanma has been his master, and now the student shall return the lesson. He channels every drop of his newly awakened mana, compressing it into a single singularity. He unleashes the fusion of styles, Overlord's divine kick. The impact is cataclysmic. Bone meets flesh in a thunderous collision. The system screen shatters the silence. Notification: you have defeated the climber. Chianma Wall performance points are raining down. But the story isn't over. A new window materializes. A mysterious system invitation beckons. Countdown: 10 days, 3 hours, 8 minutes, and 11 seconds. The scene shifts to the grand halls of the Imperial Castle. Within the sanctuary, Mi Ryong witnesses the aftermath of the battle. She recognizes the devastating energy of the Overlord's divine kick. Her body trembles, overwhelmed by a surge of emotion. The realization strikes her like lightning. The one who unleashed this technique is none other than her master, the very man who taught her the martial way and the only lord she ever truly served. Later, the war room buzzes with strategic discussions. Mi Ryong reviews the guild's conquest map. Only one territory remains defiant against their rule: the Eastern Dungeon, controlled by the stubborn Wang Guild. Once that territory falls, the Imperial Guild will dominate all of China. With absolute confidence, she declares that victory will be theirs within a month. To ensure perfection, Mi Ryong steps forward to lead the mission herself. A distant memory surfaces in her mind. It is the sacred vow she made to her liege long ago, to prepare a throne worthy of his glorious return. Determination burns in her eyes. She will fulfill that oath and reunite with her master at any cost. Meanwhile, the hero stands victorious over the Qianma. A chaotic swarm of reporters surrounds him, demanding the secrets of his power and his sudden arrival in Japan. He silences the mob with a cold glare. Si-hyun will explain everything, he says, dumping the burden on his shocked friend before vanishing. Later, Hyun-woo seeks refuge in a quiet room. People are so troublesome, he sighs. Suddenly, a young woman named Hong Rain bows before him, calling him her savior. Recognition flashes in his eyes. She is the captive he plucked from the clutches of the Ares Guild. She reveals her true identity: an executive of the Imperial Guild, captured during a failed dungeon conquest against their rivals. She endured unspeakable torture in captivity, surviving only until Hyun-woo's blade set her free. It is a tragic tale of suffering. Yet, Hyun-woo remains indifferent, his expression unreadable and cold to her past. His gaze lands on a tattoo etched into her shoulder. "What is that?" he asks. "The mark of the executive?" She replies with reverence. "Proof of our place beneath the heavens." She recites her guildmaster's creed. "No one stands above us, except the one known as the sky." Hearing those words, Hyun-woo freezes solid. "Stop," he yells, panic rising in his voice. Rain flinches, fearing she has offended her savior. But the hero is not angry at her. He is horrified by his own past. Those words, they are the same cringeworthy lines he recited long ago, a dark history he wanted to bury forever. The protagonist is dragged back to his memories of the tower, back when he foolishly believed martial arts were the path to enlightenment. He was drowning in his own dramatic fantasies, believing he was a warrior born of darkness and solitude. A persona completely stolen from web novels and anime, shame washes over him as he curses his old mindset. He realizes with horror that his embarrassing ramblings have become a sacred tattoo. His dark history is spreading. There is no doubt. The culprit is his former student. The true master of the Imperial Guild is the one responsible for this nightmare. Frustrated, he gives Rain a strict command. "Tell your master this. Never come looking for me again." Days later, having sent Rain back to China, Hyun-woo steps into the spotlight. He appears on the famous Hunter show hosted by Lee Ha-yang. The audience erupts. They instantly recognize the legendary hunter, Kim Hyun-woo. Watching the broadcast, Si-hyun is stunned. Why would a man who hates fame go on TV? The protagonist's actions remain a mystery to him. On stage, Hyun-woo drops the bombshell. He is here to make a grand announcement. He has founded a new guild, and he is hunting for members to join his ranks. Si-hyun scoffs at the method, but the overwhelming flood of applications proves the hero right. Hyun-woo smirks, admitting he didn't expect such popularity. Si-hyun washes his hands of the mess. "Don't expect me to help with the paperwork," he warns. Hyun-woo simply accepts the condition. He begins the setup, summoning other guild masters to handle the menial labor. They are baffled that a legend would ask them to do basic chores. But the bribe is too good to resist. Access to his beginner dungeons. Someone dares to ask the real question. Why create a guild now? Money. He answers without hesitation. Raids pay well, but ownership pays better. Managing his own dungeon is simply good business. Si-hyun points out that he is already filthy rich, but for Hyun-woo, There is no such thing as enough. Well, the recruitment trials begin. Hunters line up by the hundreds, eager for a spot. But Hyun-woo is a tyrant. His standards are impossibly strict. He rejects a famous C-rank hunter instantly despite his record. The crowd gasps. I don't like his resume, is the only explanation. But Hyun-woo sees the truth in the status window. Stats mean nothing if the personality's trash. He needs luck and loyalty, not ego. Finally alone, Hyun-woo inspects his rewards, a new skill obtained from the defeated Cheon-ma. He dismissed it before, but now he realizes this power might just be useful after all. The system administrator, Eve, appeared with a victorious announcement. She congratulated him on his triumph and offered a rare reward, an evolution of his skills rather than a simple level up. But that wasn't the only surprise waiting for him. A brand new function had been integrated into his information authority, and the system's notification speed had reached a whole new level of efficiency. At first, our hero scoffed at the update. A personality check. What use is a feature like that? He muttered, completely unimpressed. However, fate had a way of proving him wrong. During the guild recruitment interviews, this seemingly useless skill became his ultimate weapon. The true nature of every applicant was laid bare before his eyes. Opportunist, sacrificial type, loyal to friends, the system revealed the darkness and light within their souls. A spark of excitement lit up his gaze. He accepted all three types immediately, relieved to finally hold a tool that could pierce through human deception. As long as they could fulfill their duties, nothing else mattered. After all, his goal was to sit back and let others do the heavy lifting while he enjoyed the rewards. Watching the lightning-fast interviews, Soo-hyun couldn't hide his concern. Is it really wise to recruit members this quickly? He asked, doubting the process. Hyun-woo simply shrugged with confident arrogance. I just picked the ones who won't run off with the guild funds. That is all I need. When asked about their combat potential, the main character revealed his shocking indifference. I didn't bother checking. I'll be the one annihilating the enemies anyway. As the conversation deepened, a realization struck Hyun-woo. Not a single applicant possessed the coveted S-rank status. Soo-hyun sighed, explaining the harsh reality of the hunter world. S-ranks are legends. There are only 5,000 of them across the entire globe. To our overpowered protagonist, that number sounded massive. But Soo-hyun clarified that reaching the top 200 was a feat reserved for the absolute gods of war. Curiosity piqued. Hyun-woo asked the darker question, what happens to the legends who vanish from the rankings? The answer was cold and absolute. They die. Hyun-woo's eyes widened. How could such titans fall so easily? They perish seeking the impossible, Soo-hyun whispered, hunting for ST plus grade artifacts deep within the hellish labyrinths. You see, every hunter faces a cruel wall, a natural limit where their human potential simply stops growing. Those forbidden artifacts are the only key to breaking those chains. But to grasp that power meant gambling their very lives. Countless hunters rot within the dungeons. Others descend into madness, slaughtering their own kind to steal the power they crave. That is the path of blood. The birth of monsters who are no longer heroes, but feared predators in human skin. They are branded as murderer hunters, Soo-hyun explained grimly. Once they cross that line, the system exiles them, and their names are erased from the Hall of Fame forever. The truth clicked into place for Hyun-woo. The assassins sent by the Ares Guild were exactly that filth who relied on slaughter to climb the ranks. Scum who used violence and treachery to seize what they could not earn. Later, Hyun-woo stood before the visible swamp, a beginner dungeon he had forcefully seized from the Ares Guild. Now his property, he decided to inspect his new domain personally. With a casual stretch, he announced his plan to the trembling staff. I'll just crush the regenerated boss and see how much gold this place really prints. The dungeon staff panicked, blocking his path. Sir, the ownership transfer isn't complete yet, they stammered, terrified of breaking protocol. He brushed past them like they were air. This place is mine now, he declared, stepping into the darkness, so I make the rules. Inside the damp corridors, his instincts screamed a warning. The shadows shifted, and a stranger stepped out to greet him with a twisted smile. The man bowed mockingly. The Ares Guild sent me, he confessed, but do not mistake me for one of their pathetic members. He spoke the name that made ordinary hunters tremble, Pandemonium. A brotherhood of butchers infamous for hunting their fellow awakened ones. They were a death squad of fallen S-rank legends. Mercenaries who sold their souls and blades for the highest bounty. Their reputation was written in blood. As the stranger listed their elite members, the air grew heavy with killing intent. One of them, a mage named Anna, bragged about the high rankers she had incinerated. But Hyun-woo just yawned. His blunt, mocking questions instantly ignited their fury. Anna cast a binding spell to crush him, but the negotiation was over. The mercenaries roared, rushing forward to tear him apart. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the depths of China, deep within the YAWNED Guild's secret underground metropolis. Meringue walked through the grandiose halls, her face a mask of boredom despite the dangerous territory. Standing in her way was the Asura demon Lee Dun, an S-class monster ranked 82nd in the world. His pride exploded at her indifference, and he struck with lethal force, but she dodged effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, she unleashed a devastating secret technique. She had no time for weaklings. Her heart beat only for one desire to reunite with her master. Before departing, she recalled his final command, "Do not come looking for me." It stung her soul that someone else had found him first, yet knowing he was out there gave her strength. Determination hardened her gaze like diamonds. She would prepare everything for the king's return. She vowed to conquer the world if necessary, all to lay the spoils of victory at her master's feet. Back in the present, Hyun-woo returned to the Iran Guild, but he wasn't alone. He dragged Anna behind him. The fallen S-rank mage from Pandemonium was now his prize. Han Aaron stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend why he dragged such a dangerous criminal back into their sanctuary. But our hero answers calmly, explaining that he slaughtered her comrades and dragged Anya back as a living trophy. Horror washes over Naren as she recognizes the insignia on the prisoner's gear. These weren't common thugs, they were Pandemonium, a nightmare squad of former S-rank hunters known for a 100% kill rate. Her mind reels, struggling to accept reality. How could Hyun-woo possibly annihilate such legendary monsters single-handedly? It defies all logic, especially considering his status window never displayed the power necessary to crush elite rankers. Even the protagonist admits the numbers don't add up. Yet, the blue system window glows with absolute truth, so he dismisses the anomaly with a shrug. Besides, asking Eve for answers is pointless. He chuckles, knowing the system administrator would only give the usual insufficient authority error message anyway. Turning to Naren, he waves off her concern. He explains that Anya is a creature of pure instinct. She values her breath more than her pride and will submit to anyone who holds her life in their hands. Trembling in terror, Anya falls to her knees. She pleads for her life, swearing she can craft artifacts and cast high-tier magic circles without even needing basic incantations. Hyun-woo narrows his eyes, summoning her status window. The glowing text confirms his suspicion. Her personality trait is listed as survivalist, satisfied that she won't bite the hand that feeds her. He decides to grant her a chance to be useful. Since she claims she doesn't need a catalyst, he tosses her a gift. It is a staff and robe, both radiating the overwhelming aura of S+ grade equipment, stripped from the corpse of her fallen ally. Naren freezes, her eyes widening as she hears the item rank. Did he just say S+? Items of that caliber are legendary treasures. Even the top-ranked hunters in the world would kill to possess just one, yet he hands them over like trash. Before the shock can subside, Hyun-woo issues his command. He orders Naren to keep a close watch on their new servant while he steps out to handle business. When she asks where he's going, a cold smile plays on his lips. He replies that he received a warm welcome, and it is only polite to return the favor with interest. Moments later, he stands before the fortress of the Ares Guild. The gatekeepers block his path, sneering that outsiders are forbidden from entering the sanctuary of the elite. Ignoring their arrogance, Hyun-woo speaks with chilling calm. He simply asks if their branch manager, Sun-woo, is present. He hoists his weapon, the rod named Justice, onto his shoulder. He announces he has a delivery for the manager, warning the guards not to cry when Justice breaks their bones. He is ready to repay the Ares Guild for their treachery, with eyes burning with killing intent. The hero charges into the lobby, swinging a weapon that looks like a ridiculous toy hammer, but the impact is anything but playful. Bodies are launched through the air like ragdolls, and panic erupts as elites are crushed by a squeaky mallet. Our protagonist laughs amidst the chaos. He mocks their weakness, declaring that anyone foolish enough to block his path should prepare to meet their maker. Terror spreads like a plague through the guild hall. A desperate messenger scrambles to warn branch manager Sun-woo that a madman is dismantling their entire force. High above in his office, Sun-woo is trapped between rage and terror. He watches the monitors in disbelief. If the world learns the mighty Ares Guild was humbled by a toy hammer, their reputation will crumble into dust. It is already too late. The news channels are broadcasting the humiliation live. They are calling it a national disgrace for the guild. Sweat pours down his face as he contemplates calling headquarters for backup, but his hand trembles over the phone. If he calls, he admits his incompetence. Before he can make the choice, the door bursts open, and Hyun-woo strolls in as if he owns the place. No words are wasted. The protagonist raises the bloodstained toy hammer, pointing it directly at the manager's face. He calmly reminds Sun-woo about the unsettled debt regarding the damage compensation. Then his voice drops to a growl. He asks if Sun-woo has a death wish, daring to send the butchers of pandemonium after him. Crushed by the overwhelming pressure, Sun-woo surrenders instantly, but when Hyun-woo demands 20 billion won as a settlement, the manager nearly chokes in disbelief. But he has no choice. Under the threat of annihilation, Sun-woo signs away the guild's fortune. Hyun-woo leaves him with a final, chilling warning: send assassins again, and next time, money won't be enough to save his life. To add insult to injury, our hero orders the manager to call ambulances for his own subordinates. He walks out, leaving absolute devastation in his wake. Left alone in the ruins of his office, Sun-woo screams in impotent rage. He cannot call headquarters without losing his position, but he cannot let this slide. Desperate measures are required. He resolves to fly to China and summon the Emperor Dragon, the 5th-ranked monster of the world, to crush this upstart once and for all. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor of the tower, a figure named Gui towers over a defeated guardian, claiming the city as his prize. The guardian crawls on the ground, begging for mercy, but Gui advances with cold, rhythmic steps, deaf to the creature's pleas. 1 step, 2 steps. The guardian wails in agony until the 5th step lands and silence falls. The entity is obliterated. Gui scoffs, disappointed that the 10-step boss fell in only 5. He orders his team to advance, treating the dungeon like a playground. Back in the real world, the internet is breaking. The footage of Hyun-woo's assault on Ares has gone viral. Breaking news flashes across every screen. Dozens of ambulances surround the Ares headquarters while videos of the Toy Hammer massacre flood social media. The public is in a frenzy. They mock the once great guild, laughing at how the elite were humbled by a child's toy. Rumors swirl that Ares will be forced to hand over their dungeon rights to our hero, but amidst the celebration, Shihan worries that this reckless violence might bring the law down upon them. Hyun-woo remains ice cold. He stares them down, declaring the guild struck first. This wasn't an attack, it was strictly self-defense. He brushes off the destruction as if it were nothing. Besides, a far more profitable venture awaits. He remembers the high-paying lecture for rookie hunters in Japan. With that kind of money on the line, he plans to attend regardless. The guild's complaints are just background noise to him now. In the middle of his lecture, the world freezes. A crimson system window flashes before his eyes. A new climber has breached the passage to the 9th floor. The countdown hits 0 in a heartbeat. The system issues its summons once again. He frowns, sensing an anomaly. Another climber so soon, he hasn't even received his authority upgrade after slaying Chama yet. Eve materializes to clarify. While his authority rank hasn't officially leveled up, the experience points are stacking in the background. She then offers a crucial piece of intel regarding this new threat. This invader isn't walking alone. They bring an entire entourage. Hyun-woo narrows his eyes. Is this another monster wave like the crevasse? Eve shakes her head. It's fundamentally different. Low tiers like Hongma merely attract chaotic beasts from the crevasse. The system spawns those monsters to accelerate the apocalypse. However, those summoned creatures were never true allies. Hyun-woo connects the dots. If they have actual companions, this approaching climber must be at least mid-tier or higher. Eve confirms his suspicion. It is indeed a mid-tier entity, but their power level is in a league of its own. Stronger than Chemma? He asks. Eve nods gravely. A predatory grin spreads across Hyun-woo's face. Devouring a soul that powerful is exactly what he needs to shatter his limits. The scene cuts to the Orange Guild headquarters. Crash Hyun-woo kicks the door open, the sudden noise making Naren jump out of her skin. She glares daggers at him, snapping that he's going to shatter the hinges one of these days if he keeps using his foot like a battering ram. Our hero just chuckles, claiming it was pure muscle memory. He waves off her anger, pivoting to the real reason he's here: a status check. Anya stammers her report. She is nearly finished reinforcing the magic circle. It will be stronger and more durable this time. Hyun-woo nods, acknowledging her hard work. But he has a crazier idea in mind. Your unique trait is spatial warp, he reminds her. Forget the barrier. Draw me a teleportation circle. Naren freezes. Her jaw drops as the realization hits. Anya possesses a legendary teleportation skill. Later, Naren confronts Anya. If you could warp space, why didn't you just teleport away when things got dangerous? Anya flinches, explaining frantically. Her mana alone isn't enough. She requires a magic circle as a catalyst. And besides, she never had the courage to run. Suddenly, a system warning blares. The climber has descended. Coordinates locked. The 9th floor has manifested in Germany. Noreen looks at the map, then at the hero. Where are you planning to warp to? Hyun-woo's eyes gleam with purpose. Germany. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Leipzig, the elite Schlosser Guild stands ready, facing down the entity known as Gwyer. An army of S-rank hunters encircles her. The guildmaster bellows his ultimatum: surrender now, and we might just let you live. Weir throws her head back and laughs. Their arrogance is delicious. Do they really think numbers matter to a god? The hunters are confident. No single entity, no matter how monstrous, can survive a bombardment from this many high rankers. But to Gwyer, their logic is nothing more than a pathetic joke. You have your little friends, she sneers, so I shall summon mine. She introduces herself as the avatar of terror, the sovereign of the eternal night. She is the void that swallows bravery. The commander of the Hyaki Yagyo, the mysterious god of chaos. Back in Korea, tension rises. Hyun-woo presses for an update. Anya is sweating bullets. She needs 5 more hours to stabilize the circle. Suddenly, Naren bursts into the room, pale as a ghost. It's a catastrophe. A massive crevasse has ripped open in Germany. The world governments are begging for reinforcements, and the news is spreading like wildfire. Hyun-woo checks his device. Every headline screams his name. They're painting him as Korea's savior, an international messiah. He scoffs, clicking his tongue. The media circus is already spinning tales of his heroism. It's annoying. Watching him, Naren silently questions, is he really doing this to save people, or is there something else driving him? Back in the chaos of Germany, Gwyer proposes a twisted game. She announces a time limit. She will remain in the city for exactly 24 hours. Kill me within the time limit, and I leave. She purrs, but until then, the slaughter continues. If they fail, she moves to the next city and wipes it off the map. The stakes couldn't be higher. The death toll is skyrocketing. 20,000 civilians dead or critically injured. The city is drowning in blood. The hunter casualties are horrific. 32 S ranks and 68 A ranks obliterated in an instant. This makes the Japan disaster look like a skirmish. The world's top rankers are refusing the call or failing to arrive. The local defense line has completely collapsed. Then, a breaking news banner flashes across every screen. The slayer of Cheonma, the Korean hunter Kim Hyun-woo, is en route. A fragile, desperate hope ignites in the hearts of the world. Hyun-woo stepped out of the spatial rift, arriving in Germany in the blink of an eye, marveling at the terrifying convenience of teleportation magic. The moment his boots hit the ground, he casually kicked aside a screeching trash mob, annoyed by the noise, his eyes scanning the ruins for a prey actually worth his time. Meanwhile, the internet exploded. Thousands of viewers flooded the live stream, the chat scrolling in a blur of shock and hype as news confirmed the hunter's arrival in Germany. The world watched with bated breath, barely able to believe that the legendary hero himself had descended to face the apocalypse head-on. A dark presence materialized before him, Gui, the catastrophe incarnate, sneering as she labeled him her very first challenger. Hyun-woo smirked, mocking her archaic speech patterns. Did only your mouth age, Grandma? To which Gui coldly retorted that he talked too much for a corpse. But Hyun-woo clicked his tongue, gazing at the decimated city. You turned this place into a graveyard, he spat. Do you plan to take responsibility for this mess? Gui burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the rubble. I cannot tell if you are incredibly arrogant, she mused, or just plain, not foolish. But the protagonist stood like an immovable mountain. Whatever I am, he replied coldly, is none of your damn business. Gui's amusement vanished instantly. You foolish, lowly climber, she hissed. I usually toy with my prey, but your insolence has signed your death warrant." Her eyes glinted with cruelty as she recalled, "Even the great dragon could only survive 5 of my steps. Another arrogant fool who claimed to be the world's strongest crumbled after 7. A sadistic smile stretched across her face as she prepared her stance. "Let us see just how long a bug like you can endure before popping." She took her first step. Boom! The entire city quaked, and Hyun-woo's instincts screamed in alarm. The mana in the atmosphere was twisting in unnatural ways. These were no ordinary footsteps. Each stride expanded, crushing the very fabric of space with overwhelming weight. He realized the truth instantly. The steps themselves were the weapon, and he had to stop her march. There was no time to hold back. Hyun-woo channeled every ounce of his strength, preparing to unleash his ultimate attack to counter the pressure, but she kept walking. Step 4, 5, 6. With every footfall, the gravity seemed to multiply, crushing down on him like a falling sky. Step 7. Hyun-woo's body shook violently as his own mana spiraled out of control. The crushing force was unbearable, as if his very muscles were being torn from his bones. Yet, his eyes burned with defiance. He refused to kneel, pushing forward against the crushing tide. Guai watched him with a twisted look of admiration. "You are sturdier than the last strongest fool," she praised. Step 8, 9, and then the 10th step landed. "Congratulations," she mocked softly. "You almost withstood 9 steps, but the 10th, the final impact crashed down like divine judgment." A torrent of destruction washed over Hyun-woo. He could feel his body screaming, threatening to disintegrate under the absolute force. The climber, Gui, stared in disbelief, genuinely shocked that a human could withstand the full brunt of her 10 steps technique. "Impressive," she admitted, "because your body absorbed the force. The surrounding destruction was minimized. Otherwise, this city would be dust. On the previous floor, a mere 5 steps were enough to obliterate an entire metropolis." Hyun-woo gritted his teeth, realizing Eve was right. This woman, this climber, she was in a league far beyond the heavenly demon, Cheon-ma. Goi assumed he was spent. "No energy left," she taunted. "Will you beg for mercy or await your death with dignity?" But Hyun-woo's eyes only held one desire: absolute destruction. Gui's smile faded, then returned as a maniacal laugh. You really are different from the trash I have crushed before." "Fine then." Her aura flared up, darker and more terrifying than before. "I will honor you with everything I have. Witness the true mana of the God of Chaos." As she began to channel her divine power, the air grew heavy, suffocating. Hyun-woo realized with a start this pressure was dimensions apart from the previous attack. The attack slammed into him. Pain seared through his nerves. But suddenly a blue window popped up. Mana expansion halted internally. The system had intervened. Durability stat has leveled up. His durability was already S rank, enough to survive the last hit. Now, with this level up, Hyun-woo grinned. He could definitely tank whatever she threw next. Ding, warning external mana forcibly breaching body. Mana is being forcibly awakened. A golden light enveloped him. Mana rank has increased. It was just like the battle with Cheon-ma. A savage grin spread across Hyun-woo's face. He knew exactly what to do. Memories flooded back his time in the tower, training under tens of thousands of masters, heroes from web novels, legends from anime. Mere fiction to some, but to Hyun-woo, they were real. They were the legends who forged him into a weapon. From them, he inherited the ultimate art, the technique of the destroyer. The very skill Asura used in the myths to halt the demon god. Hyun-woo focused, his aura exploding outwards. Behind him, a massive avatar began to manifest. Gui froze, her eyes widening in pure shock. 4 spectral arms materialized from the void. The god of chaos trembled. She had bitten off more than she could chew. She had to end this now. She desperately began her march. One bam, before her foot could even touch the ground. A massive spectral hand snatched her ankle midair. Panic set in. She tried to pivot for a second step, but another hand shot out, locking her other leg in an iron grip. Fury exploded within the god of chaos, but she wasn't finished. The 10-step extermination didn't reset just because she was held. The power was still stacking, waiting to be unleashed. She strained to force the next step, to complete the sequence. But Hyun-woo tightened his grip, his eyes glowing with ruthless determination. "I don't think so." She realizes her power has stagnated and seethes with rage that a mere mortal dares to stand against her. As she forces her fourth step, a deluge of chaotic energy crashes down upon our hero once more. The climber cackles, intoxicated by her own arrogance, convinced her overwhelming spiritual pressure is grinding our protagonist into dust. But as she takes the fifth step, laughing in premature triumph, Hyun-woo stomps on her foot. He looks her dead in the eye and sneers, telling her that her so-called power is even more pathetic than before. The god of chaos is struck dumb, rendered speechless by this defiance. Now, it is our hero's turn to demonstrate the true meaning of absolute power. He unleashes his signature martial arts nullifying fist. The climber freezes, her eyes widening in terror as she witnesses the sheer, unfathomable force manifesting right before her. With a single strike of the nullifying fist, our protagonist brings this foolish game to a violent end. As the chaotic energy backfires and rains down upon her, the mysterious god of chaos stands paralyzed in shock, watching her life force extinguished in a split second. Suddenly, a system window pops up. It congratulates Hyun-woo for capturing the mysterious god of chaos and immediately initiates a summons. Our hero is warped instantly to Eve's domain. She welcomes him with gratitude for defeating the deity, announcing that his information authority has leveled up from low to mid-low rank. Eve bows respectfully, explaining that she summoned our protagonist here specifically to brief him on his newfound privileges. Hyun-woo realizes this is the first time he has been summoned immediately after crushing a climber. It seems his assistant was desperate to share the good news without delay. Our protagonist notices the dimension itself has expanded. Eve explains that every time he conquers a climber and gains authority, her sanctuary evolves alongside his power. She further adds that his upgrade unlocks a special feature, the godlike ability to decorate and manipulate the environment itself. By simply visualizing an interior and pressing the interface button, our hero can reshape reality within this space to match his imagination. Our hero hits the button, and the room instantly morphs into the rugged terrain of the tower's first floor, leaving Eve breathless with wonder. He presses it again, and in a blink, the space reconstructs itself into the familiar comfort of his own personal room. Eve gazes around in fascination. Although she understands the system mechanics, she lacks the authority to wield this power of creation herself. It is her first time witnessing the architecture of the 9th floor. Our hero feels a pang of pity as she admits she has been trapped in this void since her creation, forced to sleep on a hard table when exhausted. Moving on to business, Eve explains that with his increased rank, his information access, notification speed, and entry skills have all been significantly buffed. Most importantly, this new entry skill allows our protagonist to breach this dimension once a day without needing an invitation from the system. This grants Hyun-woo a massive strategic advantage, allowing him to consult with Eve whenever he needs critical answers. Hyun-woo pulls up his status window to inspect the upgrades, but he frowns. The numbers on the screen are pitifully low compared to the godlike power he actually wields. With only mid-low authority, Eve can only offer a partial explanation for this anomaly. She reveals that the tower's mysterious creator placed a hard cap on the system to prevent any single entity from becoming too omnipotent within the tower. Therefore, the system can only record growth up to a specific threshold. However, this is merely a digital illusion. Our hero's physical body has long since transcended the system's ability to measure it. While the numbers on the screen remain frozen, the Guardian's true body continued to evolve without limit. Hyun-woo demands to know the exact margin of error between the system's display and his true destructive capacity, but his authority is still too weak for that answer. Changing tactics, he demands to know why he was imprisoned in the tower, but Eve seals her lips, unable to speak. Frustrated and desperate to grind for more authority, our protagonist asks when a high-tier climber will appear. Eve's expression darkens as she warns him the arrival of such a being would signal the end of the world. Meanwhile, at the YAWNED Guild headquarters in Shanghai, China, the terrifying Mia-young grips a subordinate by the throat, hoisting him into the air. She sighs with disappointment. She thought a high executive would offer some entertainment, but his strength is pathetic. He has become boring. Without a second thought, she hurls Hyun-chun off the skyscraper like a piece of trash and turns her cold gaze toward Chaeyoung. He trembles as he reports that he has prepared high-definition footage of our protagonist's legendary battle at the German crevasse. As Mia-yang watches the recording, her eyes lock onto the nullifying fist. Instantly, her killer aura vanishes, replaced by a flushed face and girlish giggles. She is ecstatic to see her master is just as magnificent as she remembered, and demands a status report on the guild's domination of the region. Her assistant bows, confirming that the Imperial Guild now directly controls over 92% of all dungeons, with the remainder held by puppet organizations under their command. They have achieved total dominion over China's dungeons. Hearing this, Miayang lets out a breath of relief. Her sacred vows to him are finally complete. Her mind drifts back to the bloody days of the past, remembering the time she spent training under her master inside the tower. Before they parted, she swore to carve out a throne for him at the very peak of the world. Now, with an empire at her feet, she knows the time has come to reunite with her god. Meanwhile, our hero reviews the lavish reward catalog sent by the German government, begging him to immigrate to their nation. Si-hyun scans the document: full tax exemption for life, a luxury mansion, a supercar, and a fully furnished guild headquarters. Seoku Hung scratches his head, finding these rewards even more eccentric than the Japanese offers, and asks about the legendary Chanma sword mentioned earlier. Seo Yan pouts, clearly upset that someone else claimed the reward instead of her. But our main character simply smiles, reminding her of the magic circle and the priceless artifact from the murderer hunter he already gifted her. However, Seo Yan's curiosity cannot be contained. She and her friends lean in, desperate to know why our protagonist roams the world, sealing rifts and stopping catastrophes. Hyun-woo's answer is simple yet terrifying. He has no grand cause. He simply revels in crushing the egos of arrogant weaklings who pretend to be strong. As he speaks, his mind drifts back to the beginning, the day the tutorial tower descended, dragging humanity into a nightmare of monsters and mayhem. Fate was cruel. He was forcibly summoned in the very first round, only to be trapped in that hellish dimension for 12 agonizing years. From the first floor to the 100th, he conquered the tower, not once, but over 1,000 times, shattering every record and every monster in his path. All his comrades eventually escaped, leaving him behind as the system forced him back to the start. Now, Hyun-woo burns with a single purpose: to find the truth behind his imprisonment. After clearing 3 major rifts, a notification finally chimes. His authority level has ascended from the lowest tier to mid-low. Progress is slow, but inevitable. His friends notice the shadow crossing his face and ask if something is wrong, but Hyun-woo just waves them off, masking his inner thoughts with a confident grin. 10 days after the defeat of the God of Chaos, the world is watching. The popular show Know Your Hunters goes live, featuring our hero as the special guest of the stunning host, Lee Hee-young. She grills him about his controversial statements from previous conferences. Unfazed, our hero looks into the camera and declares that he spoke nothing but the absolute truth. Lee Hee-young feeds off his confidence, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She pivots immediately to the topic everyone has been waiting for. The screen shifts to battle footage. The question on everyone's mind is simple. What are his unique skills? Hyun-woo shrugs nonchalantly. He reveals a shocking fact: he possesses no unique skills. Everything he uses is pure martial arts, forged through blood and sweat inside the tower. The studio erupts. The host announces that thanks to his revelation, the martial arts community is experiencing a legendary revival. Seizing the moment, she introduces 2 special guests, grandmasters of the martial arts world, invited to offer their wisdom. Our hero spins around, his eyes wide with genuine curiosity to meet these so-called masters. The masters puff out their chests, boasting of their blue dragon sword style. They claim their practical arts turn the human body into a lethal living weapon. Hyun-woo's expression darkens. He stomps his foot, the studio shaking with his annoyance. They are nothing but frauds using his fame to peddle their lies. He draws his blade, the steel humming in the air. He calls them out instantly, declaring they know nothing of the true essence of martial arts. He clarifies a harsh reality: martial arts didn't make him strong, he defines the martial arts. The cameras roll as he prepares to show them the difference between a fraud and a legend. He assumes a stance. The self-proclaimed masters freeze, their eyes bulging as they recognize the form. It is the true Dragon Strike stance. Hyun-woo commands the room. He tells the world to open their eyes and witness how a real sword is meant to be used. Suddenly, he recalls a technique from a web novel he once read. Deciding to test it, he swings his blade. A massive blue dragon ray erupts, blinding the crew and shocking the entire nation. Silence falls over the studio. He issues a final, bone-chilling warning: never use his name to sell their garbage again, for he is the only true pinnacle of strength. As our protagonist prepares to leave, A timid voice calls out from the computer desk. At first, he doesn't recognize the woman, her face altered by magic, and it is Anna. He asks if the job suits her. Trembling with fear, she stammers out a yes, terrified of the monster standing before her. Hyun-woo's gaze is cold. He admits he despises his enemies, but he spares her for one reason only: she is useful. To him, she is just another hunter now. Anna nods hesitantly, grateful for her life. Our hero reminds her to stay obedient. Betrayal or flight will result in immediate consequences. He orders her to report any information she finds, then turns his back and walks away, leaving a heavy silence in his wake. 10 days into her new life at the guild's accounts office, Anna finds the work manageable, though she questions her new reality. Suddenly, the fax machine buzzes a report on dungeon transfer issues has arrived. Meanwhile, at Incheon Airport, tension fills the air. Cheon-myung warns the branch manager that requesting aid from the Imperial Guild is playing with fire. They believe our hero has stolen their dungeons and their profits, and their greed demands retribution. Hyun-woo is desperate. With the dungeons gone, his authority has crumbled. He grips his phone, swearing to Cheon-myung that he will do anything to slaughter Hyun-woo. Looking at the branch manager's crazed eyes, Cheon-myung realizes there is no turning back. His monopoly is over, but Hyun-woo doesn't care. He is willing to sacrifice every dungeon, every coin, and every artifact he possesses if it means baiting a trap to kill our hero. The news reaches the top. Martin Brand, the founder of the Ares Guild, reviews the reports of Hyun-woo transferring dungeons to his territory. His assistant dismisses it as a clerical error, but Martin's eyes narrow. To him, a mistake is only acceptable if it is already corrected. A mistake reported before it is fixed. In Martin's world, that is not an error, that is a failure. The assistant apologizes, but Martin is cold. He declares that Hyun-woo is the one who blundered, and the Ares Guild has no need for failures like him. The assistant realizes the gravity of the situation. He must clean up the mess, while his boss plots to reclaim their lost territory by force. Across the sea in China, Hyun-woo stands before the towering headquarters of the Imperial Guild. The guildmaster personally invited him to see the face of the requester. Hyun-woo finds this odd, wondering why the contact didn't come through the usual channels like Cheon-myung. A seed of doubt sprouts in his mind. Was involving the Imperial Guild a mistake? Is the danger greater than he imagined? But his hatred outweighs his fear. As long as his enemy dies, he will pay any price. The guard opens the gates, and Hyun-woo smiles, believing he is walking toward Hyun-woo's demise, unaware of what fate awaits him. Sun-woo steps into the lion's den, entering the grand gates of the Imperial Guild where the guildmaster awaits. However, shock freezes him in place. The figure upon the Iron Throne is not who he expected, but a young woman radiating immense pressure. Swallowing his fear, he bows low in submission and introduces himself. Mi Ryong stares down at him, coldly confirming his request to commission an assassination. But when Sun-woo attempts to utter the target's name, a primal terror grips his throat, choking him before he can speak our hero's name. Yet, he knows returning empty-handed means death. Desperate, he cries out that he wants Hyun-woo dead, offering the Imperial Dragon 80 trillion won and 20% of the Ares Guild's Korean dungeons. The atmosphere shatters instantly. Mi Ryong erupts with terrifying killing intent the moment she hears her master's name. She blasts Sun-woo with a wave of energy, sending him crashing back. He cowers on the floor, trembling and utterly confused why the ruler of China is reacting with such fury. Hearing her refer to our hero as Master, his mind breaks. He begs Mi Ryong to stop, stammering that there must be some terrible misunderstanding. She insists she met Hyun-woo in the tower, but Sun-woo's survival instincts kick in. He realizes this logical error might be his only lifeline. Utilizing the fact that she is of Korean descent, he desperately argues that Hyun-woo cannot possibly be her master. He hurriedly explains the laws of the world, that all 158 towers are strictly designated to specific regions. The Korean tower only summons Koreans. Just as the American towers are divided by state lines, the systems are completely separate. Sun-woo presses his point since Mi Ryong is from Korea. She could never have crossed paths with Hyun-woo, who was trapped inside the Korean tower for 12 hellish years. Boom. Mi Ryong strikes him down again. Insulted by his insolence, she snarls that she is not mistaken, revealing the shocking truth: she never cleared the Chinese tower back then. Following her father's command, She had traveled to Korea and was forcibly dragged into the tower from there. Sun-woo foolishly tries to argue logic again, but this only fuels the Imperial Dragon's rage for daring to deny her bond with her master. She reveals that her entire existence, her very form, was sculpted to please him. Her flowing long hair, the loyalty mark branded on her back, and even her name. By denying Hyun-woo, this insect is denying her very identity. The dragon's patience hits zero. She vows that death will not come easily for him. He will suffer an eternity of torment for the crime of plotting against her god. Meanwhile, oblivious to the chaos, our hero and his trusty assistant are relaxing in Eve's room, glued to the television screen. Initially, he thought this viewing skill was useless garbage. But now he is completely addicted to catching up on all the dramas he missed. Eve pouts, asking him to create a PlayStation since she can only manage the system, not craft objects. Our protagonist obliges instantly, and Eve tackles him with a joyous hug. Watching her beam with such pure happiness, a warm feeling spreads in his chest. It is almost like raising a daughter. Suddenly, Eve's expression turns serious. She starts to warn him about a potential anomaly, but before she can finish, our protagonist is forcibly teleported back to reality. His friends stare and worry, finding him sitting completely frozen, his food untouched and cold. Hyun-woo is lost in deep contemplation, replaying Eve's terrifying prediction there might be another climber hiding on the 9th floor. Before he escaped the tower, 3 rifts appeared. 1 vanished, but 2 remain active, an ominous sign that breaks all established rules. Snapping back to the present, Won-hyung asks if he can tag along on our hero's upcoming trip to Germany. Hyun-woo plans to return immediately after business is done, but Won-hyung is eager to turn this into a sightseeing tour. Our hero assumes the city must be a pile of rubble after recent disasters, but Seo-yeon corrects him. The mage-class hunters have likely already restored everything. She explains that mages utilizing complex magic circles can reconstruct infrastructure at supernatural speeds, turning years of construction into mere days of work. This is the only reason humanity's cities haven't been reduced to permanent wastelands, despite the endless onslaught of monsters and rifts. The real reason his friends are desperate to join him in Germany is a legendary auction taking place the day after his award ceremony. They reveal that the International Hunters Association is hosting their prestigious annual auction in Germany this year. They plead to hitch a ride via his teleportation skill. Desperate to avoid the long and tedious flight, our hero sighs and agrees, while his friends hype up the event, promising that only the most elite items appear in this exclusive market. Hyun-woo realizes the association mistakenly believes the remaining rifts are due to a glitch in ranking, unaware of the true danger. But if Eve's calculation is correct, there are currently 2 other climbers lurking somewhere on the 9th floor. His administrator privileges cannot scan other climbers directly. He would have to physically check every single person on Earth, which is an impossible task. Our protagonist clenches his fist. He needs more power. His last 2 victories were against mid-tier threats, but a high-tier climber could descend at any moment. Lost in his intensity, he mutters, "I must prepare," out loud, leaving Seo-yeon looking at him in confusion. Elsewhere, the corrupt Chun-young burns the evidence he assumes Sun-woo has met a grisly end since he hasn't returned from the Imperial Guild. With the branch manager eliminated, Chun-young decides it is time to cut his losses and flee the country. Watching the smoke rise, he calculates that his embezzled fortune is enough to disappear forever. The main office will surely pin everything on the missing Sun-woo, but karma strikes fast. Just as Chun-young reaches for the doorknob to make his escape, a blade flashes from the shadows, severing his hand in a spray of crimson. The knight toyed with his prey, joking about a missed strike, but Chun-young's eyes widened in terror as he recognized the crest on their armor. These were the assassination squad. The knights, every single one of them a monster from the top 40 rankings. He froze, realizing that escape had become an impossible dream. The knight smirked, clearing away the confusion. He whispered cold words, reminding the victim exactly why the Reaper had come knocking. Chun-young scrambled to flee, but cold steel flashed. A dagger buried itself deep. Another knight stepped from the shadows, scoffing at how quickly the life faded from their target's eyes. The killer turned to his comrade. He explained that the monster, Hyun-woo, had been ensnared by the Imperial Guild. Perhaps they wouldn't even need to dirty their hands. After all, the moment the target entered the castle, a dense, suffocating mana explosion had rocked the very foundation of the building. They assumed Hyun-woo was already a corpse, but if by some miracle he still breathed, they decided to slaughter him the moment he crawled back out. The second knight paused, stunned, when he learned that headquarters had dispatched not 1, but 4 elite knights just to handle our hero. But then he remembered. This target had single-handedly annihilated 2 catastrophe-class threats. The knight realized that even 4 elites might barely be enough. He began to brag about his high-grade artifacts, arrogance dripping from his voice, until his partner silenced him before he could leak his secret rank. Meanwhile, the grand auction began in Germany. The crowd murmured, demanding our hero remove his cheap jersey, but the king does not care for the bleating of sheep. Besides, the world had learned to fear him enough that his eccentric fashion was no longer questioned. It was simply his style. Even when he stood at the prestigious award ceremony in a tracksuit, the media dared not print a single word of criticism. Seo Yeon scanned the auction catalog with disappointment. She realized there wasn't a single S+ rank artifact in the entire collection. However, our hero already possessed a treasure beyond value, an S+ artifact dropped by the mysterious god of chaos himself during the ceremony. He frowned, confused. The artifact showed no active skills or adjustments. Hyun-woo sighed, thinking it was useless scrap since it was too small to wield as a weapon. He drilled into the description, but the system flashed a warning. Low information authority. The mystery only made the fire of his curiosity burn brighter. He shifted his gaze to the other lots. The auction marched on, and our hero boredly scanned the item descriptions with his analytical eye. The auctioneer's voice boomed, announcing the legendary item, the giant spear of Allen. Our protagonist inspected it, but again, the damn insufficient authority notification blocked him. Annoyed by the system's secrets, Hyun-woo decided to step outside for fresh air. Suddenly, a presence spiked. Someone silenced the guards and launched a lethal strike, but our protagonist's senses were sharp. He dodged the ambush effortlessly. He parried the knight's follow-up attack and tossed the assassin aside like a rag doll. He looked up, confused to see hunters attacking him in broad daylight. The knights sneered, declaring their intent to kill. They began flexing their ranks and skills, but our main character was tired of weaklings barking about their power. With a casual flick of his wrist, he hurled a simple rock. It struck like a cannonball, instantly knocking one of the elite knights unconscious. He glared at them, his voice cold. He told them they talked too much for trash that dropped so easily. And now it was time for punishment. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the boss received a grim report. The knights had failed. He coldly ordered his assistant to clean up the mess and ensure number 5 erased any trace of this mistake. Watching the footage, Martin Brand mused to himself. He assumed his knights would have at least forced a combat scenario or set a proper trap. But the assistant trembled with worry. He realized the knights were facing a monster far beyond their pay grade. They lacked the skills to even survive. Once Martin Brand realized exactly which knights had been sent after Hyun-woo, a twisted smile formed. He assured his assistant that everything was fine. Martin never expected those disposable pawns to kill his opponent anyway. His true goal was data. He only wanted to test how his artifacts reacted to our hero's presence. And there was one other variable he needed to verify. At the same time, the assistant reported to the creator, the 2 climbers, Kaeon Ma and Mi Rayong, had been eliminated from the board. The creator raised an eyebrow. He had bet that the Guardian would end up as a sacrifice for the climbers. He asked who the next climber would be, but fate had not yet decided. A grin spread across the creator's face. He was eager to see what unexpected nightmare would rise to block our hero's path next. Back at the safe house, Seo Yeon stared at the bag of loot our hero had dragged back from the auction house. She recalled the chilling sight of Hyun-woo standing atop a mountain of corpses. Fortunately, the security cameras had captured the entire massacre. Tragically, our protagonist couldn't extract any information. The cowards had activated suicide spells the moment he tried to interrogate them. Even the cameras were useless. Cognitive impairment magic blurred their faces, and our hero had, well, he had exploded their heads, making facial recognition impossible. Our main character shrugged, claiming he simply couldn't control his overwhelming strength, but his friend knew better. It wasn't a fight, it was a one-sided slaughter. Hyun-woo admitted he was slightly surprised by their combo attacks, but he had obliterated them while treating the battlefield as a testing ground for his new arts. However, our protagonist scoffed. He knew he wouldn't have found answers anyway. A secret organization this thorough would have scrubbed their records clean. Seo Yeon then headed out, mentioning she needed to buy souvenirs before their flight back to Korea. Left alone, Hyun-woo pulled the weapons from the bag. He lifted a mysterious item, his eyes narrowing as he activated his appraisal skill. The first weapon revealed itself, the S+ grade, Starvation Spear of Borg. He tried to access the hidden data, but the system locked him out. censoring the truth due to his low authority level. However, a chilling detail emerged. Every single artifact recovered from the assassins bore the exact same name. Examining the loot, Hyun-woo narrowed his eyes. These didn't feel like labyrinth drops. Their bizarre descriptions and identical titles suggested something far more sinister: artificial mass production. But was such a feat even possible within the laws of the system? He scoured every database, but the result was a void. Zero information. The silence only confirmed his suspicion a massive conspiracy was brewing in the shadows. Hyun-woo shifted gears. He replayed the battle in his mind. Those knights weren't ordinary thugs. Their skill level eclipsed every hunter he had crushed before. They knew his location. They came prepared to kill. Only two groups possessed the resources for such a precise ambush. Either the Ares Guild sent their elite hit squad, or high-ranking mercenaries had taken a contract. But Hyun-woo wasn't a man with many loose ends. His only true enemy was the Ares Guild. The answer was obvious. He tossed the artifacts aside. Studying the weapon was pointless when he could simply hunt down the hand that wielded it. Hyun-woo. That rat was still gnawing at his heels. It was time to silence him permanently. Hyun-woo stormed the Ares Guild headquarters. He grabbed the first unfortunate soul he saw, pinning him against the wall with suffocating intent. The man shook like a leaf, stuttering pleas of ignorance, but Hyun-woo wasn't in the mood for mercy or lies. He knew the rat had fled the sinking ship. Tightening his grip, he demanded the truth. Where is Hyun-woo hiding? Crushed by the overwhelming killing intent, the employee's will shattered. He spilled everything. He left 4 days ago, the man gasped. He went to Beijing to meet the master of the Imperial Guild. Later that night, under the cover of darkness, Hyun-woo contacted his informant, Si-hyun. Tell me everything about the Imperial Guild. Si-hyun dropped a bombshell. The Imperial Guild didn't just have a foothold, they controlled every single dungeon in China. Hyun-woo paused. The last report said 50% total domination shouldn't be possible. How could they seize an entire nation's resources so easily? Si-hyun shook his head. Conquering dungeons was a logistical nightmare. Even for a monster like Hyun-woo. It took effort. For a guild, it should have been impossible. But in China, Si-hyun whispered, brute force was the only law that mattered. A dog-eat-dog world where the strong devour the weak. However, Si-hyun clarified that this tyranny was a recent development. Originally, the state held the keys. Transferring dungeon rights was a labyrinth of red tape and politics. Then, 4 years ago, the world flipped upside down. Rumors swirled that a single entity forced the law to change the Imperial Guildmaster. It was a perfectly timed coup. The moment the law shifted, the Imperial Guild emerged from the void, swallowing territory like a starving beast. Hyun-woo scoffed. To pull that off, the Guildmaster must have been a titan of the underworld, but rumors were just wind until proven otherwise. A thought struck him. China. The Imperial Guild. Had he ever mentioned the outside world to his disciple back in the tower? He closed his eyes, diving into the deep waters of his memory. He saw her again, Mi-ryong, kneeling in the dirt. She had tried to explain her noble background to him, but he had silenced her instantly. In the tower, status meant nothing. You are my disciple, he had said. That is all. She had struggled, weeping, begging to stay with her group for safety. Hyun-woo had been ruthless, cutting off her escape. During the hellish training, a monster towered over her trembling form. She screamed for her master, paralyzed by the fear of death. But Hyun-woo's voice cut through the terror. I will not let you fall. I am your shield. When the tutorial finally ended, the frightened girl was gone. She clung to him, refusing to return to the real world, desperate to learn more, to learn. Hyun-woo pushed her away. You have nothing left to learn from me. The weak girl is dead. No one can ever force you to bow again. His final words were a curse and a blessing. Go. Remember this, I am the only one above you. Everyone else is beneath your feet. Back in the present, Hyun-woo face-palmed. He had just been acting cool. It was generic master-disciple dialogue. He racked his brain. Who was she really? What was her family name? He couldn't recall a single word because he hadn't listened. Frustrated, he turned back to Si-hyun. What else? Si-hyun shrugged. Only that the guild operates like a sovereign empire. That was enough. Hyun-woo stood up, his eyes burning with resolve. Next stop, Beijing. Meanwhile, deep within the opulent imperial palace in China, Mi-ryong lay awake. 4 long years had passed since she escaped the tower. The tower had shattered her reality. It stripped away her arrogance and showed her true despair. And in that abyss, she found him. Before the tower, she was a porcelain doll, a puppet for her father and the political elite, existing only to spend money and look pretty. Her father gave her orders, her master gave her a soul. He taught her strength. He was the only one who ever truly saved her. Now, she had crushed every insect that dared to oppose her. China belonged to her. A cruel smile touched her lips. She was finally ready to see him again. She gazed up at the night sky, her heart racing. Come to me, master. But elsewhere in a Beijing hotel, panic ensued. Knights 5 and 8 were trembling. Their orders had just arrived: hunt down the monster who slaughtered their comrades. Fear gripped their hearts, but duty left them no choice. The mission had to be their only priority. They resolved to remain in China and eliminate the target, Hyun-woo. Though they questioned why the boss sent them to stop such a monster, Knights 5 and 8 trembled, knowing the target was a calamity, believing only the top 3 knights stood a ghost of a chance. The Ares Knights boasted 10 elite members, each ranked by their devastating power. But rank was merely a number. Even the lowest among them wielded artifacts that amplified their strength to terrifying levels. Yet, deep down, they knew the truth. Clashing with the Reaper who had already slaughtered 4 of their kin was a death wish. Suddenly, the earth groaned. A shockwave slammed a knight against the wall. He spun around to counter, but the intruder moved faster than light, crushing him instantly. Desperate, the knight raised his blade to block, but the attacker's strike shattered the steel like glass. The intruder's voice was cold as ice, demanding justice for the murder of Chun Yang. Confusion washed over the knight, only to be replaced by terror as countless spectral swords aimed directly at his throat. With a ruthless grip, the man seized the knight's skull and drove it into the concrete with bone-shattering force. Because these knights had stolen the kill on Chun Yang, a target meant for the guild master, the fighters realized they had no choice but to clean up the mess themselves. The scene shifts to the Erang Guild. Seo-yeon pleads with our hero, her voice trembling, begging him not to walk down this path if his heart isn't in it. But our hero was forged in fire. Having lost his parents in his teenage years, his life had been a singular, brutal march for survival. The tower had stained his soul with darkness, a darkness that would have been fine had it stayed buried within those accursed walls. But the nightmare had escaped. His own disciple was now spreading that very same darkness across the entire continent of China. He glanced at the Imperial Guild's broadcast with eyes full of disdain. He had to eliminate the disciple. Mi Ryung. Immediately. Seo-yeon panicked, warning him that warping across borders was a serious crime. He brushed off her legal worries as if they were buzzing flies. He was a force of nature, not a tourist. He wasn't going for sightseeing. He was going for war. Seo-yeon was left behind, her heart heavy with the fear of the chaos he was about to unleash. The magic circle flared, and he vanished. Seo-yeon bit her lip, terrified that this time, even his monstrous strength might not be enough. She turned her gaze to the mage maintaining the portal, noticing the exhaustion etched deep into the girl's face from working through the night. With a gentle sigh, she approached the weary mage, needing answers. Meanwhile, our protagonist materialized at the Imperial Guild's palace in China. His blood boiled, his own casual words to his disciple were carved into the gate in bold, worshipful letters. The guards spotted him instantly, branding him an intruder. He couldn't let this mockery stand. With a single, earth-shaking leap, he vaulted the wall, resolving to burn it all down and discipline Mi Ryung once and for all. With a violent strike, he obliterated the sign bearing his words. Reinforcements screamed for backup. Hyun-woo charged the guards, but as he closed in, shock froze him in his tracks. They were using his own signature techniques. What had been mere abstract concepts to him were now fully realized martial arts, executed by mere grunts. His disciple had taught them everything. The sheer wrongness of it made him sick. He halted, shifting his stance to demonstrate the true difference between imitation and mastery. To the guards, he was a ghost. One moment he was there, the next, he was staring them right in the face. Demon King strike. The shockwave sent bodies flying like ragdolls, yet, in a display of supreme control, he ensured not a single soul perished. A voice, trembling with reverence, cut through the dust. Master, Mi Ryung approached from behind. She recognized the posture, the devastating technique, and the overwhelming pressure of his gaze. She stepped forward, her heart pounding, asking if the legend before her was truly him. Hyun-woo turned, acknowledging her as his disciple. For Mi Ryung, This was the moment she had lived for. She had rewritten laws, conquered nations, and built a guild, all for him. Every title she earned was meaningless dust compared to the man standing before her now. She fell to her knees, bowing low. She had counted every agonizing second of every day, waiting for his return. The guildmaster of China's strongest faction, the world's 5th-ranked hunter, the imperial dragon herself, was bowing like a servant to her true master. She ushered him to a magnificent throne, begging him to sit. Seeing his hesitation, her eyes darkened. She assumed the chair was unworthy and threatened to execute the craftsman on the spot. Hyun-woo was flabbergasted by her insanity and immediately ordered her to freeze. He sank into the throne, feeling the plush elegance. He couldn't help but wonder what astronomical fortune had been wasted on this seat. He felt out of place. He wasn't a king. He was a survivor. But the sheer weight of Mi Ryung's fanatical obedience pinned him to the chair. He was baffled. Their relationship in the tower hadn't been like this. He had simply saved her and drilled martial arts into her skull. It was purely transactional, a brutal mentorship that he had barely thought of since escaping the tower. He opened his mouth to scold her, but the words died in his throat. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Why was she so devoted? He had practically tortured her during training. He pushed the confusion aside. His mission remained prevent Mi Ryung from turning his dark past into a world religion. Activating his authority, he scanned her status window to see exactly what he was dealing with. Her personality read loyal, but as his eyes scanned her stats, a chill ran through him. These numbers. She was no longer human, she was a monster. Hyun-woo turns his gaze to his disciple, declaring he has much to teach her, but first, his eyes darken as he asked about the traitor, Huk-sun. Meanwhile, Huk-sun lies broken on the floor, weeping in agony. Mi Ryung explains she disciplined him for the audacity of trying to assassinate her master, a report that brings a ruthless smile of satisfaction to our hero's face. Without a shred of mercy, our main character delivers a swift kick to Huk-sun, forcing the battered man back to consciousness. The branch manager stares in horror at our hero's terrifying pressure and begins begging for his life. He foolishly calls Mi Ryung a lunatic, causing her killing intent to flare up like a blazing inferno. Our hero promises to spare Huk-sun's miserable life, but there is a catch. He must reveal every single secret about the Germany branch, right from the very beginning. Meanwhile, deep within a secret underground bunker in New York, the Knights receive a new mission. But their morale is low, and they groan about being pushed to their absolute limits. However, their boss plays his trump card, bribing them with an SS plus grade artifact, an item so powerful it could propel a 6th-ranked hunter straight to the peak of the world. The atmosphere shifts instantly. The Knights' eyes light up with greed upon hearing this legendary item can boost their stats by 2 whole levels. Raising levels is a hellish task that forces hunters to risk their lives in the labyrinths. So the mere idea that a new artifact could grant 2 levels effortlessly leaves them in total disbelief. Seeing their skepticism, the boss decides to unveil the hidden piece, revealing an artifact that the world has never laid eyes on before. Back at the Goryeo Guild's headquarters, Si-hoon turns to his comrade, asking when they plan to challenge the labyrinth for another expedition. However, his friend hesitates, claiming his current equipment is still decent, clearly unsure if he's ready to risk his life in a new raid just yet. He questions why Si-hoon is in such a frantic rush, pointing out that he still possesses the powerful artifacts they obtained from the last run. But Si-hoon clenches his fist. He feels the desperate need to level up his stats immediately while they have remained stagnant. The rankings of other hunters have been pushing them further and further behind. His friend tries to argue that their focus has simply been on maintaining the guild's stability, not just personal power. Yet, deep down, Si-hoon feels insignificant standing next to the monster that is our hero. Back at the Imperial Guild, the disciple leads her master toward the captured Ares Guild assassins. Having spilled all his secrets, Huk-sun looks up with desperate hope, asking if he has finally earned the right to live. Our hero assures him that he will survive, but his voice turns cold as he asks his disciple about the special prison located in the building's basement. Mi Ryung explains that the prison is a modified D-ranked dungeon, infested with an endless sea of man-eating rats. Anyone above C+ rank is immune to their physical attacks. However, immunity does not mean peace. The prisoners will suffer endless psychological torture and pain with zero hope of escape. Our hero sentences Huk-sun to 30 days in this hellhole. The traitor tries to resist, but the disciple obeys her master's will instantly, dragging the screaming man into the darkness. Suddenly, Hyun-woo notices a ring dropped by one of the prisoners. As he inspects it, he realizes it is identical to the ones he discovered at the auction house. Since these prisoners belong to the Aries Guild, he refuses to show them any mercy. With the investigation complete, our hero turns to leave. His disciple panics, realizing he is heading out alone, and asks if she can accompany him to lead the way. She tries to plead her case, but he cuts her off coldly. He refuses to repeat himself, stating they will discuss matters only after he has dealt with the Aries Guild personally. The moment our protagonist vanishes, Mi Ryong's expression shifts to pure bloodlust as she orders her subordinates to slaughter every single Aries Guild member found in the vicinity. Later, Hyun-woo presents the mysterious ring to Eve for analysis. She examines the item and reveals a shocking truth. The ring is not a true artifact. True artifacts are born from objects created on other floors, graded by their legends, backstories, and imbued with unique skills. Our hero frowns, wondering what becomes of the other floors if their objects are constantly stripped away from them. Eve explains the grim reality. Those floors are simply erased from existence. Climbers must destroy a floor completely in order to ascend the tower. Our hero then asks what this ring actually is. Eve concludes that it is a high-level replica, likely crafted by another climber. A realization strikes our protagonist. He begins to suspect that the Aries Guild has a direct connection to this mysterious climber. He recalls Eve mentioning the possibility of two climbers existing on his floor. A plan forms in his mind. He can hunt for clues about his rival and destroy the Aries Guild in one fell swoop. Shifting gears, he looks at the mess in the room and coldly orders his assistant to clean it up. Our main character then grabs the remote and confiscates the game console. Eve watches her beloved console disappear and bursts into tears instantly. She begs her guardian desperately, promising to clean the room and do anything he asks, pleading for him to return her precious game. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Guild, a hunter stealthily infiltrates the castle, intending to rescue the two knights and eliminate Hyuk-sun. But suddenly, Mi Ryong appears behind him like a ghost. She asks if he's from Aries, but before he can answer, she decides she doesn't care and prepares to unleash all her pent-up rage. With a roar, she launches herself at the intruder, burying her fist deep into his gut with devastating force. Back at home, our protagonist returns to his room after finally calming Eve down for deleting her save files. But he stops, sensing two hunters waiting for him in the shadows. His first thought is of Si-hoon, but he quickly dismisses it, realizing his friend is away on a shoot until dawn. The intruders tell him not to worry about his friends, but our hero scoffs, telling them their arrival was unnecessary because he was already planning to pay them a visit. Suddenly, the window shatters. Our hero leaps out as an XS rank hunter hurls a spear directly at him, but our protagonist catches the weapon midair with ease. He attempts to throw it aside, but in a shocking twist, the spear vanishes into thin air, leaving our hero stunned for the first time. Suddenly, death strikes from the shadows. A hunter descends from above, spear aiming for the kill. Hyun-woo instantly analyzes the weapon, a teleportation attribute. This spear is bound to return to its master's hand. Talismans swirl through the air like a blinding blizzard, trapping our hero in a cage of paper. He glances upward. An ex-mage class hunter stands ready to seal his fate. The highest ranked predator descends to join the hunt. Yet, the assassins pause in confusion. Why is their prey still smiling? Mistaking his confidence for a bluff, they launch a synchronized assault. Hyun-woo acknowledges their impressive speed, but compared to him, they are moving in slow motion. The recall spear slashes through the air mist. Now, it is his turn. With a single devastating swing, he sends the hunter flying like a rag doll. A smoke bomb detonates, cloaking the battlefield in suffocating gray, utilizing the blind spot. Another assassin strikes from the shadows. The blow connects. Hyun-woo crashes into the corner, dust rising from the impact. It is time to stop playing. He prepares to unleash the incomplete technique. Their eyes widen as he vanishes into thin air. Where did he, before they can blink? He materializes behind them. A thunderous punch buries them into the concrete. Distortion conversion. Space itself bends to his will, allowing him to traverse the distance in a single heartbeat. But the enemy is persistent, rising from the debris. Hyun-woo laughs at the futile resistance. However, the price of speed is high. His mana veins twist in agony from the rapid activation. A blade strikes from the rear, dodged, but there is no respite. A second assailant charges head-on. Mana spears detonate, disrupting Hyun-woo's movement rhythm. Simultaneously, The tank locks him down, desperate to keep him away from the mage. Not bad. Our hero has to admit, their teamwork is impeccable. But his distortion skill is still cooling down. The hunter charges, bloodlust in his eyes, yet seeing Hyun-woo standing so casually makes him hesitate. Is this a trap? No, he must strike. He thrusts his weapon with killing intent, the blow lands, and a cloud of debris swallows them both. Victory seems certain, until a hand clamps onto his shoulder like an iron vice. Hyun-woo whispers a cold truth into his ear regarding his invincible durability. He slams the assassin into the floor again and again, a brutal roller coaster ride to hell. Later, Shihun returns, only to find his apartment reduced to rubble. Panic sets in. How will he clean this disaster? Just then, Seo-yan walks in. Her jaw drops at the scene of absolute destruction, but she offers a silver lining. The Hunter Association will cover the damages. Miraculously, no civilians were harmed in the chaos. She hands over her phone. Look at this. The footage shows our hero tossing fully grown hunters into the sky like baseballs, raining them down on the rooftops. Seo-yan watches in disbelief. Thankfully, the public sees it as heroism rather than brutality. However, Shihun sighs. He reminds her of the time Hyun-woo pushed all those media questions onto him. Because of that stunt, his phone has not stopped ringing for days. He was forced to change his number just to find peace. Meanwhile, Hyun-woo heads to Seo-yan's guild to access the teleportation gate. He tosses a high-tier artifact to his friend as an apology. Sihun checks the item grade and immediately forgives everything, while he celebrates. Hyun-woo scans the latest reports on Martin Brand. The captured assassin sang like a bird. Martin Brand ordered the hit. And now, the coward is hiding in a secret bunker. Hyun-woo hits play. The voice recording confirms the treachery loud and clear. Anya finishes drawing the magic circle. It is time to invade the Ares Guild headquarters. He hands his phone to Anya. Give this to Seo-yan. I won't need it where I'm going. Light engulfs him. When his vision clears, he is not in an office. He stands alone in a suffocatingly dark cave. Did Anya betray him? Doubts creep in. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the shadows. Martin Brand steps forward to welcome his guest. Hyun-woo stands tall, radiating arrogance. He mocks the guildmaster. Is this about those assassins I slaughtered? Martin smirks. They were merely sacrifices. He needed to confirm the truth. That Hyun-woo is the legendary guardian of the 9th floor, the accusation hits home. Hyun-woo attempts to scan his opponent's status window. Information hidden. The realization strikes like lightning. The Ares Guildmaster is a climber. Shock turns to a predatory grin. This is actually perfect. He can eliminate all his threats in a single battle. Do you know why I lured you here? Martin asks. Hyun-woo shrugs. Because you are overconfident, just like the rest of the trash I have buried. Wrong, Martin replies coldly. This entire space is a trap. Hyun-woo lunges, ready to tear him apart. An explosion ripples through the cave, but a shimmering barrier absorbs the impact effortlessly. Do not compare this to common magic, Martin warns. A second blast hurls Hyun-woo backward. As he recovers, he looks up in horror. Countless legendary weapons hover in the void above him. The climber spreads his arms. He introduces himself as a seeker of truth, one who studies the very essence of reality. To the powerless, he was a savior, a holy relic, but to the strong, he became their despair, their inevitable defeat. Some worshipped him as a guardian who bestowed power. Others cursed him as a baseless destroyer. But the world knew him by one name, Faker. With a simple gesture, the sky falls. A torrent of steel rains down on our hero. Hyun-woo dances through the storm of blades, but he cannot get close. He activates distortion conversion once more, vanishing from sight. But Faker's barrier is absolute. Hasty attack would be meaningless. He needs maximum output, a strike with everything he has. The Asura neutralizing strike requires too much charge time. He needs a different solution, something faster, something deadlier. He closes the distance in a heartbeat. The Extreme Overlord's divine kick strikes true. The barrier shatters like glass, leaving his opponent completely stunned. He attempts the divine technique once more, but to our hero's horror, the combo fails. Faker catches his leg in midair. Faker marvels at the explosive mana output. Then, with a brutal swing, he hurls our hero across the entire room like a rag doll. Hyun-woo crashes down, confused. Panic sets in as he realizes he cannot draw any mana. Faker smiles coldly and reveals the truth. The room is in a mana freeze state. He had been stalking our hero from the shadows, hunting for the floor guardian. He dissects Hyun-woo's fighting style. After watching the battle with the knights, Faker realized the fatal weakness every skill relies on mana. But our hero scoffs at the explanation. He ignores the taunt, reasoning that a mana freeze restricts them both equally. That was a fatal miscalculation. Faker can still utilize his artifacts. He unleashes a barrage of weapons straight at our hero. Hyun-woo attempts to dodge, but his distortion conversion fails, steel bites into his shoulder. His opponent warns him these are S+ grade artifacts, not mere toys. Pain courses through him. Our protagonist scans the area frantically, searching for any way out. He focuses his senses. What is causing the freeze? Suddenly, his eyes lock onto the spear in Faker's hand. A barrier protects the spear, but it looks fragile. It won't hold him back. He leaps into action. Artifacts rain down like a storm, forcing a retreat. But Hyun-woo grinds his teeth and charges. He decides to gamble on a theory he studied just this morning. He attempts the impossible. He unleashes the heavenly lightning god, kicking completely without mana. The kick connects with devastating force. The barrier shatters, seizing the opening. He strikes and disarms Faker, knocking the mana freeze artifact away. Faker stares in disbelief. The barrier was destroyed by pure physical might. He decides to stop playing games and match that intensity. He summons the Holy Sword, a Skarana weapon with the legendary ability to borrow skills from other arms. It is a myth-grade artifact. A true hero never fights alone. The sword grants its wielder the strength of comrades. Suddenly, Faker is flooded with countless abilities. Faker blurs into motion. Our hero cannot track the speed. He fails to dodge and takes a critical hit to the shoulder. The mana freeze is still crippling him. Faker lands blow after devastating blow, turning the tide of battle. To finish this, the climber draws his original weapon, the giant sword, Gigantomachia. He delivers the final judgment, and a blinding light swallows the world. The dust settles. Faker's eyes widen in shock. Our hero is still standing. The climber is impressed by such cockroach-like vitality, but Hyun-woo is running on fumes, confident of victory. Faker demands his final words. Our hero gasps, asking why he must die. Faker answers simply, killing the Guardian is the fastest way to bring extinction to this floor. Climbers destroy everything to claim the throne. Hyun-woo frowns, confused by this unknown purpose. Faker raises his blade for the execution. Hyun-woo knows the next hit from that high-grade artifact will be fatal, but suddenly, a grin spreads across his face. The climber pauses. Has his opponent lost his mind in the face of inevitable death? But Hyun-woo wasn't just stalling. He was waiting for this exact moment. He invokes his authority. Faker panics. The mana freeze is active, but he realizes too late. That isn't Hyun-woo's mana. Our hero thanks him for the lesson, then releases every ounce of his energy. White light obliterates the vision. In the blink of an eye, our hero teleports away to the safety of Eve's room. Faker scans the area frantically. He can't detect any movement coordinates. Then he spots it. A faint mana thread connecting the coordinates. The thread remains intact. He realizes his opponent is hiding in a subdimension. Faker smirks, proud of his perception. He believes he has cornered the rat. He prepares to end this game. Meanwhile, inside the sanctuary, Eve's room has transformed into a replica of the tower's first floor. Our protagonist gasps for air. His wounds have knit together slightly, but his condition remains critical. Without healing potions, the situation is dire. Eve knows fighting a mana-freezing climber is suicide, and worse, he only has 20 minutes left in this sanctuary. Suddenly, our hero stands tall. Training is complete, he declares. Eve begs him to stay, fearing for his life, but he assures her. This time, the outcome will be different. Warp Hyun-woo materializes back on the battlefield, staring down his nemesis. He laughs at Faker, mocking him for digging his own grave with arrogance. Faker sneers at our hero's exhausted, flushed face and vows to end his misery instantly. Our hero closes his eyes, taking a deep, steadying breath. He recalls his hellish martial arts training within the tower. Most of his knowledge came from novels, but he didn't just practice moves, he strove to embody a concept. In the stories, they called these the principles. Yet, when he left the tutorial, he had failed to master the ultimate technique. He had many textbook masters, but no one to guide him. However, during those 6 hours in the system room, something changed. He achieved enlightenment. Every book he read, every clash with the climbers, every drop of blood spilled, it all led to this. He finally grasped the principle of the flora movement. Suddenly, Our hero moves. He casually swipes away the deadly artifacts with his bare hands. Faker watches in absolute disbelief as his attacks are rendered useless. The climber scans his opponent. The wounds are there, but the man standing before him acts as if pain doesn't exist. His mind reels. Is this truly the same Hyun-woo from just 6 hours ago? The difference in power is heaven and earth. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Faker realizes the time for games is over. He must strike with lethal intent to survive. He unsheathes his blade, expecting fear, but Hyun-woo doesn't flinch. He dodges the razor-sharp steel with a mere shift of his arm. Boom! The Overlord fist connects. He hurls the climber through the air, then leaps to crush him while he's down. But Faker springs back to his feet, eyes burning with rage. Suddenly, a bizarre energy ripples through the air. Is it mana? No. Hyun-woo realizes the pressure is coming from a legendary artifact. The Gigantomachia, a weapon that devours stats. Faker draws the colossal blade, hoping to instill terror, but to our hero, he looks like a child waving a stick. The climber's body screams under the weapon's weight. He has enough stamina for only one catastrophic strike. He brings the Titan-slaying sword down with apocalyptic force, but Hyun-woo simply raises a hand and catches it. Faker freezes, his brain unable to process the sight. His ultimate attack was stopped cold by a single human hand. Our hero lunges. He redirects that borrowed power and sends it crashing back into its owner. Unleashing the first stance of the flower arts, he delivers the finisher. The climber is utterly obliterated. A system window pops up. The hidden climber has been defeated. Hyun-woo spots a dimensional pouch on the ground. It's Faker's subspace inventory. He stashes the giant sword inside. The system instantly flashes the weapon's god tier statistics. Sadly, the storage isn't infinite. But now, a bigger problem arises. He is lost, phoneless, and completely naked in a dungeon. Just then, the door creaks open. A knight steps in to summon his guildmaster. The man pauses, his jaw dropping. Instead of his master, a stranger stands alone in the secret chamber. Hyun-woo doesn't hesitate. He pounces, knocks the knight out cold, and loots his clothes and phone. 3 days later, the Hunter Association is buzzing with rumors. The murmurs die down as Hyun-woo steps onto the podium to make a shocking declaration. He has proof. The speakers blast a recording of the knights confessing that Martin Brand ordered the assassination of Si-hoon. A collective gasp sweeps through the press corps. The revelation is explosive. Anticipating skepticism, our hero doubles down. He reveals high-definition CCTV footage and a mountain of corroborating documents. He demands an immediate explanation from the Ares Guild, then storms off the stage. 3 days pass. Reporters swarm the Gangdong district, desperate to ask about the Ares branch manager who vanished into thin air. Away from the cameras, our hero drops a bombshell on his friends. They are living inside a tower, and Earth is merely the 9th floor. Si-hoon and Seo-yeon stare in disbelief. They can't accept that their world is a dungeon floor, or that their friend is the guardian protecting it. Hyun-woo sighs. He knows it sounds insane, but he begs them to trust him and move on. It finally clicks for Si-hoon. That's why Hyun-woo was hunting down the rifts. Seo-yeon asks if this recent battle was also to stop an invader. Exactly. He went to punish the Ares Guild. But since the master was a climber, he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Outside, the mob gets louder. Si-hoon offers to handle them, seeing that Hyun-woo is still recovering from battle. But Hyun-woo waves him off. He steps outside, ready to fight, only to freeze. A woman is bowing deeply before him. It's Miryang. He's confused, but his friends are terrified. The Great Hunter and her elite guards are kneeling in the dirt. Miryang proudly announces she brought an elite guard detail for her master. Hyun-woo scowls and orders her to send them away. Si-hoon's eyes widen. That woman is the Imperial Dragon, master of the Imperial Guild. Our protagonist is stunned. The girl he trained is now ranked 5th among the world's S-class hunters. He remembers their training days. He thought he was just rambling about abstract concepts. Yet somehow, she became a monster. Suddenly, the S-class legend slams her head to the ground and begs for forgiveness. Tears stream down her face. She sobs that she is trash compared to him, comparing her master to the heavens themselves. Stop embarrassing me. Hyun-woo bonks her on the head. She's strong, but she's still annoying. Si-hoon stammers, asking how they know each other. Miryang snaps her head up, eyes blazing, and declares she is Hyun-woo's loyal disciple. The reporters are getting too loud. Miryang's hand drifts to her weapon. Master, shall I silence them permanently? Absolutely not. A notification chimes. The Aries Guild has responded. Hyun-woo immediately leaves for the Sun End district. There, our protagonist comes face to face with Coward, the co-guild master of Aries. Coward ground his teeth in frustration, forced to clean up the catastrophic mess left by his predecessor. Deep down, he knew the terrifying truth. Hyun-woo had annihilated the Night Six and the Guildmaster single-handedly. It was a testament to strength that defied all logic. But the Aries Guild was rotting from the inside out. Cornered by escalating internal chaos, Coward had no room to run. He had to face the problems head-on. Sweating profusely, he asked what the hero desired, promising total cooperation, but his composure shattered instantly. Hyun-woo demanded every single dungeon in their possession. The protagonist's gaze turned ice cold. He reminded Coward of the fragile thread holding his life together. One wrong move, and the press will hear everything. You will be destroyed. He dangled their darkest secrets like a blade over Coward's neck, seeing the sheer terror etched on the man's face. Hyun-woo knew his bluff had struck a fatal blow. Deciding to show a sliver of benevolence, he lowered the price of their survival. I'll settle for 40% of the Aries Guild's dungeons. Hyun-woo strode out, humming a cheerful tune of victory, but outside, Mi-rang was already kneeling in reverence with her entourage. He sighed, ordering her to dismiss the unnecessary fanfare. As they prepared to depart, Mi-rang caught Coward's reflection in the glass window, her eyes narrowed with murderous intent. Without a sound, she signaled her masked assassins to assemble. In the blink of an eye, the hunter became the prey. Coward found himself bound and abducted before he could even scream. When he finally regained consciousness, the cold, unforgiving gaze of the Imperial Guild's elite unit bore down on him. They delivered a bone-chilling warning. You brought this on yourself. Provoke our master again, and there will be no mercy. Meanwhile, in the system room, Eve sobbed in the freezing darkness. The solitude was unbearable. She was cut off from the Guardian, locked in a 5-day silence whenever he entered her domain. Ignoring the tears, Hyun-woo cut straight to business. Show me the upgrades. Sniffling, Eve projected the status window. His agility had skyrocketed, but the real prize was the new personality display, a cheat code to read anyone's true nature at a glance. However, the path to true godhood was still blocked. To unlock further power, he needed to surpass the mid-level authority. Frustration boiled in his veins at the snail-paced progress. Sensing his anger, Eve offered a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the reclimbers hold the answers you seek. She spoke of legends. Those who conquered the tower's peak, only to challenge the heavens once more. A spark of excitement ignited in Hyun-woo's eyes. These veterans might possess the forbidden knowledge of the tower. He recalled Faker's cryptic words about the throne, but without context, it was a meaningless riddle. He vowed to capture and interrogate the first reclimber he found. As he turned to return to reality, Eve dropped her divine persona for a selfish request. Master, don't forget to buy me a PlayStation. Back in the Hanam district, a sight left him speechless. His disciple hadn't just built a house, she had constructed a fortress fit for an emperor. How much of your fortune did you pour into this? He gasped. But Mi-rang dismissed the astronomical cost as if it were pocket change. Suspicion gnawed at him. Why such devotion? Was she plotting something? He activated his new eye, but the result was blinding. An absolute loyalty. Confused by such pure devotion, he blurted out the only logical explanation. Are you a pervert? The question sent a shockwave of awkwardness through the room. Later, Mi-rang slumped in depression, fearing she had offended her lord. Hyun-woo broke the silence, asking if she needed to return to her own territory. He assured her it wasn't a dismissal, but she was a guildmaster with responsibilities. Yet, Mi-rang's resolve was ironclad. My place is by your side. Master, nowhere else matters. As she skipped out of the room, Ji-hyun leaned in, bewildered. Why is that terrifying woman giggling like a schoolgirl around you? Changing the subject, he brought up the invitation from the International Hunters Association. Are you heading to the States? The S-rank world ranking evaluation. To Hyun-woo. It sounded less like glory and more like a cash grab. I'm already filthy rich. He shrugged. Why bother? But Ji-hyun countered with a gleaming look. It's not about gold. It's about honor. It's about dominating the global stage. With nothing better to do, the monster decided to stretch his legs. Days later, in the US, the sheer scale of the World Hunter Organization left him awestruck. Mirang immediately chimed in. "Shall I build you a park this size, Master?" "Quiet," he ordered, before she bought the whole country. Ji-hyun stepped forward to greet Liam, a heavyweight of the Supreme Council. He introduced the legend standing beside him. Liam welcomed Hyun-woo with a smile, but when he reached out to shake the disciple's hand, he was met with a glare cold enough to freeze hell. Retreating awkwardly, Liam turned back to Ji-hyun. "I'm a huge fan of his chaos," he admitted. "Is he here to claim his rightful place on the global charts?" With a nod of confirmation, the group moved to the proving grounds. Liam swung open the heavy doors to the evaluation room, the sanctuary of S-rank monsters. He pointed to a mystical artifact pulsating with energy. "This orb measures your soul against every other hunter in existence." Hyun-woo stifled a yawn. He had hoped for a brawl, not a magic trick. But the moment his palm made contact, the results flashed, freezing the entire room in absolute terror. Elsewhere, Seo-yeon bid farewell to her team. A shadow hung over her thoughts. The monsters. They are evolving, becoming smarter, deadlier. She shook her head violently, trying to dispel the creeping dread of paranoia, but her phone buzzed with breaking news. The third-ranked hunter was entering the fray. Her heart sank. If Hyun-woo was involved, catastrophe was guaranteed. Her mind drifted back to a meeting days prior. A strategic decision to delay the Labyrinth expedition. "We need rest before the storm," Ji-hyun had argued. As the meeting adjourned, Seo-yeon had asked the burning question, "Are you following that maniac, Hyun-woo?" But Ji-hyun had stopped at the door, his face flushed. "Wait, do you have any advice on gifts for girls?" Back at the Ares Guild, gloom suffocated the air. Coward watched helplessly as stock prices plummeted into the abyss. The artifacts were gone. His reputation was ruined. The nightmare had only just begun. Rage consumes him as he fixates on his greatest obstacle, Hyun-woo. The door creaks open. Coward scoffs, but his arrogance vanishes the moment he recognizes Mason from the High Council. Mason claims he is here to honor his bond with Martin Brand. His cold eyes sweep the room, judging the guild's pathetic state. He offers his assistance, claiming his old friend would be heartbroken to return to a ruined guild. All he demands is absolute obedience. Meanwhile, Hyun-woo glares at the system screen, fury rising as the rankings refuse to acknowledge him. Liam flinches, humiliated by the system's failure. Si-hyun attempts to scan, only to discover his own rank has plummeted to 172. Liam freezes, utterly baffled by an error he has never witnessed before. Just then, Mirang struts in, loudly proclaiming that her master is the undisputed ruler of the skies. Hyun-woo fumes, realizing this journey was a waste of time. Desperate to diffuse the tension, Liam mentions the anniversary banquet. Our hero devours the feast, while his devoted disciple diligently records his preferences. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the third-ranked hunter, Tank, barges in. The noisy intrusion grates on our protagonist's nerves. Si-hyun leans in, whispering a frantic warning, "Do not provoke this man. He is bad news." Si-hyun reveals the dark truth. Tank flaunts his power to conduct illicit business in broad daylight. He is a butcher in hunter's clothing, yet no official record exists of his slaughter. The system protects him. Tank locks eyes with our hero. Recognizing him from the news, he sneers and issues a threat, but Hyun-woo fires back with a sharp, mocking retort. Enraged, Tank launches a massive haymaker, but Hyun-woo effortlessly ducks, deciding it is time to school this thug. Boom! The Overlord's fist connects, blasting Tank into the wall, but the brute rises from the debris. Si-hyun realizes the terrifying truth: this hunter possesses the gift of indestructible immortality. Tank rips a giant stone slab from the floor and hurls it, unimpressed. Our protagonist shatters the massive rock with a casual strike of his elbow. Tank seizes the opening and lands a heavy blow, watching the chaos. Liam fears that this brawl will only fuel Mason's political power. Tank roars with laughter, convinced his strength has crushed the upstart. But Hyun-woo rises, dusting himself off. He mocks that the hit did not even tickle, then returns the favor with a bone-shattering punch. Seeing his opponent withstand the blow, a savage grin spreads across Hyun-woo's face. Finally, a punching bag worthy of testing his martial arts. With a thunderous impact, he knocks Tank unconscious. Si-hyun stares in awe, amazed that anyone could survive his friend's assault. Standing triumphant atop the fallen giant, our hero realizes a simple truth: defeating the number 3 should make him the number 3. Elsewhere, a master commends his disciple. The young warrior has perfected the Hyoma divine technique and mastered the madness of Hyolin. He has fully absorbed the ancient arts of the Kyoma and Jongpa sects. His eyes burn with ambition. He seeks the summit to face his first mentor. Meanwhile, Seo-yeon scans the headlines about the clash with Tank. Si-hyun tries to assure her that their friend is invincible, but Seo-yeon fears his unchecked power could bring catastrophe. Si-hyun recalls how Hyun-woo dismantled the corrupt hunter world. He knows their hero contains multitudes both light and darkness. Suddenly, Seo-yeon drops a bombshell question: does Hyun-woo have a lover? Her intuition is tingling. Panic flashes across Si-hyun's face. He checks a concealed gift, hastily hiding it the moment our hero's gaze turns his way. Liam enters the fray as Si-hyun apologizes for the carnage. The banquet is ruined, and the relief squad drags Tank's broken body away. Our protagonist is now the center of attention. Liam persuades him to lay low at the hotel. Liam requests a private audience. Hyun-woo agrees, signaling his disciple to wait, but she glares at Liam with predatory hostility for stealing her master. Murong prowls the room before settling into a silent, brooding vigil. Si-hyun hopes to bridge the gap, but her icy silence freezes him out. It is a stark contrast to her joyous demeanor around Hyun-woo. Desperate to break the ice, Si-hyun racks his brain for a topic that might interest the dragon. He asks the origins of her bond with Hyun-woo. The Imperial Dragon agrees to speak, but demands a tribute knowledge of her master's desires. Si-hyun delves into his memories, searching for the key to his friend's heart. He recalls Hyun-woo's obsession with food, but decides to tell her he loves money. Murong dismisses him with a cryptic promise to talk later, leaving him bewildered. Meanwhile, the atmosphere grows heavy as Liam and our protagonist sit down for their summit. Liam attempts to dance around the issue with pleasantries, but our hero cuts through the noise, demanding the main topic immediately. Liam exposes the conspiracy Mason, a titan of the association, is backed by the US government and the legendary hunters ranked 1, 3, and 6. With Mason's shadows lengthening, Liam implores our hero to join their faction. Later, Hyun-woo confronts his friend about the mysterious bag. Si-hyun stammers that it is merely a souvenir, but our protagonist sees right through the lie. He knows it is a gift from the heart. Si-hyun presses for details about the private meeting, but our hero simply shrugs, revealing that Liam asked for absolutely nothing in return. Si-hyun is floored by the casual nature of it all. He knows Liam isn't just anyone. This man commands a 5th-ranked hunter as a disciple and has openly clashed with the mighty Ares Guild. Liam's very existence is a living weapon, and his influence is undeniable. Si-hyun realizes the implications immediately. If word spreads that Hyun-woo has aligned with Liam, not even the arrogant Mason would dare to underestimate him. Like it or not, our hero has just stepped onto the political battlefield, but Hyun-woo ignores the power play. Beaming with excitement over one thing: unlimited access to teleportation magic, Si-hyun senses an ulterior motive behind such generosity, but the surprises are not over. The protagonist drops another bomb. Liam has invited him to the exclusive Top 50 banquet in 2 weeks, sweetening the deal with the teleportation privileges. Meanwhile, at the Ares Guild headquarters, Coward reports that the conflict has been settled, offering his gratitude to Mason for the assistance. Yet, suspicion gnaws at his gut. He knows the story about Martin was merely a convenient pretext for Mason's interference. Still, Coward swallows his doubts. He refuses to let hesitation ruin his life again, resolving to protect what little remains of his legacy. Mason senses the lingering question in the air. He produces a mysterious object from his coat, placing it in Coward's trembling hand. "Obey me," Mason commands, promising the secret to absolute control over the guild members. Far away in a Washington hospital, Tank writhes in pure agony. His eyes snap open, only to find the imposing figure of Mason looming over his bedside. Tank screams in terror, raving about Hyun-woo. How could his invincible diamond body be shattered so easily? He is convinced our hero utilized a forbidden technique belonging to the legendary Mushin. Suddenly, the atmosphere grows heavy. Mushin himself steps into the room, stunning them both. He looks at Mason with cold eyes. The preparations are complete, and it is time to make their move. 2 weeks pass. Liam stands by the window, his gaze fixed on the horizon, waiting for the guest of honor to arrive. Eden, the Grand Swordmaster, scoffs, convinced Hyun-woo has ghosted them. Riley grumbles that a simple message would have sufficed, but Liam simply smiles. He knows Hyun-woo operates on a different frequency. This dramatic late entrance is exactly his style. As Liam steps into the hall, the air buzzes with the chatter of scheming politicians engaging in their endless games. He exchanges pleasantries, but Eden suddenly pulls him aside to point out a disturbing arrival. There, amidst the crowd, stands the elusive Mushin. Riley gasps in shock. The number one hunter hasn't been seen in public since ascending to the top 5. A chill of ominous dread settles over Liam. An unsuspecting guest approaches Mushin, offering a casual greeting to the legendary figure. In a blink, Mushin crushes the man's skull. Blood sprays the room, freezing the guest in horror. Meanwhile, at the Orang Guild, Seo-yeon pleads with Hyun-woo to relocate his magic circle. Hyun-woo assumes the guild is deserted and sees no issue, but he pauses. Seo-yeon insists that this area is strictly off limits, forcing our hero to find a new spot for his transport gate. Anna is devastated. Redrawing the complex circle means 2 weeks of grueling night shifts to correct the mistake. But Hyun-woo offers a lifeline. She can work the day shift, and he promises to personally find a replacement to cover her duties. Anna's mood instantly brightens, and she returns to work with renewed vigor. Seo-yeon takes the moment to ask if he has accepted Liam's invitation. Hyun-woo muses that the circle is essential for his global travels since he is always on the move. But he checks the time. Being late to the banquet might result in unnecessary casualties. Suddenly, a desperate banging echoes from the locked room. Seo-yeon realizes the guest Hyun-woo kidnapped is still imprisoned. She rushes toward the cell door. Our hero casually swings the door open. Inside, the once proud knight cowers in the corner, trembling like a leaf, ready to confess everything. Hyun-woo is baffled. It has only been a month of isolation, yet the man is completely broken by the fear. Back at the banquet, the scene has descended into hell. Corrupt hunters slaughter the guests, smashing bodies into pillars and walls like ragdolls. Liam desperately shepherds civilians to safety, but the sight of the massacre sends a cold shiver of despair down his spine. Tank lunges from the shadows, targeting Liam, but Eden intercepts, his blade clashing against the brute's assault with a shower of sparks. Riley fights to hold the ground, screaming for Liam to flee. Surrounded by carnage, Liam demands to know the reason for this madness. Mushin replies with chilling calmness that this is necessary for the world's destruction. Just then, a familiar presence fills the room. Hyun-woo arrives in the nick of time, looking at the chaos and casually asking Liam to explain the mess. Mushin steps forward, introducing himself with arrogance, but Hyun-woo stares blankly. He has no clue who this man is. His disciple hastily explains that Mushin is the number 1 ranked hunter. When Mushin threatens to erase him, Hyun-woo tilts his head, genuinely wondering if he should know this person. Mushin reveals his twisted logic to ascend the tower. He must first eliminate the anomaly that is Hyun-woo. Without hesitation, he launches a lethal strike. Hyun-woo catches the attack with his bare hand. The impact creates a shockwave, but he doesn't flinch. Is this guy a climber? He uses his authority to scan the skills and realizes the enemy is not a climber. Not yet, Mushin sneers, his aura flaring wildly. But to reach the final floor, I must leave my humanity behind, and your death is the key that opens the door. Mushin lunges at Hyun-woo with killing intent, a fist aimed to crush bone. Our hero flips instantly to counterkick, but Mushin blocks it like it was nothing. A true martial artist needs a proper stage, Mushin sneers, with a single devastating punch, and he sends our hero crashing through the concrete walls. Myung tries to rush to his aid, but a mountain of muscle blocks her path. Tank stands in her way. Outside, the true clash of monsters begins. Hyun-woo takes the heavy blows, and the terrifying truth hits him. This man's power, it rivals that of a high-ranking climber. He realizes the overwhelming difference in stats. No time for warm-ups. Mandalas manifest around our hero. As the mana in the air screams and expands, the Asura Nullifying Fist is a legendary skill, but its long casting time is a fatal flaw in a speed battle. However, if it can seal the enemy's movements for even a second, it is a risk he must take. The 10-step extermination is impossible right now. He needs raw power. He draws every drop of energy from the Mandala to fuel his strike. He gathers the storm and rains destruction upon his foe. The Asura Fist connects, but as the dust settles, Mushin stands there, completely unscathed. Hyun-woo freezes in shock. He poured his soul into that attack, and it did absolutely nothing. Mushin sighs, disappointment clouding his eyes. Is that it? In a blink, he vanishes and teleports right behind him. Boom! He slams our hero into the earth. Your moves. Mushin spits are a mockery of true martial arts. He dissects the hero's weakness. Everything you do is wrong. Your mana is chaotic. You let it flood your bloodstream without control. You're just leaking power. Then, the revelation drops. I have trained for hundreds of years. Motion declares, a novice like you can never defeat me. Hyun-woo is stunned. Is this opponent even human? He scans the stats, but the numbers don't add up. How can a first place ranking exist with those stats? The answer lies in a single skill. Item memory regression. I am mortal. Mushin reveals, but my mind has lived through eons of training, escaping the limits of time to perfect the killing arts. Our hero stands there, struggling to comprehend an immortal mind in a human vessel. Machine flares his aura. Let me show you true martial arts. With a wave of power, he launches Hyun-woo high into the sky. He leaps to intercept Hwash, Cheonma fist, smashing him back to the dirt, and before Hyun-woo can even breathe, the blue dragon kick crushes him down. It is a massacre, a relentless barrage of legendary techniques, left, right, a symphony of violence. But wait, Mushin pauses in surprise. The boy is still standing. Anyone else would be a dead corpse by now. Hyun-woo refuses to fall. Every instinct screams at him to flee like before, but he knows the truth. If he runs, his disciple becomes the next victim. No more running. He decides to face this monster. With his final technique, his body screams in protest. He is at his breaking point. Suddenly, ding, the system responds to his will. Durability has increased. Mushin moves to end it with the mysterious dragon flying attack, but he strikes nothing but air. The hero has vanished. From the blind spot, Hyun-woo strikes, taking the master by surprise with a Cheonma fist of his own. The impact shocks Mushin, his mana. It is now perfectly controlled. It is not a buff. It is pure mastery. An eye for an eye. Our hero decides to return the favor, unleashing the exact same combo of martial arts. Northern Sky Divine Technique. He launches the master into the air. Mushin is bewildered. How? Simple. Hyun-woo smirks. I focused all my mana into my eyes, because Mushin's mana flow was so perfect. So refined. It was easy to read and easy to steal. Mushin trembles. Learning a skill just by seeing it once, that should be impossible, but Hyun-woo sees more than just movement. Years of battle experience, ocean-deep mana reserves, and wide chi channels, the perfect storm has awakened. Now the student tests the master. Meanwhile, the battle rages elsewhere. Seeing Myung in danger, Liam watches in terror. Myung is a 5th rank fighter, but can she win against a combined 3rd and 6th rank force? Tank sneers at her petite frame. Look at this little girl. He mocks her master as a walking corpse. That was his last mistake. Rage ignites in Myung's eyes. She held back to watch her master's glory, but now the gloves are off. Mercy is a weakness. To protect her master, they must die. Power floods her limbs. In a blur of motion, crack, with a single kick, she buries the 6th ranked hunter's head into the concrete. Tank's laughter dies instantly. His legs start to shake. That stare, it is the gaze of a predator looking at prey. Myung turns to the trembling giant. You have sinned too much, she whispers, cold as ice. Prepare for a painful death. Back on the main stage, fists collide like thunder. Our protagonist overpowers the legend. He slams Mushin into the earth. Mushin gasps, tasting blood. This growth rate, it is terrifying talent. A mere mortal shouldn't be capable of this. He realizes he can hold nothing back. Only a true master can survive this. It is time for full power. Dark energy explodes from his body. The air turns heavy with malice. His form twists and warps. Behold, the descendant of the demon god. Hyun-woo stares at the monstrous figure in shock. You can never achieve this, Mushin roars, but he makes one fatal error. He has yet to see what our hero is truly capable of. Hyun-woo's eyes flash cold. He reminds his enemy that he isn't the only one who has mastered the pinnacle of martial arts. The memory of Cheonma's ultimate technique floods his mind. Back then, he was too weak to grasp its essence, unable to replicate its power. But now, the fundamental truths of combat have unlocked within him. Blue lightning crackles around his silhouette. His opponent freezes, witnessing the terrifying avatar of the god of thunder manifest in reality. Elsewhere, Myung dominates the battlefield, standing triumphantly atop Tank, who seethes with frustration at his own incompetence. Myung crushes Tank's head into the dirt. She sneers, teaching him a harsh lesson. Flashy skills are useless without true martial discipline. Hyun-woo and Mushin collide in a blur of violence, but with every impact, our hero feels his vessel cracking under the strain. Mushin senses the desperation. The Thunder God technique is a double-edged sword. It devours his mana like a starving beast, threatening to tear his body apart before the fight ends. Mushin's aura surges, stronger than ever. Hyun-woo grits his teeth. He realizes he has mere seconds before his own power destroys him. As he prepares his final gambit, Hyun-woo notices the atmosphere turn frigid. The spirit of death is crawling toward him. He stares down his enemy, mocking him for relying on a raw clump of mana instead of refined martial prowess. Mushin scoffs at the taunt, unleashing the demon god extermination. He floods the arena with suffocating power, certain it will crush our hero into dust. But the impossible happens. A wall of blinding lightning erupts, shattering the death spirit in an instant. Now, it is the teacher's turn. Transcending his limits, he unleashes the ultimate art, Thunder God's second coming. Judgment reigns from the heavens. The system chimes with a glorious notification. The reverse list climber, Mushin, has been annihilated. A new window pops up. His information authority upgrades from low to medium, followed by an ominous invitation to the system in 3 days. The lightning fades, exhausted and trembling. Our protagonist gasps for air, his body screaming in pain. Something glitters in the dust. He retrieves a mysterious stone, identifying it immediately as the origin of Acheon. The system reveals its true nature, Acheon's secret training manual, a legacy left by a master who ascended as a climber. It seems Muin, as the sole entity on the list, required the labyrinth's power to fully awaken his abilities. Our hero frowns, the cryptic terms reserve list and stone swirling in his mind without answers. Suddenly, Myung dashes to her master's side. He exhales a sigh of victory, unaware that a hidden lens is recording every move from the shadows. Far away, the creator watches with a twisted smile. The hidden climber has fallen, and the reserve born of chaos has been bested by our hero. He muses on a dark philosophy: evolution demands agony. True growth only sprouts from the desperate struggle to survive. Survival is the key, and in the eyes of this godlike being, our hero is the ultimate crisis designed to test the climbers. The creator poses a question: has this upstart ever encountered the absolute peak, the highest ranked climber? His assistant replies grimly, the one on the reserve list was a rival to that power, yet even he perished before ascending. Fate seems cruel. The assistant predicts the guardian will never meet the peak, for the ancient constellation gods are avoiding the 8th floor entirely. The creator nods. It is a foregone conclusion. Our hero's journey is destined for a violent and abrupt end. 24 hours after the bloodbath at the banquet, the entire globe is paralyzed in shock. Every screen flashes with terrifying footage. The gathering of elite hunters had devolved into a slaughterhouse. The headlines are grim. The world's strongest have been decimated. The few survivors are crippled, their legends ending in ruin. Yet, amidst the fear, a new legend rises. Whispers turn to shouts of adoration for the sole survivor who stood tall amidst the corpses. Kim Hyun-woo. His name is emblazoned on every billboard and breaking news chyron. He is the center of the world. But beneath the glory lies a web of lies. The media spins a fairy tale to mask the horrifying reality. Panic must be avoided at all costs. The narrative is carefully crafted to sedate the masses. The pillars of power have crumbled. The world's balance teeters on the brink of collapse, though few dare to whisper it. To blind the public to the encroaching darkness, they crown Kim Hyun-woo as the Messiah, a distraction born of desperation. Inside the Guardian Guild, silence reigns. They swallow the lies, knowing the protagonist would despise being used as a puppet. And so, the truth is buried 6 feet under, suffocated by the weight of false praise. Meanwhile, in a hospital suite in America, Honorin rushes to Hyun-woo's bedside, her eyes full of concern. Wrapped in bandages like a mummy, our hero waves it off. He smirks, claiming the victory was worth every broken bone. Noreen isn't buying his tough act. Soo-hyun, too, had left earlier, burdened with worry while handling the bureaucracy. As the door closes, the mask drops. Agony flares through Hyun-woo's body, sharp and unforgiving. Even with magical healing, the backlash is severe. He admits it to the silence. A normal man would have been obliterated. Replaying the battle in his mind, Hyun realizes a fatal flaw. The enemy's technique remains a mystery to him, a puzzle he cannot yet solve. The thirst for power ignites within him once more. He considers returning to the roots of self-cultivation, or perhaps seeking a master to break his limits. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration strikes, a method that could push him beyond his current strength and into a new realm of power. 2 days later, within the subspace of Abyss, Eve analyzes a mysterious artifact, wondering if it holds the legendary Achaean source. It once belonged to the martial god, Mushin. Hyun confirms its identity, a labyrinth stone. He orders her to find a method to shatter its seal immediately. Eve dives into the data stream without hesitation. Within moments, she uncovers a vital clue hidden in the archives. The secret lies buried deep within a labyrinth dungeon. This stone resonates with the mana core of a boss monster, or perhaps something even more ancient. However, the system imposes a strict rule. A climber must fully clear the dungeon to ascend to the next floor. Hearing the conditions, our hero's eyes gleam with determination. He decides to investigate this mystery personally. But first, a status check. He asks Eve for a progress report. The system window manifests, displaying Hyun's updated stats at 24 years of age. His condition is peak. Strength, agility, and stamina have all skyrocketed, and a new skill has awakened psychology. Intrigued, Hyun demands the details. Eve begins to explain the mechanics of this mental art. It grants the terrifying power to read thoughts twice a day. However, there is a catch: he must already possess access to their information. Hyun scoffs, noting it's useless against high-ranking climbers. Still, power is power. He accepts it as a decent upgrade to his arsenal. Eve continues with better news. His detection skill has evolved. He can now pinpoint the exact location and timing of other climbers with godlike precision. But just as she prepares to continue, the hero spots something suspicious in her hands. Is that a portable game console? Eve panics. She swears she isn't slacking off, despite the evidence. She stammers, insisting she has actually found something critical this time. Suddenly, the door bursts open. Miryong rushes into the hospital room, panic written all over her face. She cries out for her master, frantically checking Hyun for injuries. Our hero sighs, reassuring her that it's merely a scratch. But Miryong is not convinced. She fears his recovery is far from complete and refuses to let her guard down. She rambles about legendary healers and artifacts. Her eyes burn with intensity as she vows to slaughter anyone who dares harm him. Hyun asks for Seo Yan. Miryong explains she has already vanished to handle the administrative storm, but trouble waits downstairs, a swarm of vultures known as reporters. Hide no. Hyun decides to confront the wolves head-on. He calls for an immediate press conference. Stepping out, the flashbulbs blind the scene. Reporters swarm him like hungry ghouls, screaming his name from every direction. Annoyance flashes across the protagonist's face. He commands silence, parting the sea of bodies with his sheer presence. But one man blocks his path. Reporter John Michael sneers, daring to lecture Hunter on just how deadly the media can be. Later, John strikes again. He accuses Hyun of using the banquet massacre as a convenient excuse to purge his personal enemies. Hyun remains icy calm, stating he hasn't finished speaking. But John interrupts, twisting his silence into a confession of guilt. The hero's patience snaps. With a cold glare, he orders the man to leave his sight. John claims his sources are from the internet. Hyun demands the origin, but the reporter freezes, unable to answer. The air grows heavy with killing intent. Hyun issues a final warning: walk away in 30 seconds, or the interview ends permanently. From the shadows, Miryong watches. She quietly signals her subordinates to handle the pest. Sometime later, Cien reads the headlines. An article claims Hyun politely dismissed a reporter. He stares at the screen, baffled. Polite calm, Cien finds it impossible to believe. That behavior is terrifyingly out of character for the monster he knows. Soon, the man himself returns. Siyun asks about his health, but Hyun brushes it off. He announces his next move: he is entering a dungeon. Siyun is stunned. Hyun hasn't hunted for profit in ages. Why now? He wonders if the hero is hunting for a specific artifact or chasing a ghost. Hyun shakes his head. He needs to verify a theory, and he wants to join Cyen's guild expedition to do it. Cyen nods gravely. Dungeons are death traps without a map. Teaming up is the only logical choice for survival. The pact is sealed. They will depart next week, with the coordinates shared in advance. As they talk, Hyun casually pats Miryong's head, Her face instantly explodes into a shade of crimson red. Seeing her flustered state triggers a memory. Hyun's mind drifts back to the hellish days inside the tutorial tower. Centuries ago, he tried to take a disciple. He planned to train them and vanish into the shadows, but fate had other plans. He abandoned his hermit lifestyle until a young girl approached him, begging for strength. It was a childish phase, a desire for attention. So, he refused to teach her the ultimate arts. Instead, he drilled her in the basics, forging her foundation in sweat and blood. He surmised that she must be safe, as the silence from her end suggested no ill news. Si-hyun caught the master drifting into the abyss of his thoughts and quickly drew his attention to a breaking headline. The article screamed chaos. John Michael, the reporter who had caused a scene at the press conference, was gone. He had vanished after resigning, and Si-hyun instantly recognized him as the foolish rat who had dared to provoke the master earlier. A cold chill ran down Si-hyun's spine. This disappearance felt too clean, too dark for the hero's usual style of justice. Swallowing his fear, he made a silent vow to treat the protagonist with absolute reverence from this day forward. Meanwhile, at the Ares Guild's Korean branch, the Predator walked right into the prey's den to confront Sun-woo. Sun-woo was already sweating bullets. 40% of his empire was about to be devoured, and the recent massacre scandal had severed his lifeline to Mason. To make matters worse, Liam was rising from the ashes, gaining political clout and tightening the noose around Sun-woo's neck. Then, the door swung open, and the master strode in, his casual greeting cutting through the heavy tension like a blade. Sun-woo tried to stall, stammering about negotiating to save his precious shares, but the hero silenced him with an icy glare, commanding him to answer only yes or no if he valued his time. Sun-woo opened his mouth to protest, but the overwhelming killing intent in the room choked the words right out of him. Then, the protagonist played a recording that froze the very air, the desperate screams of Number 6 begging for mercy, exposing Ares' torture methods. The master used this evidence like a dagger, reminding him of the company's bloody sins. He warned that refusing this offer wouldn't just mean a loss, it would drag the entire Ares Guild into the deepest pits of ruin. When he asked if Sun-woo wanted to fight to the bitter end, the executive's spirit shattered, and he whispered a defeated no. Over in Hanam City, Miryong sat atop her throne, overseeing the consolidation of the nearby guilds after purging the outsiders. Her shadows reported total victory, and she offered them rare praise for their flawless execution. Her subordinates exchanged stunned glances. The Ice Queen, once cold and emotionless, was now smiling with a warmth that unsettled them. When she inquired about the missing reporter, her men hesitated, admitting that a third party had beaten them to the punch. The target had been abducted before they could strike, leaving only an empty room behind. The only clue was a mysterious symbol stamped onto the desk, a deliberate message left specifically for Miryong's eyes. Her gaze sharpened with suspicion. This was a challenge, and she ordered an immediate investigation into the mark. Before the meeting adjourned, a subordinate gathered the courage to ask how long she planned to be absent from the guild. Miryong's answer was absolute. When her master departs for China, she would follow him as his shadow, leaving the guild in their hands. The subordinate stood thunderstruck. The woman known for her paranoia had finally found a lord she trusted enough to follow blindly. Alone, her cheeks flushed pink as she thought of her master. Meanwhile, in Seongho-dong, the hero chose his humble home over the luxury villa Miryong had prepared. Si-hyun arrived, anxious to hear the outcome of the high-stakes negotiation with the Ares Guild. The master smirked, revealing that everything had gone exactly according to his divine plan. The Ares situation would be wrapped up within 2 weeks, but first, he had to crush a scheme involving over 40% of the guild's ownership. His psychology skill flared to life, instantly decoding the hidden malice behind the scenes. He realized that one of Ares' rats was planting a catastrophic device in the dungeon, a trap ordered directly by Mason. Understanding that Mason's shadow was looming over this, he decided to step onto the board and crush the plot himself. Deep within the ghost sewer dungeon of Uijeongbu, an Ares executive named Osakan crept through the darkness, using concealment to evade the monsters. He kept repeating his orders like a mantra: bury the artifact in the sand, just as Mr. Coward had commanded. Driven by greed for a promotion, he suppressed his terror and began to dig. But as he dug, a chill hit him. A shadow darker than the dungeon itself was looming over him. He looked up and his heart stopped. The hero was standing there, holding the very stone he was meant to bury. Later, the scene shifted to Sun-woo, who found himself terrified and alone. with no bodyguards to save him from the monster at his door. The protagonist laughed at the panic in the hunter's eyes, mocking him for trembling when he was being so merciful. To Sun-woo, the man before him wasn't a hero. He was a demon king who knew every secret in the dark. The master sensed his spiraling thoughts and remarked cold-bloodedly that since Sun-woo knew he was doomed, he should start begging. Seeing the executive frozen in fear, the hero decided to reveal the source of his omniscience. He held up the stone, revealing that their own secret method was the very thread he pulled to unravel their entire conspiracy. With eyes burning like cold fire, our hero demands the truth, forcing the captive to spill every dark secret. He heaves a massive stone into the air, a brutal display of killing intent, threatening to crush Sun-woo's skull if he dares to stay silent. Flashback to the Ares Guild. Sun-woo had received a shadow order to plant a mysterious device inside the very dungeon Kim Hyun-woo was set to conquer. Curiosity got the better of him, and when he asked, Mason revealed the terrifying truth. It was a detonator. Mason painted a grim picture of a monster wave, a calamity from the chaotic early era when fractured dungeons spilled their horrors into the human world. But this was no accident. Mason's twisted goal was to artificially trigger such an apocalyptic outbreak. He planned to frame our hero for negligence, turning the world against him so Ares could swoop in and seize the dungeon. The villain even dangled a temptation, promising Sun-woo the forbidden knowledge of how to control a guild if the plan succeeded. Back in the present, Sun-woo finishes his confession, but something doesn't add up for Meringue. At that time, Mason and our hero were total strangers. Why would a mastermind like Mason go to such extreme lengths, unless Sun-woo is lying through his teeth? Terror grips Sun-woo. He swears on his life he speaks the truth, admitting that even he found the order suspicious back then. But our hero's mind works like a supercomputer. The pieces click into place. Mason's so-called help was never a favor. It was a trap from the very beginning. Meanwhile, in Washington, Mason broods over his ruined chessboard, using the Hasbound Guild as pawns. He and his allies had manipulated dungeons and recruited hunters like Mushin to ignite a chain of disasters. The grand design was simple yet devastating. To plant some detonator deep within an Ares dungeon, triggering a simultaneous massacre that would obliterate the entire 9th floor. The stage was set, but the final act failed because of one anomaly. Kim Hyun-woo escaped the tower and crushed the climbers one by one, annihilating Hasbound's forces in the process. Mason clenches his fist, admitting a fatal error. He woefully underestimated the strength of our hero. He also miscalculated the Ares assistant's potential, though fragments of his scheme survive. His key pieces were swept off the board the moment Mushin fell to the Guardian. Mason acknowledges the failure but remains unnervingly calm. A sinister smile forms as he reveals a backup plan involving a shadow organization he built in the dark. He confesses that after discovering Mushin, he became obsessed with monitoring him, fearing his own creation might grow too wild to control. But upon a second look, he realized Mushin had evolved into a monster of immense power, a development that secretly thrilled his twisted soul. Just then, our hero appears, shattering the silence. Before this confrontation, Eve had dug into the archives. A chilling discovery before the first crisis. No record of a man named Mason existed in this world. He was a ghost who materialized out of thin air, linked to shadowy operations and deeply connected to the traitor Mushin. The conclusion is undeniable. Mason is not of this world. He is a climber who refused to leave the 9th floor. He is the puppet master who revealed the cruel truth of the world to Mushin. Eve begs our hero to reconsider. His body is still ravaged from previous battles. Confronting Mason now is suicide. But destiny waits for no one. Ignoring the warning, Kim Hyun-woo tracks down the villain. Mason is stunned, but our hero coldly retorts that his methods don't matter. Activating his information authority skill, the system confirms the truth. Mason is indeed a climber from the tower. With the evidence locked in, words become useless. Kim Hyun-woo declares war, ordering Mason to run if he wants to live, signaling the start of a legendary battle. Explosion. Our hero launches the Limit Blue meteor kick. The impact is devastating, slamming Mason into the ground with the force of a falling star. Mason attempts to curse, but the words die in his throat as the hero moves in for the kill, intending to end this in a heartbeat. But suddenly, disaster strikes. Before he can deliver the final blow, his body locks up. An invisible force freezes him in place. Mason rises from the dust, without a scratch. Our hero has walked straight into the spider's web. Collapsing to his knees, he realizes he is completely paralyzed. Mason stands over him, mocking his recklessness. He laughs at the hero for rushing in blind, unaware of the terror that lurked within these walls. He sneers that he would have sent a pawn to deal with this, but now he will enjoy executing the hero himself. The villain finally introduces his true self, Unayong-sa, the voice of the people. He reveals that this space is a limited area, a personal dimension he has spent years perfecting. Inside this domain, Mason wields absolute authority. It doesn't matter how godlike the hero is outside. In here, Mason is the supreme ruler. Realization dawns on Kim Hyun-woo, this overwhelming pressure. It only exists within this specific zone. This territory is the source of Mason's arrogance. The protagonist analyzes the threat. Mason is the only guardian he could never defeat in the past. Inside this limited area, Unan Ryang's defense is impenetrable. However, every god has a weakness. Outside this zone, his power plummets. Furthermore, the domain only extends for a radius of 200 meters. But fortune favors the wicked, as our hero has willingly stepped into the kill zone. Certain of his victory, Mason forces the hero back with a wave of pressure, taunting him to speak his final words before death claims him. Unbroken, our hero asks how many climbers are hiding in the shadows. Mason scoffs at the question, mocking him for wasting his dying breath. He refuses to answer, chillingly noting that new monsters appear every day, and even he has lost count of the threats to come. Hyung narrows his eyes, pressing for one final answer regarding the reclimbers. Mason reveals a terrifying truth. These entities are constellations who fell from grace, stripped of their starlight. Having lost their divine authority, they now crawl back to the tower, desperate to ascend once more. In essence, reclimbers are dethroned gods, hungry to reclaim their lost omnipotence. The protagonist probes further about these fallen deities, but he quickly senses the villain's patience has run dry. Mason arrogantly declares the conversation finished, sneering that he has already shown too much mercy to a walking corpse. Hyung nods, agreeing that such generosity is wasted on the dead, and then defying all logic, he stands up within the suppression field. Mason's eyes widen in pure shock. He demands to know how Hyung can move when his very soul should be sealed. A smirk plays on our hero's lips as he reveals he saw through the illusion instantly. Unayong's feared ability is nothing but simple mana manipulation. Panic sets in as Mason screams commands, trying to force control over Hyung's breath and heart. But it is useless. Hyung resists the dominance completely, utilizing the combat wisdom etched into his bones from the duel with Mushin. He learned exactly how to detect and purge foreign mana, attempting to hijack his energy channels. It is the precise technique Mushin used to block the legendary Asura nullifying fist. Though the hero admits his mastery is incomplete, he channels his aura and unleashes a devastating counterattack, the Overlord's Phantom Kick. Dust settles, and Hyung frowns. No system notification appeared, meaning the Rat Mason has managed to scurry away. Meanwhile, miles away, Mason materializes in a heap, heavily battered and barely clinging to life after a desperate teleportation. Though his body is broken, his arrogance remains intact as he convinces himself that recovery is inevitable. He clutches his backup plan, a massive underground syndicate rooted in Mexico that has spread like a virus across all of Europe. Confident that this shadow empire will allow him to rise from the ashes, he inspects his wounds. Suddenly, a shadow falls over him. A familiar girl stands there, and Mason remarks with a grin that it has been a long time since their paths crossed. Back at the base, Hyung plays a damning recording for Liam, exposing Mason as the villainous Unayong-sa and revealing his plot to annihilate the 9th floor. Liam freezes, realizing this evidence is a nuclear bomb that will completely incinerate Mason's political career in the International Hunter Association. Seeing the opportunity, Hyung proposes a ruthless trade. Liam must control the media to suppress any reporters. In exchange, this alliance will allow Liam to purge Mason's faction without resistance, securing power for them both. Liam grins, accepting the pact, noting that once this recording leaks to the public, Mason's cronies will scramble in panic, shifting the balance of power and paving Liam's road to becoming the Supreme Congressman. The deal is sealed. As our hero turns to leave, Liam asks about the mana explosion at the mansion, forcing Hyung to admit the villain still breathes. Neither he nor Meringue could find a corpse, and with no death notification from the system, our protagonist knows Mason is somewhere out there, plotting. Frustrated, he vows to hunt the bastard down, but suddenly freezes mid-step as a shift in the atmosphere catches his attention. In a hidden location, the battered Mason confronts Hannerin. She asks why he looks so wretched, and he brushes it off, cursing Kim Hyun-woo as a mere nuisance who delayed their grand design. Hannerin listens with cold indifference, her expression unreadable. Desperate to assert dominance, Mason claims that their organization built on her support is still poised to conquer the world effortlessly. However, her eyes dull as she whispers that she pities his sheer ignorance. Before he can blink, steel flashes. She drives her blade straight through his chest. Agony explodes as Mason screams for his guards, but the shadows remain still, blood dripping. He gasps, demanding to know why she betrayed him, but Hannerin's voice is ice. Betrayal implies they were ever allies. They never were. She admits she accepted his goal to forge her plans, but saving his life was never part of the bargain. She realized long ago that he is a man without a soul, and she never built the Illuminati for a scumbag like him. Mason stammers, insisting she's mistaken, shouting that he is the true leader, but she cuts him down with the truth. The true master was chosen long ago, and this throne was never his. The entire organization was crafted as a divine offering for someone else. As Mason stares in horror, she reveals his fatal mistake. He is dying because he dared to target her true master. She orders his execution, but Mason triggers his warp at the last second, vanishing into thin air once more. Realizing he has escaped again, she composes herself and turns to the void, swearing a sacred oath to protect her true master, no matter the war that lies ahead. A chilling notification from the system shattered the silence. It announced a fatal verdict: the hidden climber, Aun Ryong-sa, had been slaughtered in Mexico City. Eve confirmed the life signal had vanished, but Hyun-woo narrowed his eyes. The timing was too convenient for a man who had escaped unscathed just moments ago. The hero briefly wondered if his injuries had claimed him or if a shadow predator had stolen the kill, but he quickly severed the thought, satisfied that the mission was complete. A moment later, Eve's voice chimed in again, confirming that no hidden climbers remained on the board. As Hyun-woo turned to leave, the AI's tone shifted to excitement, demanding the latest VR gear to boost her processing power, to which he awkwardly agreed before making his exit. Later, he rendezvoused with Mirai. Once the engines hummed to life, Hyun-woo gave a sharp command to the team destination, the Labyrinth Dungeon. As the hero and Mirai settled into the vehicle, a bold decision formed in his mind. He declared they would strike immediately, stating the others were unnecessary because Mirai alone was more than sufficient for the carnage ahead. En route, the hero checked his device and saw global breaking news: Mason had been exposed as the butcher behind the Hunter massacre and the mastermind attacking Mushin. The media storm was relentless. It confirmed that Hyun-woo's orchestration was flawless, and the chess piece known as Mason had been removed from the board permanently. His focus instantly shifted to the next objective: the incomplete origin of Acheon and the Labyrinth Stone, whose gauge still mocked him at 0%. Arriving at the dungeon, Hyun-woo and Mirai breached the entrance, only to be instantly swarmed by a horde of monstrosities. Mirai stepped forward to engage, but Hyun-woo raised a hand and unleashed a cataclysm of power, erasing the beast in a single overwhelming breath. Their teammates Soo-kwon, Seo, and Xiong stood frozen, their minds unable to process the sheer gap in power. Even though they were elite hunters capable of handling the threat, seeing the hero effortlessly crush the enemy proved he existed in a realm far above them. The team's porter bowed low, trembling with gratitude toward Hyun-woo for the honor of joining this expedition. Meanwhile, the dungeon's live feed exploded across the internet, the chat blurred with worship, hailing Hyun-woo as the god of war and the supreme strategist. Donations rained down like a golden monsoon as the world watched his every move with bated breath. The hero noted their rapid advance, observing that the slaughter had borne fruit. The Labyrinth Stone's gauge had finally hit full capacity. A thought crossed his mind regarding Levin. He wondered why the man had been so paralyzed with fear when the task had turned out to be mere child's play. Suddenly, he realized they had pierced the 14th floor without a map. He brushed off the concern, teasing his disciple Mirai about her navigation skills before letting the joke hang in the air. When the ambitious porter stepped up to navigate the hellish upper levels, Hyun-woo warned him that turning back now would cost him his day's wages. But greed for the live stream's fame fueled the man's bravery, and he insisted on leading the way, prompting the hero to allow him to walk into the danger. Far away within the shadows of Naren's castle, a nightmare unfolded as the man begged for his life under Naren's cold interrogation. He had no clue why he was being broken, but Naren accused him of the ultimate sin angering her superior. He stammered, assuming she referred to Kim Hyun-woo as her teacher, but her eyes darkened. He was wrong, and she began to extract the truth through agony. A sharp slap silenced his pleas as she branded him a liar. She reminded him that information regarding her teacher was sacred and meant to be controlled absolutely. As the scene dissolved into a cold memory, in the past, this same man had stood before his own boss, Naren's master, voicing suspicion about why every article regarding the hero was painted in gold. He had questioned the anomaly. Why were there no scandals? Why did reporters ignore the dirt? But Naren's master had silenced him instantly. He was warned not to dig deeper and to follow the narrative, explaining that positive propaganda about Hyun-woo yielded safer results than the truth. But when the man had pressed further, he had seen something forbidden. A strange tattoo etched on his superior's neck. When asked, the master had covered it up, dismissing it as a trifle while hiding the secret. Back in the blood-soaked present, Naren reminded him of that fatal conversation. She hissed that he now understood the price of silence, declaring that protecting her teacher's reputation was her solemn duty as a student. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, the labyrinth stone pulsed with violent energy as the gauge reached its zenith. A system window materialized, announcing that the power of Acheon was available for a single use, though weakened by its owner's failed ascension. Hyun-woo did not hesitate to seize Acheon's, source the sword of Chayama, and commanded Mirai to hold the line, for he had a meeting with destiny that he must attend alone. Stepping into a new, vast dimension, the hero realized the scale of this realm dwarfed his expectations, and the hunt for the hidden figure began. On the 8th floor, a colossal dragon lies broken before Wukong, utterly paralyzed by the infinite power radiating from the Monkey King's mortal vessel. Wukong sneers at the beast's ignorance, mocking its inability to recognize Mount Tai before declaring his dominance. He reveals his true name. Shaking the heavens themselves, he is the Great Sage, Heaven's equal, the supreme being who once brought the celestial realm to its knees. Meanwhile, deep within the mental realm, Hyun-woo finds himself face to face with Chama, the heavenly demon, who shockingly recognizes him immediately. Our hero is baffled. The relic's power was only supposed to transport his consciousness into the item's history to witness ancient martial arts. But the heavenly demon's gaze pierces through him, proving that this isn't a mere memory, it is an alternate dimension of the soul. Chiyama asks if he has also crossed into the afterlife, to which Hyun-woo reacts with shock, demanding answers, but the demon lord simply ignores his existence. The protagonist fights to keep his composure, his mind racing as he realizes that consuming the source has successfully bridged time and space to bring him to Chiyama. However, a chilling realization settles in his gut. By all laws of time, Chiyama shouldn't know who he is, yet the recognition is undeniable. With the source's power fading, our hero questions the very nature of this reality. Pushing aside the mystery, he focuses on his mission and demands Chiyama teach him martial arts, but the demon lord dismisses him with a wave of his hand, refusing to waste his breath. The hero persists, his desperation growing, but Chiyama's killing intent spikes as he orders the intruder to vanish. Stifling his own rising fury, Hyun-woo admits internally that it makes sense. No master would willingly train the very man who killed them in a previous timeline. He tries one final time, begging to see just a glimpse of the technique, but Chiyama spits curses at him, his patience wearing thin. Finally, Hyun-woo's patience snaps. He retorts with venom, insulted when Cheon-ma mocks his past promise of being a mentor who could teach him in 10 seconds. The atmosphere explodes as the hero challenges the heavenly demon, provoking him to back up that trash talk with action. Chiyama remains terrifyingly calm, his eyes narrowing as he notes that Hyun-woo's mana core has evolved significantly since their last duel. Seizing the moment, our hero taunts the demon, reminding him of his previous defeat and daring him to face the blade once more. However, Chiyama smirks with arrogant confidence, declaring that defeat is impossible here because Hyun-woo lacks the power to kill a soul. Refusing to retreat, Hyun-woo shouts that they should test that theory right now. He launches a devastating attack, but Chiyama sidesteps effortlessly and slams him into the ground. Hyun-woo gasps for air, his eyes widening in horror. He couldn't even track the demon's shadow. Chiyama looms over him, confirming that in this space, he is faster, stronger, and unbound. When Hyun-woo strikes again, he is swatted away like a fly. Confusion consumes the protagonist. Why does this battle feel so hopeless compared to their past encounter where he stood on equal ground? Seeing his confusion, Chiyama reveals the terrifying truth during their previous deathmatch. His true power was shackled. He explains that both of them were merely climbers of the tower, and the system placed heavy restrictions on his divine strength. As Hyun-woo listens in stunned silence, Chiyama lectures him on the tower's law. Climbers are ranked not by raw destruction, but by their achievements. It matters not if you are a savior or a destroyer. The tower is indifferent to morality. The system only measures the weight of one's feats to assign a rank, suppressing those who have not yet proven their worth. The protagonist instantly understands. Once a climber enters the mid-level floors, the system puts a limiter on their physical prowess. Chiyama nods, acknowledging the boy's sharp wit, and reveals that his combat mastery was once rival to the highest rankers in history. But inside the tower, without the necessary achievements, he was forced to fight with a fraction of his true potential until now. Suddenly, Chiyama's mood shifts. He agrees to demonstrate his martial arts out of sheer boredom, but there is a catch. Hyun-woo must try to kill him. Without a second's hesitation, our hero accepts the terms, vowing to crush the demon. He declares he will beat Chiyama to the brink of death, arguing that killing his teacher would defeat the purpose of the lesson. Chiyama laughs, commanding him to unleash his full power, revealing that death in this dimension is merely a reset button. Before Hyun-woo can process this, Chiyama simply states that pain is the only true teacher. The slaughter begins, and the protagonist tastes death for the first time. Meanwhile, in the real world, Mi-rang tells the ally that Hyun-woo vanished the moment he touched the cursed sword. The ally looks at her with the weary eyes of someone abandoning a puppy, choosing to ignore her nagging as he guards the body. Suddenly, his senses flare. He spots two masked assassins lurking in the shadows, but they vanish the instant they are detected. He weeps comical tears of frustration, lamenting that he cannot even rest in his own home without enemies showing up. He decides to retreat the moment the safe house is repaired. Meanwhile, Mi-rang's gaze is drawn to a mysterious bag, whispering voices echoing from within. Driven by curiosity, she leans closer, and the entity inside promises her power beyond her wildest dreams. Mi-rang freezes, terrified, unaware that inside the bag lies the sealed essence of the Chaos God, the master of all demons. Back in the mental dimension, it is not a battle, it is an execution. Hyun-woo is being pulverized by the heavenly demon. As he is hurled through the air again, he begs Chiyama for a single tip, having already suffered death 100 times in this hellish training ground. Before the protagonist can launch another assault, Chiyama coldly declares that all resistance is futile against him. Chiyama is a martial artist who has transcended perfection. Even if a flaw existed, his defense remains an impregnable fortress. Yet, the hero drags himself up from the dust, swearing that the day of the demon's defeat is inevitable. Chiyama scoffs at what he calls a desperate bluff, but our hero silences his doubts and sharpens his focus to a razor's edge. He explodes forward, a suicidal charge with every ounce of his soul poured into one strike. And just as Chiyama moves to evade, he senses a terrifying shift. Even as his physical body faces annihilation, the hero's spirit refuses to halt in the depths of his mind. He knows that surrender is the only true death. The mockery of the heavenly demon washes over him like rain on stone. His will is absolutely unbreakable. Chiyama finally realizes the truth. This is no ordinary illusion, but a purgatory for those who failed to ascend the tower. In this dimension, the system has erased the boundary between life and death, a sanctuary usually reserved only for the original owners of this space. Yet, somehow, Hyun-woo has breached the impossible, a feat that leaves even the legendary Chiyama baffled. At first, Chiyama dismisses the boy's plea for mentorship as a joke, planning to crush his spirit for mere amusement. He sets a sadistic condition, treating the duel as a game. But after slaughtering the boy nearly 100 times, a strange unease settles in his heart. The thrill of dominance evaporates. The repeated victories taste like ash in his mouth. Instead of fear, he sees the protagonist's eyes burning not with rage, but with a terrifying awe and hunger for power. That look shakes him to his core. He decides to end the games and unleashes his full might, killing the boy over and over with ruthless precision. 200 deaths, 400, 700, 1,000. He shatters Hyun-woo's techniques, expecting the boy's mind to snap. Each kill should be a testament to his weakness, yet the hero rises from the blood like an undead avenger. Thousands of deaths pass, and a seed of anxiety, forgotten since his days as a rookie climber, begins to sprout in Chiyama's soul. After nearly 3,000 more executions, the realization hits him like a thunderclap: this human simply will not quit. The refusal to succumb forces the demon to feel something dangerous, a grudging, heavy respect. Enraged and desperate to prove his superiority, Chiyama vows to erase the boy's existence, but once more, the hero stands, defying the very logic of mortality. Meanwhile, the Great Sage Wukong eyes the Blue Lion with disdain, asking why such a powerful king took so long to arrive. Wukong grumbles with impatience. 3 months have passed since he crushed the Lizard Guardian, and he demands results. Suddenly, the White Elephant and Big Phoenix descend from the sky, their oppressive auras announcing that their slaughter is complete. The West has been reduced to ruins, and the East has been brought to its knees. Wukong mocks them ruthlessly, questioning how such simple conquest took 5 months for beings of their caliber. The Blue Lion snarls back, reminding the Monkey King that while his fame was gifted by the heavens, their terror was earned in the blood-soaked pits of Sodadong. This is the Blue Lion, who pierced the heart of a legendary beast with his bare tusks, the White Elephant, who devoured an entire kingdom, the Big Phoenix, who incinerated armies by the thousands. Yet, Wukong waves away their terrifying legends as mere excuses for their sluggish pace. Enough talk. Wukong commands them to prepare for the next ascent. He claims the south, Lion takes the north, Elephant to the east, and Phoenix to the west. His order is absolute: finish the conquest within 2 months, for he has a date with destiny that cannot be delayed. The scene shifts to reality, where the administration bureau is in chaos. Team leader Ma screams into the phone with a desperate warning. A calamity alert blares. Total destruction will befall Korea in 3 hours, and only Kim Hyun-woo can stop the apocalypse. But back in the silence of the safe house, Miryong sits alone, her gaze fixed sorrowfully on the hero's dormant sword. In the mental realm, time is not measured by the ticking of a clock, but by the rhythm of endless battle and broken bones. Hyun-woo laughs, calling out a feint, while Cheon-ma stares in exhausted disbelief at the sheer madness of it all. 5,000 deaths. Even after the Thunder God technique reset his progress, at the 3,200th death, the boy's spirit remains untouched. And yet, Hyun-woo's eyes shine with that same unconquerable fire, learning, evolving, and taunting the demon with every resurrection. You are a mad dog, Cheon-ma roars, but our hero grins, wearing the insult like a crown of glory. The demon's annoyance fades into the abyss, replaced by a profound realization. He remembers his own path rising from nothing, crushing geniuses and breaking the spirits of all who stood before him. But this monster, Kim Hyun-woo, defies the natural order. Death is merely a stepping stone for his ascent. Cheon-ma finally accepts him as a disciple. He begins the true transmission. To master the distortion conversion, you must follow 3 absolute steps. True martial arts aren't about dazzling displays or flashy tricks. They are born from the deepest roots. It is the precision of footwork, the way lightning coils within one's mana, and the discipline to forge that chaotic power into a single, unyielding form. Mere imitation is indistinguishable from failure. The lightning must not just be wielded, it must be caged within his very core, refined into a fundamental stance capable of dominating any battlefield. And so, Kim Hyun-woo throws himself into the grinder of destiny, practicing through a hellscape of countless deaths. He falls for the 8,002nd time, then the 8,423rd. Yet, with every resurrection, he evolves. No 2 attempts are ever the same. Inch by bloody inch, the realization strikes him: this agonizing repetition, this unbreakable focus, is the true essence of supreme power. After an eternity of slaughter and rebirth, he reaches the pinnacle. But now, Master Chayama issues a shocking command. He must destroy the very form he bled to master. From this moment, he transcends thought. Every surge of energy and every lethal technique must flow as naturally as the breath in his lungs. Through the torment of over 10,000 deaths, Hyun-woo finally seizes the ultimate truth. His mana circulates in perfect harmony, spontaneously birthing lightning from every pore of his being. A single movement now contains infinite layers of complexity. He channels the fierce stance of the Thunder God with absolute efficiency, achieving a realm of flawless control. Master Chayama witnesses this evolution and nods. The time has come to unveil the final stage of his training. He has mastered the Thunder God form, and he has shattered it. Now, from the fragments, he must forge a martial art that belongs to him alone. In the past, Hyun-woo would have scoffed at such abstract wisdom, believing his teachers were mere illusions, but this time is different. The path to the summit is clear, and he finally understands. With eyes burning with resolve, he steps forward at the master's command. He is ready to face whatever hell awaits him next. Meanwhile, chaos erupts within the American Association's control room. The evacuation protocols are collapsing into utter pandemonium. The clock is ticking down to annihilation, Officials scream the grim countdown, only 10 minutes remain before the catastrophe makes landfall. Initially, arrogance blinded them. They felt safe, believing their ultimate weapon, Kim Hyun-woo, would handle the threat. But nightmare scenarios trigger across the globe, calamities explode in Thailand, then Mexico, and finally, South Korea. 4 apocalyptic disasters, simultaneous and merciless, but there is only one Kim Hyun-woo. Desperation floods the command center as the team demands status reports from the allied nations. Thailand and Mexico scramble their S-rank hunters and major guilds, while America deploys its heavy hitters. However, the grim reality sets in. They must prioritize their own survival, assuming the hero will defend his home in Korea. But a terrifying truth can no longer be hidden. The hero has been missing in action for 1 month, and he is completely unreachable. With no guarantee of the king's return, Soo-hyun and his team realize they are out of time. They can wait no longer. They must unite and face the apocalypse on their own terms.